just a storm of laughter today and every day going forward. This is just one of those days.
No.
Oh yeah, I know. It's just everywhere. I just all day long, all night long. Welcome to HAL SPARKS Mega Worldwide. Man, oh Shevitz, I did not picture Tuesday this week working out quite this way. My girlfriend's birthday is this week, so Thursday and Friday I'm going to be traveling with her. We're going on a little mini vacation. I'll still be doing my show, but I'll be doing it from a hotel, which is always a bit of a tooth pull. Probably not going to do a Friday morning show unless something weird and psycho happens, in which case I'll do it like ass early in the morning, but that's not the important part because it's a birthday weekend thing. But in the meantime, this week started off gangbusters. Because a lot of, I have to say, I'm one to start actually believing the minor conspiratorial aspect of this current flood of news, which is extraordinary for August in general. Usually August is the dead month, right? Just the Democrats with win after win after win. 528,000 jobs added, 3.46% unemployment, a decrease in Latino and Black unemployment, which is, the narrowing between the two, which is the thing you never saw during the Trump years. Everything was parallel. It went down because it was going down until it went and then of course the CHIPS Act, and of course the new build back ever so much slightly better, if as best we can. Build back best we can, I think, is what we should call this bill, which includes, a cap on what seniors pay under Medicare to $2,000 a year for their medication, which is extraordinary. And then, of course, they're going to bring back in September, the Democrats are going to pass by hook or by crook somehow a $35 cap on insulin for fucking everyone. And I personally think, to any people listening who are crafting this bill during the break, an arrangement like we have with the ammo companies to make a certain amount and then they can sell the overages, where technically it's a government facility, privately run, where we set a price for how much is produced because we're aware of this generic cost and how it affects enough families in the country that make it valuable over time, and it's still private. And if at some point we don't need it anymore because they cure diabetes because you come up with a pill, then you can shut the factory down and it's not like a bunch of government workers are doing it. It's my idea and you can run with it. I'm just saying that's how you do it. If you can do it with ammo, you can do it with insulin. There's no patent on ammo. There's no patent on insulin. Get on with it. All right. Anyways, all night long. Hi, everybody. Welcome, chat room. It's a funny Tuesday. It's going to be hard. You know what the hardest part about finding clips for today was? Seeing who took it the worst. I immediately, I think a lot of you who are regular watchers of the show, and those of you that are, bless and keep you for your support ongoing. Don't forget to subscribe. If you haven't subscribed on Twitch for a while, we know. You can tell. But also, if you're swinging by here, we're at 38.5 on the subscriptions on YouTube. We're steamrolling towards 39 and 40. Come on, bring on 50. I don't know what I'm going to do for 100,000 subscribers, but it's going to be lit. It's going to involve some sort of a party. I'm going to have to wear some, like, the dog costume from The Shining. I don't know what. We'll figure it out, but it's going to be extraordinary, and you got to help me do it, so don't forget to subscribe. Okay, so, oh boy. So I immediately thought, as many of you regular viewers will think, that Greg Kelly was going to handle it worst of everyone. And that may be the case. I've been avoiding watching these clips just so we can watch them together. All right? But it seems, according to our dear friend Aaron Rupar, by the way, who I hope will be an upcoming guest on the morning show in our second hour, that Harris Faulkner on Fox News has had the biggest breakdown of the Fox people. Now, it might be that I'll tell you why I think that is. And I'll tell you why Fox has decided. There's a bunch of news on it, and we'll get into this. But I'll tell you why I think Fox is finally lining themselves up behind Trump around this. Why I think they're freaking out. Because I think in Trump's safe, and in his possession, and in those documents are his correspondence with Sean Hannity and the rest of those assholes at the upper, the executives at Fox News from when he used to consider them friends, and they're worried about that shit coming out. That's why they're like, this is outrageous, right? That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Harris Faulkner, however, for a myriad of reasons that I'm sure you will pick out, does not seem like someone that Trump would immediately consider a primary ally in the Fox lineup, so therefore she wouldn't have been in early on this part of it where, she gets the note from upstairs, we're all in on this Trump thing. She's just carrying it like a normal news person there who just does what everybody else at Fox does. But I think but everybody else there who's been there for a while are like, oh shit. Ivana left a note for the FBI. Here we go. So I want to see what she said. So here we go.
And I think big picture with these things. I mean,
yeah, she totally does, by the way. She's big picture.
And if this can happen to a former president,
if this can happen to regular Americans, it should be able to happen to a former fucking president. We live in the United States. Steven Crowder said this shit too. Like, this is one of the dumbest talking points we see. If they can do this to him, what can they do to you? Motherfucker, they can already do it to us. They've always been able to do it to us. For some reason, this prick was getting away with everything. It's about goddamn time that they go after him for it. What are you talking about? That's one of the things that makes America great, is the fact that you don't get dictatorship status just because you got in the president's club, you big dummy.
To the United States, and they've just hired through this monster spending bill 87,000 IRS agents.
That's not true.
To come after the rest of us.
No. And I don't know. Harris Faulkner may be hiding $1 billion in offshore accounts. I suppose that's possible, and she does the show like Tucker does as like a hobby. She likes the attention. Maybe that's true. I doubt it. I don't think so. I think it's a very slim chance. Hold on, I might move over here. There's a very slim chance that she's a billionaire, that one of these IRS agents will come after. Because basically these people have been hired specifically for all this offshoring that's been going on. Oh, and also, they will also be hunting down foreign investment in the United States that's masked as other things, so that they're avoiding taxation by buying shit in the United States and then filtering it through foreign holdings so they never have to pay taxes on it, like the Chinese government and Russian oligarchs and people like that. And you're going to need a bunch of those fuckers to go after them. They don't need they don't need that many agents to go after the average taxpayer, because it's either there or it ain't. They either have it or they don't. There's not a lot of investigation going on.
I mean, what could this look like for the American people? So on a bigger scale, I look at this and why we need...
Yes, a bigger scale. What's bigger than the former president of the United States? She's looking at it on a smaller scale.
We need to hear from the DOJ immediately.
We need them to tell us. Well, Trump he absolutely could release the warrant. He could release the text of the warrant. He has the right to do that. He's got a copy of it. He could release it.
Great to see you. Thank you for the reporting. Let's get back to this. The unprecedented power grab, raising big... Power grab?
How'd they grab power? They grabbed documents. He grabbed power. He no longer has power, and yet he took documents that might give him power that he hasn't earned because he lost the fucking election.
Questions in legal circles. And I think big picture...
Okay, that's just the tail end of this. And then, this lady... Harris Faulkner's show about it. He looks evil and wrong. This is the other take on her.
Attempt at rebranding comes as the president again appears to stumble over his words, this time during a tour of the flood damage in Kentucky.
Yeah, the place where Mitch McConnell didn't go until Rex Chapman and I called him out on it. That's right, Mitch. Rex and I are well-known Kentuckians. My fucking face is all over downtown Frankfurt, smiling at you on banners, reminding you that I give a shit about the state more than you do.
We've never done this before, but because of a number of things we got done on a bipartisan basis, like a $200 million infrastructure project, like what we're doing today, we passed yesterday, helping take care of everything from health care to God knows what else.
You know,
and again, he's just like, I'm just getting on with it. God knows what else. Like, there's blah, blah, blah. It, like, he's using phrasing around being in, like, in a disaster zone and just kind of rambling through it. Doesn't fucking matter. It's getting to his point. And he does this thing occasionally where he's like, at any rate, never mind. Let me get on it, because he knows he'll go senator on everyone, and it's a waste of everybody's time. Just say the statements, and as president, you can just keep going. He does that. I don't care. Honest to fucking God. He's not chucking paper towels at people. He helped craft the legislation. It works. I don't care. All right, here we go.
Harris, Dark Brandon may be the worst superhero in American history. Normally, you protect babies. You don't take their formula.
I see. So Dark Brandon takes formula away, except Dark Brandon's actually the one who solved it and is currently permanently solving the baby formula crisis that we've had in the United States, which is that there's one facility that makes the specialty formula. The government under Biden is actually crafting a system where we have a backup in case there's ever a problem. And I got news for you, because of supply chains and the fact that we are shortening them all over the place, there's going to be. So they're handling this problem before it happens. This is a problem that existed before Biden, and it will not exist after Biden. Get ready for a bunch of those fucking situations.
You save everyday Americans. You don't bankrupt.
Like Afghanistan.
Them. You save countries. You don't lose Afghanistan. I mean, that's.
I'm sorry. We were losing Afghanistan. We lost Afghanistan. Were we supposed to keep Afghanistan? Does anybody know where Afghanistan is? Oh, it's right where we fucking left it.
What superheroes do.
That is what superheroes
That's so what they do.
I don't know what this guy is.
I don't know what he's doing.
He looks evil and wrong. Like, that doesn't look like someone I want to come save me in a catastrophe or 8 or 9 crises that have been committed.
8 or 9 crises that have been committed? Was the flood committed? Harris Faulkner, are you blaming Jesus for the waters? Jesus brought the waters. He brought a great big flood. He hated our gay marriages. And all right.
Started and committed and continue in this current presidency. But I just want to know.
Attempt at rebrand.
Okay, that's it. That's just like, this looks wrong. I don't like it, and it's gross, okay? That's their primary one? Hold on. Well, here we go. Let's go to the man, the most miserable man on the internet, our dear friend Greg Kelly, who changed his name to Francisco Giorelli Kelly something, whatever, back to his Raymond Kelly. That's what it is. Raymond G. Kelly, see? So that he could run for office using his dad's fucking name. Remember that when that happened like a month ago, and then that didn't go anywhere because right after he did it, they gave his time slot to Greta G. Van Susteren. See, listen here. See, I got you to understand. See, obviously a day that will live in MAGA family. I'm just sorry. I'm wound up today. This is crazy. I'm like this. The amount of this shit. And by the way, the Dark Brandon rises. I'm just saying that's gonna be. There's gonna be a shit ton of bat memes coming out around. Like using the old Dark Knight Rises ones where Batman's older, but he's and he's using like pneumatic punching things because he can't fight like he used to, but he's still got it in him. Yeah. This is a man who, and he wore his Trump tie in support. I'm gonna wear the red one today because I got your back. I got your back, boss. Here we go. All right. Breaking news, August 8th, 2022. Greg Kelly names the many times they have gone after Donald Trump.
What is happening?
What is going on?
What the hell is happening?
What the hell is happening?
To America? This is crazy. This is dangerous. This is scary. The FBI raided the home of President Donald Trump.
No.
Residence in Mar-a-Lago raided by the FBI.
They what?
This is crazy. The FBI. You lost my confidence a long time.
Okay, hold on. Back the fuck up. Sorry, my like sounding board thing was laughing at him no matter what when I pushed the button, it would auto trigger it. I know. All right, here we go. So I have to shut it down because it'll trigger every time, and we're gonna be laughing anyways. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his little fucking face. Look at his little Greg Kelly face. Hey, listen, you. Hey, you fucking guys. You think you can come for Donald Trump? Huh? Hey, Charlie. You fucking bada ba boom. Huh? You can't listen to me, huh? You don't go down to Mar-a-Lago. You don't do it, huh? Don't hang around on Mar-a-Lago. Shit. It's not his fucking house. It's a club. The golf course is down the street. He's not supposed to live there. It's a hotel.
This is crazy.
It's nutty. It's wacky.
This is dangerous. This is scary.
Oh, he's scared.
The FBI raided the home
What?
of President Donald Trump.
Oh my God. They raided the weird little tower on the property where he lives up in this. He lives up in this little fucking thing up in here where he can just look out over everyone and pee in mason jars, where he can live, like, end his days like Howard Hughes. I don't know if Baby Hal is scared. We might have to find out in a moment. Hold on. We'll open that shit up in a second. Hold on. I'm also going to need something else just for Greg's face. There you go.
His official residence at Mar-a-Lago.
His official residence, as opposed to his 9 other unofficial residences.
Raided by the FBI.
What? Raided? Did they come down through the fucking skylights on fucking ropes? They knocked, you dumb son of a bitch.
This is crazy. The FBI, you lost my confidence a long time ago, but there can be no mistaking about the FBI.
No.
A corrupt organization.
Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at them out there in hard hats. Motherfucker, did you take footage of the FBI outside of a bombing? That's why they got the hard hats on. And put it in front of the fucking building to shit on them? Because that's the only footage you could find of a bunch of guys with FBI on their back, or guys standing at fucking at Ground Zero or at Oklahoma.
There are good people there, sure.
Sure, yeah, like 6 of them, but the rest of them need to be broomed.
But maybe they should resign. Federal Bureau
No, they're not going to.
of Incompetence, Federal Bureaucrats Incorporated. What is happening there?
What is going on? How is it that they're equally applying the law?
So politicized.
Oh, so politicized.
So dangerous.
So dangerous. Hold on one second. So dangerous, huh? They're so dangerous. They got the power crazy. They're going completely nuts, okay? They're taking the power away. They don't know who the leader is. They don't know who the boss is.
For Merrick Garland.
Can you believe this fucking guys? With the Merrick and the Garland?
You do this because Merrick.
You're named after some sort of like fucking vines or something?
Garland wants it? Merrick Garland? Meanwhile, Hunter Biden.
What's that got to do with Hunter Biden? We've already seen the evidence, Senna. You fucked up the chain of evidence. The guy's going scot-free. What about the guy with a boss? Come on.
Hunter, has his house been raided?
Well, they didn't have to, because you already have all the pictures. What are they going to find? The originals? Get the fuck out of here.
We all know, we can all see the criminality.
Exactly. So what's the raid for? You know, if Trump had just let them see the criminality, Trump. That's all you got to do. Just show them the criminality. Take the criminality and just go, here it is. Fuck you. And then they can all look at it. But then that's what's smart about that Hunter Biden guy, man. That Hunter Biden guy, he fucking goes, here's the criminality. Here's a picture of me in a fucking underwear and a leather jacket and sunglasses. Do what you're gonna fucking do.
You guys sit.
I don't know what character I'm doing. Somewhere between Al Pacino and some other dude. We'll figure it out. The accent will bounce around. Who gives a shit?
On your
It makes about as much sense as what this fucker is saying. Get off my back. Hooah!
hands with that case and you move in on President Donald Trump.
Well, that's the thing, man. That's chain of evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I know one thing, man, I know her. It's a chain of evidence. They went straight from the dude to the court. You know, you can't bounce the fucking evidence all over the goddamn globe and then expect to bust the dude. First-year law student could kick this Hunter Biden shit out.
You know, thank God it's Donald Trump.
Yes, thank God. A man who is strong, who can handle it, who won't whine and complain. It's Pacino El Chapo mixed together. It's like him playing it. Don't worry about it.
Quite frankly, because
if you're gonna go to jail, it's better to have a nut when you're new meat because it saves you a lot of discomfort.
Nobody else
Could take this kind of thing.
Nobody else could withstand this kind of pressure.
No, this man, and if anybody can withstand pressure without sweating like a fucking pig, it's this guy.
Both the pressure during the campaign, during the presidency, the fake impeachments, the Russia hoax.
Oh, yeah.
January 6th investigation.
Oh, terrible. All the crimes they went after for him. Oh, I'm going to have your job, shithead.
Soviet-style investigations.
A Soviet-style investigation. That's where they push you out a window and then investigate the murder and say, not guilty.
And now this, he is unique.
He definitely is unique. I've never seen a neck gina like that on a man before who still can walk in public.
He is special. And his
He is very special. I'll give you that. He's like an after-school special, you know? You don't want to watch, but you gotta.
Statement today is an important one. I will read it in its entirety.
We already read this fucking thing. You can't. We already saw this fucking thing. God damn, how does he live in that place? He's so big and that place is so small.
It's posted on Truth Social. Statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States.
I'm gonna doze off while you read this. Is that okay? Can we skip this shit? You guys are okay with that, right? We've already read it. Look at it. But look at the poetry. Look at his face. Look at his fucking face with his fucking face around. He's just, this guy is so, I almost want to hear it again just because of, look at his face, man. It's like watching someone read their own, I wrote a book and then I did a book report on my own book. But the whole book is poetry to my girlfriend in Canada, who I swear to God is real. Goodbye. Good night. Goodbye.
Has ever happened to a president of the United States before?
Well, actually, it's interesting because Nixon resigned on August 8th. It's a bad time. I'm sorry. It's a bad time to bring that up. I shouldn't have brought it up. Sorry, bro. Keep going.
After working and cooperating with the relevant government agencies.
So the FBI is a relevant government agency. That's a losing statement right there, man. Back up.
This unannounced raid on my home was...
Well, why would they announce it's not really a raid if they announce it, man. I mean, come on. Fucking hell. You gotta understand, man. They can't, hey, here comes the raid. Like, who the fuck does that, man? The only person who does that is me to the major on Twitch. That's the only time that happens.
Was not necessary or appropriate.
Well, it turned out to be necessary, and which makes it appropriate. This sounds kind of weak, dude.
It is prosecutorial misconduct.
They're not prosecuting, man. The FBI aren't the prosecutors. They're the ones who, they're at the gathering phase. Again, you should know this shit.
The weaponization of the justice system and an attack by radical left Democrats who desperately don't want me to run for president in 2020.
Oh, I don't think that's true. Oh, I gotta say, I know a bunch of people who wish he would run. Because nothing would fuck the Republicans into a cocked hat faster than that dumbass showing up on the dais again, trying to defend himself while taking a giant shit on everybody else who's running. Knock yourself out.
Especially based on recent polls.
I got a recent poll for you.
And who will likewise do...
Likewise, it's a tough word. Go back. Don't be afraid to back up and say it again.
Anything to stop Republicans and conservatives in the upcoming midterm elections.
Anybody.
Such an assault could only take place in broken third world countries.
Well, apparently not, because in a broken third world country, they don't go after the old guy. They let him retire and live off the fucking money he stole in a big place like this forever. You wish it was a broken third world country, you fuck, because this is exactly when... All right. Everybody, stop what you're doing while you're watching the show. This accent's all over the fucking place. I don't care. Stop what you're doing and think about this for a second. Picture in your head where you think the ex-dictator of a broken, fucked up third world country lives out the rest of his fucking life. Imagine it. Like, He's killed a lot of his own people. He stole a shit ton of money. He's got a closet full of fucking shoes and all that shit. Where does that asshole live forever without ever seeing the inside of a courtroom? I guarantee whatever you're picturing in your fucking head, it looks like that. It looks exactly like that. It looks just like that. That's where they go. There's Pol Pot. I don't give a fuck. That's what they look like. Am I right? I'm right. What you pictured in your head, that's what it looks like. They in a big fucking bed with a big fucking white sheet and some asshole bringing him, shoveling food down his gullet, and he never has to leave. And he just lives off stolen fucking money the rest of his fucking life and never gets, they can't get him into the International Criminal Court. They can't do shit. The guy just lives on an island in a place that looks exactly like that. I'm not wrong.
Sadly, America has now become one of those countries.
Well, you wish. If we did, they wouldn't knock on your fucking door.
Corrupt at a level.
I went totally New York then. I don't know where this is going. I have to decide on these characters before I start them. This is just wrong.
Not seen before. They even...
Wait, this asshole didn't say Nazi in the middle of this, did he? Did he sneak that shit in? Somebody get out my Q translator. Do we have any Qs in the audience? Did this motherfucker just throw in a Nazi just for you guys? Back the fuck up.
One of those countries. Corrupt at a level not seen before.
Not seen before. See that? He's trying to let you know that before he was a Nazi and now he's Nazi anymore.
They even broke into my safe.
What? You didn't give them the fucking... So you're telling us you didn't give them... They had a search warrant, but you didn't give them the combination. They had a legal search warrant, and you told them, fuck you. Try and look inside my safe. And they went, okay. We'll try and look it. We'll give it a look-see. We'll open up.
What is the difference between this and Watergate?
Well, about 40 fucking years. 57 years? How long has it been?
Where operatives broke into the Democrat National Committee.
Well, the Democratic National Committee didn't steal White House documents and try to... Never mind.
Here, in reverse, Democrats broke into the home of the 45th President of the United States.
And we're like, wait, Democrats did? The fuck? I got news for you, asshole. A lot of FBI guys vote Republican.
The political persecution of Donald J. Trump has been going on for years.
Did he just talk about himself in the third person? Well, Hal Chapo approves. Is Hal Chapo a thing? Should we make Hal Chapo? That's ridiculous.
With the now fully debunked Russia scam.
He's just taken apart from his speech and just like, this seems a little thin. My statement, fill it out. Take something. Take something from one of the speeches. Throw that in, you bastard. Hold on. What'd you do? Oh, I opened the wrong thing.
Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2.
Don't say number 2.
And so much more.
And so much more. It's like you can take the man out of the game show, but you can't take the game show out of the man.
It just never ends. It is political.
It never ends.
Targeting at the highest level.
I looked at the chat. I saw the fucking chat.
Hillary Clinton was allowed to delete and acid wash 33,000 emails
but that was the style at the time.
After they were subpoenaed by Congress. Absolutely nothing has happened to hold her accountable.
Nothing.
She even took antique furniture and other items from the White House.
How'd she sneak them out? In a vajayjay? What are you fucking talking about?
I stood up.
What are you talking about? Hey!
To America's bureaucratic corruption. I restored power to the people.
And the people used that power to raid my fucking house. What the hell?
And truly delivered for our...
Yeah, they're just reading the statement on all these shows, Templeton.
Our country, like we have never seen before.
All right, never fucking before. Except, I mean, now we have. Now you can't say that anymore. The next time when they raid Trump Tower, now what are you going to say?
The establishment...
Scott Perry just had his phone seized by the feds. What a shocker.
Hated it. Now, as they watch my endorsed candidates win big victories...
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited to see Herschel Walker in the debates.
and see my dominance in all polls.
Oh, I just laying my poll on every poll.
They are trying to stop me. And the Republican Party, once more, the lawless...
There is a little bit of Jim Ignatowski in there. I don't know.
Political persecution and which...
I do have the theory that Al Pacino has just been doing a really bad Jim Ignatowski for about 30 years. That he was enamored with Christopher Lloyd's character on Taxi, tried to do it and then couldn't, but it got him a bunch of jobs, so he didn't stop. Permane Brothers, they're the best. I gave up drugs for $1.38.
Witch hunt must be exposed and stopped. I will continue to fight for the great American people.
He's going to keep fighting by hiding and being deposed in a civil case.
Wow.
Wow. Wow is right. Wow. Just wow, Greg.
What a statement.
Wow, it's so good. I mean, I'm chubbing a little bit, not a lot. Wasn't his best, but you read it. I can't say that. Maybe it was great. Maybe it was the best statement he ever made, but your delivery fucked it up. Maybe that's why I'm not fully turgid right now, Greg.
What a president.
What a president. What a criminal. What a future flight risk.
What a man.
What a man. What a man.
He is on a roll, right?
He totally is. The roll's on him. Lots of rolls. He's been eating the rolls. Permane Brothers, they're the best.
Now, and later in the show, we'll show you some very pathetic video of...
Oh, God. Not pathetic video. You mean a regular show for you is what you're telling me.
Joe...
All right, I'm back to normal. I don't know what the fuck that character was, but I was having too much fun. I don't care.
Biden, he could not even put his jacket on.
Oh.
This man seems...
Wait a minute. Joe Biden couldn't even put his jacket on? What?
To have more authority, more clout than the sitting president of the United States.
Huh? What? Biden just signed 3 of the biggest bills in the Senate in 5 fucking decades.
He's right about these hoaxes.
Yeah, he's so right. He's so right about these hoaxes. I mean, the American people disagreed, but...
Mueller, Russia hoax. What he put us through. He knew.
What he put us through? What do you mean us, motherfucker? You're supposed to be a newsman.
He knew early on that it was a scam.
The nerve.
And he kept it going.
He was just scamming from the start.
In an attempt to try to sabotage the presidency of Donald Trump.
And it didn't work. Trump got away with it. So he had to sabotage himself. That's right. Literally, the Zelensky call that started the next impeachment, literally, the actual impeachment after the Mueller report, literally happened days after the Mueller report came out. And he was like, phew, ditch that. I got the power. I got the power. And he was like, fuck you, dude. Do a big press conference and say fuck you, dude. Do a press conference and say that you're investigating Biden or you don't get any fucking missiles, you prick. Yeah. Oh, yeah? I just beat the Mueller report. Eat shit. What do you mean you're taping this call?
By the way,
it was perfect.
On the Russia hoax, Chris Wray, who ought to be ashamed of himself.
It's just a shame. Well, I mean, Trump hired him.
Really, Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, he couldn't bring himself to say the word hoax, but maybe the word scheme. What is a better word than hoax? Did you see this?
Do you agree that the allegation of secret collusion between President Trump and Russia was a hoax? Yes or no?
I don't think that's the terminology I would use, but I think there's been a lot written on this subject, and both in the special counsel's report, the inspector general's report.
Yes or no is fine.
So that's not a term I would use.
Right. I wouldn't call it a hoax. I think there's stuff in there that points in the direction that it actually wasn't a hoax at fucking all.
What a
yeah, cut out there.
Bureaucrat.
What a bureaucrat. He just wants to cite the actual fucking report. Hey, Greg, here's a good idea. You did a great job reading I was making fun, but you did a great job A couple of words there were fucked up, but you did a great job reading Trump's statement. Here's a good idea. Do a deep dive. Show your true loyalty to Trump. Let everybody know just how innocent the man is, and read the Mueller report out loud to your viewers. Page for page. You don't even have to do it in your regular time slot. You can do it in your free time, like a video audio book. You can do it in your big fucking lazy boy chair that you have in your office that nobody else is supposed to sit in, and you get all pissy when they do.
What a beer. Not a leader. Not a
leader. Well, he led the raid on Mar-a-Lago. I think that... Sorry, no, he didn't.
Leader. A swamp bureaucrat.
That was hired by Donald Trump, you dipshit.
Well, who cares at this
Who cares?
point?
Nobody cares.
This guy rubber-stamped, approved this raid on a former president's home. By the way, sneaky guy.
Sneaky, sick, disgusting guy. Whoever hired this guy is a fucking
Very sneaky.
Very sneaky.
Ray, you know, he concluded that hearing because he had to catch a flight, which suggests to me that he has to go catch the Delta shuttle, which sounded really weird because, well, watch this.
The what?
We just heard a half hour ago about you're having to leave at 1:30. When he announced this meeting, he said we're going to have 7-minute first.
I don't understand. Are you telling me at this point that the FBI and the leader of the FBI are actually at different times engaged in important work that might be timely? Where in the world is that? When did that shit start?
First rounds, 3-minute second rounds. I've got 7 people on my side of the aisle want their additional 3 minutes. Is there any reason we couldn't
you couldn't have sex with 7 people at once?
Accommodate them for 21 minutes or whatever Democrats want second rounds to?
Yeah, Senator, I had a flight that I'm supposed to be hightailing it to out of here, and I had understood that we were going to be done at 1:30, so that's how we ended up where we are.
All right.
Again, that's not a commercial flight, dumb fuck. They're going somewhere to do something specific.
So what are the details here?
Yeah, what do you mean, sneaky fucking guy? Where were you flying, huh? Who's trying to buy Mar-a-Lago? That's what I want to know, huh? Is it the FBI pension fund investing in Florida beachfront property? Is DeSantis in on this? What's going on?
The arrogance.
The sickness, the grossness of this guy wanting to stick to the schedule they'd agreed on. What the fuck?
Bureaucratic sneakiness.
It's just gross. Who the fuck hired this guy? Oh, yeah, right.
It was an FBI plane to take him on vacation. These guys, crazily enough, have FBI planes at their disposal.
That's nuts. When did that shit start? Oh, yeah, Mindhunter.
When Comey was fired by Trump, and Comey totally deserved it, by the way, he was in Los Angeles on another field trip, and he flew back on the FBI plane.
Oh, my God. How dare they? Because the U.S. government had flown him someplace, and then Trump fired him, so they had to fly him back. Because we don't strand people just because the president went, hey, fuck you, you're in Greece. You fired, you bastard. Swim back.
You know,
Donald
Trump, it is amazing how he has withstood all.
How does he do it? It's his strength that really strikes me. It's amazing. The power, the majesty, the beauty, the power and the beauty and the majesty. I just want you to know that Donald Trump is he's a hero. He's taught me so much about myself. And what he's been through, leave him alone.
All of this. He keeps fighting back. He keeps
fighting back against subpoenas. He keeps fighting in court to avoid testifying. Oh God. is so wonderful. He's a fighter for everything that matters. Mainly what little money he has left. Sorry. This is not gonna be
fighting back.
This is gonna be so hard to get through any of these videos.
I
just feel it. I'm going long tonight. I can feel it.
January 6th committee, right out of the Soviet Union, all their predetermined the scripts, no cross-examination.
No cross-examination. Hey, dumbass, they had legal representation when they sat down for interviews. They're showing the evidence. This is their closing statement. It is up to the DOJ to carry this shit out, you goon.
Only witnesses from one side.
Only witnesses from one side? The fuck are you talking about? It's been more Republicans testifying. There's been more Trump, staffers than anybody else.
Members who are not really from the opposition party, those
yeah, these rhinos that are rhinoing.
Rhinos.
They're rhinoing.
Cheney and Kinzinger.
Oh my God. These people who've only been committed Republicans longer than Trump has.
And you can't ask basic questions about...
No, you cannot, okay? Shh. Greg. Shh. You can't. You're not allowed to ask basic questions. I know those are the only questions you're capable of asking. But the grown-ups are having a discussion. Greg.
What really happened on January 6th?
What really happened? This fucking video, dum-dum.
Why did the cops let the people in? That little cop waving people in? What was that all about?
They were trying to divert them away from where they were taking... It's a big building. And by waving people one direction... They could, most of the people, because they realized there was not a structured plan for the majority of the people that were there, would go, all right, we're being allowed to do this. I knew it. I'm part of this. They're letting me in. And they went this way as they got people out that way. It's how they managed to clear people from danger. And have time, by the way, to barricade areas to protect against the ones that weren't going to be diverted. Stupid.
We can't talk about that?
Sure you can. And you're welcome to. And you're a fucking moron.
On taxpayer time?
What do you mean on taxpayer time? When are the Capitol Police not on taxpayer time? Officer Fanone was tased with his own taser on fucking taxpayer time by maggots, you dummy.
What about the
Ashley Babbitt?
What about the cops who just stood there as everybody came in?
Again, they're routing people to the other side of the building away from the House chamber.
This is the same government, by the way, that just raided Donald Trump's house, okay? And
yeah, it was basically a trade. They let maggots raid the Capitol in exchange for them being able to raid Mar-a-Lago. Cool? We cool? We're cool, right? It's just evening the score, I guess.
And we have
maggots get to storm in without going through metal detectors, carrying whatever backpacks the fuck they want, carrying Confederate flags in our nation's capital like a bunch of fucking psycho pro-slavery lunatics. And then in exchange for that, we get to look in his safe for all the shit he stole.
The three cops who just walked away moments before Ashley Babbitt was shot, these guys decide to take a coffee break. There they go, da-dup, 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 and then all hell breaks loose. And what happened?
Why did the hell break loose? Obviously, Antifa, known for covering their faces especially.
30 seconds later.
The Don't Tread on Me. I think that's the guy that got punched in the face by Ashley Babbitt.
Later, Ashley Babbitt is shot and killed.
Jesus Christ, dude.
579 days without justice.
Well, you can't try a dead person, dummy. She's never going to face trial. I don't know why you're on about this, Greg. I don't know what kind of country you want to live in, but we are not putting dead people on trial. You're a sick person and you need help.
Ashley Babbitt. The more I think about it, for Donald Trump being targeted by this corrupt government.
If I was him, I would move. I'm going to go back into that character. Yeah, you're right, Greg. He should just move to Russia, I think, probably the safest.
It's a badge of honor.
It is. It's a badge of honor.
It is a badge of...
Such a badge. It's a badge of honor. It's honor. Honor. Don't use that word around him, though. It makes his skin blister.
Honor. When the FBI comes for you?
Yes, it's a badge of honor. This is... Holy shit. This is Newsmax, ladies and gentlemen. This is right-wing media. It is a badge of honor when the FBI comes for you. That just came out of this dickhead's mouth. Are you out of your fucking mind? What is this? How is that ever... Newsmax, fucking explain yourself.
A political... Yes. That's how I see it now.
Because you're a lunatic. That's why. You're a sad, sad little man.
And when
I see it that way. That's how I see it. I can't take it anymore. I would trade one of him for all of this Constitution bullshit. You understand? We share a tie.
The fake news comes for you, it's a badge of honor.
Dude, you are fake news. You even have a... This isn't news. You've got the word Newsmax, and you're not maximizing the amount of news. You're going on and on about the same shit every goddamn day. It's not like he has the dude who did the Micro Machines thing coming out speed reading during every goddamn show going, here's all the news that happened today. Oil prices were down, in Ukraine, there was explosion in Crimea, the Pakistani government is in Sri Lanka sees itself in the back road. We'll see you next hour. Like, welcome to Newsmax. If you have to slow the show down, we understand. Like, it just... You even make it look like news. That's the hilarious part. You can shit on the mainstream media all you want, but they came about their imaging on screen naturally. Newsmax is just fucking copying it. Let me be abundantly clear. Newsmax is not a real news organization. They never intended to be. And yet, they put this whole set he's got behind him, the fucking lower thirds, the shape of the show, the way they craft the imagery is to give them the fucking illusion of being news. The name is even fucking fake. And this asshole has the nerve to call anybody else fake news. He's literally faking the news.
When they accuse you of lying, almost anybody in power, you're probably on to the truth. Oh yeah. Oh,
that's what it is. All they got to do is accuse you of lying, and that means you're telling the truth. And so all you got to do is lie, and then they'll go, hey, you're a liar. And then people will believe whatever the fuck you say on our side because they called you a liar for lying, but we know that you're telling the truth in your lies. What? All right, I am the Messiah.
Oh, yeah.
JP Morgan CEO was warning.
Look at this. And all of these things, by the way, this is how well Newsmax is doing. Every single one of these clips has got a minute or more of like buy gold bullshit at the tail end of them now. This is new. Instead of, hey, thanks for watching Newsmax, sign up for our channel, all that stuff that you see like Sean Hannity and all them having to do for the network. Oh, no. They're selling gold. End times bullshit. I mean, this is basically the whole like prepper nonsense you keep hearing. Just nice. Who else could possibly have had a worse reaction than Greg Kelly? Maybe Trump himself. Maybe, just maybe, a family member. Eric Trump. FBI's raid of Mar-a-Lago goes past politics. It's beyond politics. It's just the law, I think. Is that what you're saying?
Father, for most of the day, as I understand it today, Eric.
Yes, Eric, you've been talking to your dad, and off air, you were telling me that there's nothing in the safe that I have, as none of the client number 3 shit is in there. He moved that, right, to Bedminster?
Trump is with us.
By the way, Bedminster's next.
Eric, you were with your dad as this was unfolding?
And real quick, does he have a safe at all the properties? He does. Good. Okay, good to know. Because I just have to schedule a flight, so...
I was, Sean. In fact, I was the guy that got the call this morning, and I called my father and let him know that it happened. So as I'm
so he's got you watching Mar-a-Lago. I was the guy that got the call this morning. I was I was sleeping in my dad's room playing Xbox and
involved in this all day. And welcome to politics in the
it's 2022, dummy.
2000s.
In the 2000s. All right. Well, shit. In the 2000s. In the second millennium, the third millennium, I guess. Like in the 2000s.
Sean, my father never got so much as a speeding ticket in his life.
He can't drive, dummy. He can't drive. He's never driven a car. He can't fucking drive a car. He can't drive a car. He cannot. Doesn't know how to drive a car. Can't drive stick. Probably has no license. Sure as shit never took a driving test. He has a state ID because he can't drive a car. Of course he never got a speeding ticket, dumb fuck. He never got any kind of he never got a driver's license in the first fucking... The only ticket he could ever get is driving without a license, I think. And that would happen after the accident.
Until he made one decision, and that's to go down the escalators of Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, you should have stayed up in Mar-a-Lago. Never take the escalator. Always take the elevator.
And
look, just because you can't hide a fart on the escalator either. You're a disgusting man, and the fish delights waft, and everybody knew it. So save yourself the trouble.
Spend a lot of money and go and actually fight for this country for the first time, and he did a better job than any.
Spend a lot of money on what?
Anybody has ever done. And
yeah, the best job anybody's... I mean, obviously, Biden's fucking flooring his numbers right now, but, but the best up to that point, if you don't include the other boom times in American history. If your only standard is Garfield, Hoover, and early Nixon.
They started coming after him. The Washington Post, the day he won, 2016, the day he won, November 8th, that night they wrote an article. This is when impeachment begins. He wasn't president. He hadn't been elected for for 5 minutes at that point. And they start, this is when impeachment begins. And then he's impeached the first time. And then he was impeached the
second time. And if it wasn't for Republicans that we are now calling rhinos and throwing to the wolves and saying, fuck you, siding with us, he'd have been drummed out of office a long fucking time ago. Can I put a pin in that thought for a second? Because you just so we can all remember that the only reason this asshole didn't get impeached and removed from office is because the people that these pricks are attacking nonstop as rhino Republicans all voted in lockstep to keep him from being kicked out.
Second time, and they slandered him. They belittled him. They went after him. They went after...
and by slander and belittle, they mean describe him accurately in words that adequately describe who he is.
After all of us, there's no family in American history that has taken more arrows in the back.
During the Indian Massacre of 1622, popularly known as the Jamestown Massacre, in what is now in the United States, John Smith, though he had not been in Virginia since 1609, was not an eyewitness, related in his History of Virginia that warriors of the Powhatan came unarmed into our houses with deer, turkeys, fish, fruits, and other provisions to sell us. The Powhatan then grabbed any tools or weapons available and killed the English settlers they found, including men, women, children of all ages. Chief Opacano led the Powhatan Confederacy in a coordinated series of surprise attacks, and they killed a total of 347 people, a quarter of the population of the Virginia colony. Founded in 1607, it was the site of the first successful English settlement in North America. The Powhatans, a lot of families in Jamestown got arrows in their back. I'm just saying, for the record, as far as American history goes.
Then the Trump family.
Well... I didn't realize the Trumps have been with us since Jamestown.
Every single time. And you know what? It's gone on past politics. You look at the attorney generals, you look at district attorneys all over the country. Mm-hmm. All they want to do is they want to get Donald Trump. They raise money on it. They send fundraising emails.
Why would they be able to raise money on it if it wasn't a popular notion with people who actually are successful in life and therefore have money they can part with? Oh, shit.
About it. They brag on camera about it.
Yeah, we do. That's true. That is true. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you only brag about things that you think will help you. Obviously, Trump would never brag about anything on camera.
They go after him. They subpoena him. I'm probably...
Yes. Thank you, Zach, for noticing that I did predict this a year ago. And I told everybody to tap the brakes. And, yeah.
Probably the most subpoenaed person in the history of the United States.
Okay. Also not true.
Every single day we get another subpoena.
Well, that's because you got a lot of fucking crimes, dummy. That's because every time one of the kids walks into his office with another harebrained scheme to make a bunch of cash that nobody will know about, they create a separate legal entity to crime in for a while, and then when you have to subpoena with like 20 fucking subsidiary LLCs of the Trump organization. There's a stack of them, because legally you have to.
And they do it for one reason.
He's a scumbag who broke the law a lot.
Because they don't want Donald Trump to run and win again in 2024. And
yeah, but that's the prime reason is because he's a scumbag that breaks the law a lot. That's why they don't, because the not wanting him to run thing is secondary to the prime. Never mind.
Sean, that's what this is about today.
It's totally about it. That's what it's about. And all they have to do is go in there and find that he stole or attempted to destroy classified documents, and they can't win again. It's all part of their plan to use his crimes to keep him from running, especially when those crimes are the kind that will keep you from running.
Hey. To have 30 FBI agents, actually more than that.
Oh, 30, so 36, 32, 34, 37? How many rooms in Mar-a-Lago? Did they take naps?
Descend on...
Oh, they descended. So they did come in helicopters and smash through the ceiling lamps on ropes. Like an episode of The Blacklist.
Mar-a-Lago gave absolutely...
I was sitting there and I was doing my thing. And here they come, and they came in through the ceiling, and they wouldn't let me go. And they did I'm up there, and they think that they can do this, and here they come. And wouldn't you know it, what did they discover? All they care about is that, I'm neighbors with some bad people, and...
no notice.
No notice whatsoever except the multiple warnings and the... dozens of subpoenas, and not answering them and refusing to return shit and when you finally give stuff back to the National Archives after 15 fucking months and they go, it's not all here. And you go, fuck you, come get it. And then they fuck you and come get it.
Go through the gate, start ransacking an office.
I still think it was a mistake for CPAC to use this as his background. I don't get it. Matt, has anybody asked Matt Schlapp about this? Can somebody take a screen grab and ask Matt Schlapp about this?
Ransacking a closet.
Ransacking a closet. We don't hide shit in the closet. We put it in an unlocked basement room, I think. I don't know. It's classified. My dad doesn't even let me know. He's so concerned about classified stuff. He'll tell Russians before he'll tell me because I'm a Liberty Jabbit.
Broke into a safe. He didn't even have anything in the safe.
Well... we'll just take your word for that. He certainly doesn't now.
I mean, give me a break. And this is coming from what? The National Archives?
Yes. Nixon, Presidential Records Act.
Yet, Hunter Biden, he's a firearms crimes.
He's a firearms crimes. I don't know why you don't just write that down straight in an affidavit. That sounds like something Sidney Powell would write in a filing. He's a firearms crimes.
Prostitution, illegal drugs.
Now, granted,
shady deals with everybody around the world. And by the way, it's all on his laptop for the whole world to see.
Is it? What laptop? Oh, he's got it. He's holding it in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, he found it. Look, I've got one too. It's the Hunter Biden laptop. You don't see it? Come on, it's right there. Look, he's holding it. Look, you can shut it and open it. The ports still work. It still holds a charge.
In his own writing, in his own words.
Allegedly.
Corroborated by everybody.
Corroborated. It was corroborated. It was corroborated. Be very, very quiet. I'm corroborating Hunter Biden.
Where are these FBI agents?
Where are they? Where are they? Just because they don't want to look at the shittiest evidence in the world that's been passed around more than... All right, I'm not going to make jokes.
Where is everybody?
Where is everybody? Where am I? Where are you, Papa? Why? What's it like to have a dad that loves you? What is this?
Why is it that the arrows only fly at Donald Trump?
The arrows only fly. They only fo fum at Donald Trump. Fee, fi, fo fum. Eric is extremely dumb.
And his family. Why is it that the political persecution only goes one way in this country?
I don't know. Golly. Oh, it only goes in one way towards Hillary Clinton. Oh, right.
Let's talk a little.
I don't even know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. You don't know. Can you even know it? Is it knowable? Acting is hard.
A little bit about what you were being told. What was the purpose for this raid?
Yes, and did the cuffs hurt? And or was it kind of exciting?
Sean, the purpose for the raid, from what they said, was because the National Archives wanted to, corroborate whether or not...
They wanted to cooperate. They were cooperating. All right. They wanted to corroborate the list of shit that we sent back that had huge gaps in it of classified shit that was supposed to come back and never did. So they wanted to corroborate it. They wanted to corroborate it. Hold on. I actually have a corroboration expert that we can go to right here. I understand a lot about corroboration. Corroboration. Yeah, they do. Corroboration. Here we go. Corroboration. Give it back and make it all work together.
Donald Trump had any documents in his possession, and my father has worked so collaboratively with them.
So collaboratively with the thing. He collaborated with the thing, and he gave. They want to see if he has any documents in his empty safe that they emptied. With the empty now, I mean, was it empty before? Well, I can't know, but empty now. So he's sort of telling the truth. It's corroborated.
For months. In fact, the lawyer that's been working on this was totally shocked. He goes, I had such an amazing relationship with these people. And
yeah, he would like hanging out. They were like cuddling. They got a spoon to watch a movie. They watched The Incredibles, and they watched their lawyer hung out with the FBI people, and they found Nemo. He was like, FBI, help me find Nemo.
All of a sudden, on no notice, they sent 20 cars and 30 agents.
20 cars and 30 agents. That 1.5 agent per car. Were they just hanging out a window like a dog? Going, did that what happen? 20 cars, 30. Did they pay for parking, or did you validate the parking like a nice person?
Sean, I mean, this is just more political persecution.
It's a persecution
of Donald J. Trump. They see Biden.
Well, let me go
He's
through
failing
this so in a little
every
detail.
single.
And don't interrupt him, Sean. He's about to talk about how Biden just failed at passing the CHIPS Act, failed at getting the Build Back Better version passed just recently, failed at 528,000 jobs, failed at 3.5 unemployment, failed at infrastructure bill, failed at getting us out of Afghanistan, failed at getting a nice black lady on the court.
Please.
But because I'm assuming, all right, so your father...
Don't assume and make a boo-boo out of you and nothing out of me.
...is packing, he's leaving the White House. I don't know. I'm guessing that your dad probably didn't pack a single box.
Yeah, no, he had people criming for him. It's not his fault. Somebody else did that. That's not his. He didn't pack a bag. It's Melania's fault. Melania she goes like, put everything in the boxes, put in it all. She took classified information, put in boxes, wrote Christmas F decorations on. F Christmas decorations, which means like full, I think, full Christmas decorations. Putting it in the box. How's she not supposed to know?
Just guessing, you would know better than I.
Yeah, he's just guessing. He's guessing in a way that makes it look better for your dad, but it's only because he thinks you're not good at lying, which is weird because you have lots of practice. Practice makes perfect, but perfect practice makes better practice to perfect.
You can tell me if he did or if he didn't.
Yeah, just look, I know this game. I did this when I was doing a baby food commercial. Whatever they say, just repeat it. Just say it back the way they say it. Just say it the way they say.
All these boxes, all your personal...
It was like Christmas. Sometimes you have to open some night before.
Items get brought down to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
There's a question about whether there might be classified information.
No question. They had a list. Like Mama has a list of, these are things we need at the grocery. These are the things we're going to get at Target because I'm going to cry. It's 2 lists. And they had a list with the no bad things on it. You're not supposed to take a no bad things to the other no bad place. And he took the no bad things to the no bad place, and it's not supposed to.
Information that had been written about a long time ago.
Long time ago. I mean, still could not give them back. But it's old. That's old news. I ate a cookie, okay? Get over it. Yes, I ate another cookie, but you still, when you say cookie, I think you're yelling about the last cookie, not this cookie. Which cookie are you talking about? I don't even know.
Let's walk through the process.
Back up. Okay, watch this asshole. Remember when Don Jr. went on Tucker to cover his ass, or it was actually on Hannity. This is Hannity's fucking job. Like, and Jr. was fucking up the lie. And so they're like, let's take a break. And when they came back, Hannity was just like walking him through the talking points like a fucking moron. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. This is what he's doing, Eric. We talked about this before the show, buddy. I know you're the dumb one, but work with me here, buddy. Just stick to we've got it in the teleprompters right in front of your fucking face. Just say that he didn't do this part, and I'll walk you through the rest. Son of a bitch.
So...
Just say what I told you to say.
Mar-a-Lago, the people that work for your dad.
Yeah, throw them under the bus. You can't just say rich people shit like you can't get good help and blame it on an assistant. What the fuck? How do I have to teach you this? You're a 3rd generation rich kid. This should come completely natural to you.
We're working with the National Archives to go through the material to make sure...
Yeah, they fucked up, okay?
There was anything mistakenly taken, that it was going to be
mistakenly
returned. And you were working collaboratively on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, just... Psst, Eric. Yeah, he's trying to tell you. Just say yes. Just say absolutely. Absolutely is probably the best word you can say.
So when the president moves out...
you fucked it up. Don't... Just say yes. You're never gonna be Ivanka.
White House. You have effectively, 6 hours to move out of the White House. It's effectively inauguration time.
No, you had plenty of fucking time. He just thought he could cheat and stay in, dummy. You had fucking 4 months to transition out.
Where one president gets moved out and one president gets moved in, right? That's how the whole system works.
You had a month before when you saw the polls. You could have started moving in mid-October, dumb fuck.
As you know better than anybody.
Sean, you've been kicked out of the White House for, obviously for personal reasons, mostly at dinner parties.
My father always kept clippings, press clippings. He would have, newspaper articles.
Yeah, the National Archives doesn't give a rat fuck about press clippings, dummy. They've got a copy of the newspapers.
Pictures, notes from us.
Notes from us. Yeah, it's just our Christmas cards. They want to steal our Christmas cards and burn them in a big satanic Bohemian Grove pyre. I don't know. Bring on Alex Jones. He can explain it. I don't know how it works.
When my mom passed away a couple weeks ago, he still had all the notes, over the years had been saved, all the notes that she had ever written him. And
well, what the fuck? Anything you bring with you to the White House, you can take home. And none of that shit. Is he just going to say that was what was in the safe and they took those?
I mean, it's a beautiful thing. My father saves clippings and things like that. So he had...
Yes, we know. Let's see. Let me, there's a good example. Let's see. Yeah, he loves to do that. I mean, I just want to find an example. You guys, most of us were so shocked that his "I love Hispanics" taco bowl at Trump Tower is delicioso, and right there he is. He's eating, which is, by the way, just like expensive plates, and that just looks like shit. Sorry, it just looks terrible. It looks like he ordered one. He just said, "Take out all the lettuce." Like, take out all the vegetables. I just want cheese, sour cream, and meat. Because he's a fucking toddler. But he was looking at pictures of his ex-wife. This is recent. There's a pic. That's her picture. Yeah, he saves clippings all right, motherfucker. And he covers them with the newspaper when you're about to take a shot. Because people notice. And by the way, this is also the drawer over here with his fucking Sudafed in it that he keeps. Look how it's always open. Like he's always just like it needs to be open so he can reach in and chuck some meth down his gullet. Yeah, he keeps clippings all right.
He had boxes, right, when he moved out of the White House. And he was very collaborative.
Yeah, he had boxes. You have boxes. I mean, like, who doesn't have boxes, okay? He didn't know one box from the fucking next. I mean, one box says top secret. One box doesn't. But I mean, it's a box. You have to squint.
If you want to search for anything, if you think anything, like, come right ahead. I mean,
They did. Right.
It was an open door policy.
No, it fucking wasn't.
And all of a sudden, 30 agents
decided to go, oh, hey, door's open. You had to. So basically, Mar-a-Lago has an open border policy, is what you're saying. Build that wall.
Upon Mar-a-Lago. Sean, this didn't come from the little local FBI field office in Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, no, some of the people would be there, obviously.
You know who this came from.
It definitely came from Christopher.
Came from one place and one building.
One place and one building. Trump Tower, where the crimes originated. No.
And that is the
White House.
White House in Washington, D.C.
Oh, that's weird. Who was there? I guess, did Ron Klain make the call? Because Biden was in Kentucky.
They want to attack a guy who they view as his greatest threat, is Biden's greatest threat.
Yeah, no, Biden's greatest threat is himself and lazy progressives. That's it. Nobody gives a rat fuck about Trump, except for the fact that he engaged in some crimes, and we've got to have a standard in the country.
And that's exactly what Donald J. Trump is, because you know what? He had an incredibly strong country. People realize he was an effective president. And you see Biden right now. I mean,
sure, he's checking stuff off the list like a motherfucker, and sure, it's no longer infrastructure week, and we're not in Afghanistan anymore, and sure, he cut the deficit in half and unemployment in half, and he just passed like the biggest rescue package in the United States, and the biggest climate legislation is about to be signed on his desk, and he expanded VA protections for veterans suffering from the toxic effects of burn pits and Agent Orange and all this other shit. Sure, he did that.
Taiwan.
Now, granted, almost all of those things, if not every single one of them, existed as a problem during Trump's 4 years in office. And granted, Democrats would have signed on to any solution to those problems as long as they would have actually fixed it. But he just didn't fucking bother.
Taiwan is getting circled by military planes literally as we sit here and speak right now. You've got,
Taiwan is.
Russia, Ukraine, which is a total disaster.
It's a total disaster. For the Russians, I'll give you that.
You've got everything that's happening in Iran, which is a disaster.
Iran's a disaster. They're competing with Russia in oil prices. They're kind of fucked.
You've got inflation, you've got gas prices, all the things you talk.
You do have gas prices. Gas is not free, but it's on its way.
Talk about all night. We're not respected by anybody around the world.
No. Especially the newest NATO members. Finland and Sweden are just like, all right, America, now that we're here.
Economy is garbage, you know, and they worry that
the economy is garbage. It's just, I just gotta enjoy it. You just gotta. The economy is garbage. It's garbage. I mean, sure, all of my stocks have gone up in the last couple months, but the economy is garbage.
That Donald Trump will come back in and win this very easily. They also worry about the 2022 midterms, which is the only reason they're doing the sham January 6th panel.
Well, no, I mean, obviously they could have. You could have avoided. Your dad could have avoided the January 6th panel altogether by not bringing his supporters there and intending them to sic them on the Capitol, which is we now know was the case. That's why he did not announce his desire to go to the Capitol with people ahead of time, because that would have increased security, and therefore his supporters would not have had a chance because barriers and police would have been there in sufficient numbers to stop them from coming in. So he did not announce that he was going to lead them to the Capitol in the speech and give the Parks Department and the mayor a heads up so that they could catch them off guard, overwhelm the police, and harm them. Classy.
That does not have a single Republican on it. I mean,
well, except the Republicans. And by the way, there could have been a bunch of other Republicans on there, but McCarthy only wanted the ones that were actually going to be subpoenaed. There's like a couple hundred Republicans in the House, and the only ones he wanted to put on were people that were actually going to be called as witnesses because of their engagement. Well, you don't trust, 190 of the Republicans in your own party?
Other than Liz Cheney.
Holy shit, if they get a good gander at this evidence, we're fucked.
Cheney, who's about to lose her race by 25 points, right? It's more political persecution of Donald J. Trump.
It's terrible. He's basically a martyr. He's kind of like, he's like fat Jesus.
They can't stand that Americans love him. I mean, even as I watch the channel right now, they keep on showing these beautiful clips of people, waving Trump flags out.
Yeah, it's almost like Fox News has,
outside of Mar-a-Lago, his support.
Yeah. It doesn't look ridiculous at all. It's not like a couple of dozen wackos are gathering outside of his fucking Palm Beach club like a bunch of, believers who feel like he's been wronged.
Reporters, when has that ever happened in a political movement in the United States?
Well, I mean, when Robert F. Kennedy died, people lined the streets to salute him. I mean, there's been a lot of times in history where people have lined up in the streets to support a president who was in trouble or sick or what have you. We've never had this situation because we've never had somebody as crimey as your fucking dad.
United States before.
You think back to the Russia hoax, the Russia witch hunt, the conspiracy theory. It went on for 3 long years. Eric, I covered.
It's still continuing. It's just the money's gone, so we don't care anymore.
It every single night, and we ended up being vindicated on every single solitary.
No, that's a lie. Sean Hannity's lying. No, you didn't.
Thing that was reported on this show with our full ensemble cast.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. At least he admits it was fiction.
Ari Fleischer.
Because news has an ensemble cast, right? That's how the news works.
Tweeted out, all I can say is the FBI better have a slam dunk criminal case. Otherwise, the Biden administration and the DOJ have
been going to have some explaining to do.
Crossed a line.
They're going to be in big trouble.
Of no return.
The point of no return. No one's ever going to trust the FBI. They caught another serial killer. I love those guys.
What could they possibly think existed inside of Mar-a-Lago in...
I don't know. Wouldn't have anything to do with that 3-page inventory of single-spaced items that are classified and can't even be described in public. They're so highly classified that were somehow missing and showed up at Mar-a-Lago. Couldn't be that, could it? I can't even imagine.
in a box that was taken from the White.
Yeah, it's a box. How do you know? It's I mean, it was crazy. We were, I mean, you're moving out. You don't even know. You're busy using toothpaste to fill in the peg holes, the push pin holes that you use to hang up your posters so you don't lose your security deposit. You're trying to, put one of those deodorizers down the sink so they don't know that it's all clogged up with God knows fucking what. You're trying to, hide the fact that you've had a pet. And, just so you can get your security deposit back. And then, who's even looking at the boxes?
White House that was so damaging that the FBI director.
I don't know. You might be onto something, Sean. Could it be that there was something so damaging that they would weather all of this psychotic bullshit from maggots all over the country who very well, because of assholes like you, take up arms and kill some of their fucking neighbors or FBI agents or blow up a fucking federal building, God forbid, like McVeigh did, on your fucking word? You're goddamn right whatever they were after was serious.
And the Attorney General of the United States would have to raid a former president's residence.
Yeah, Gee, sounds fucking serious.
And grab everything out of there.
Yeah, they just grabbed everything. All the ketchup packets, the omelet bar there sucks now. I'm kidding, it always sucked.
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense in my fictional account in my own head where that never happened.
What could
have been in there? I mean, obviously you haven't seen anything, so you're the perfect person to ask, Eric.
Secret document could possibly rise to that level?
Yeah. I don't know. Gee, couldn't be the existence of Israeli agents that he exposed to Russians while they were in the fucking Oval Office that later turned up dead.
I don't know. They'll probably find a note from me telling him how proud I am of him and what a great job he was doing as president. They might find some pictures of my kids, maybe.
No, they didn't. I don't think they raided the wastebasket.
Some nice, headlines. Maybe a nice note from you, Sean.
Yeah, I think he had that printed on the toilet paper in one of the.
It's insane. How many times?
It is. It's insane. It's crazy. It's like, I don't even know. Do you know? They couldn't know.
Can you cry wolf? I mean,
how many times can you cry wolf? Until people realize there's an actual fucking wolf.
And the FBI dragged this whole country through hell for 3 years.
Well, the FBI didn't elect him. Well, maybe they did. Yes, Comey dragged the country through hell by helping Trump get elected for 3 years, and then the rest of it was funny.
Based on lies and deceit and dirty dossiers.
Yeah, dirty doesn't mean false. Just for the record.
And FISA warrants and everything.
Yes, FISA warrants. Because awful.
Everything else.
And everything else. FISA warrants that have to do with, I don't know, my dad being in contact through other people and intermediaries, the kind of people that were talking to Russia on our behalf, like Carter Page and George Papadopoulos, are the kind of people we had packing the boxes under orders from Trump. How do we know? Fuck those guys.
Right? And everything.
Yeah, hold on. I want to see a bunch of people are throwing this in. Yeah. Yeah, this is Trump. Yeah, I love this. Trump ally Representative Scott Perry says the FBI seized his cell phone. Oops. One day after the raid on former President Donald Trump, the FBI has seized the cell phone of Republican member of Congress. Scott Perry, Pennsylvania Republican, said in a statement to Fox News that 3 FBI agents handed him a warrant and demanded his phone this morning while traveling with my family. I was with my family. Well, the family that my family doesn't know I have. My other family. The family I keep in secret. I'm kidding. I'm just fucking around. 3 FBI agents visited me in the night. There was the ghost of FBI warrants past, present, and future. They made no attempt to contact my lawyer, who would have made arrangements for them to have my phone if that was their wish. I'm outraged. Oh, there it is. Outraged. Outrageous. Oh, there it is. Though not surprised that the FBI, under the direction of Merrick Garland's DOJ, and Christopher Wray, the guy that Trump put in there, would seize the phone of a sitting member of Congress. I'm not surprised that an ally of, a sitting member of Congress who's an ally of Donald Trump would be engaged in criming on a federal level with his fucking phone.
Everything proved to be...
By the way, I'm sure it's completely innocent and nothing to see there. Go ahead, take my phone. Just don't show the pictures to my wife. And can I have a moment to clear my Pornhub browsing history?
Incorrect, fraudulent, made up, an absolute sham. They dragged this country through hell. And
yes, we've been through hell. We're out now.
Here they are again, raiding the guy's house. I mean,
the guy. That's how I talk about my dad. Who here hasn't talked about their dad by going the guy?
When do you give up? When do you say enough's enough?
I think you have to start losing first. I think it's, when do you give up? At what point? Because you're whinging like you're about to tap out. It sounds like you want to tap out. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's saying, when will it stop? What do I have to do to get it to stop?
When do you give a human being, who fought so hard for this country, when do you give them the benefit of the doubt?
Right, I agree. You mean like Beau Biden?
It's got to stop, Sean.
It's got to stop, Sean. By the way, didn't Kinzinger serve as well?
I mean, this...
It's got to stop. Gosh.
This
we do have
this is third world goofiness.
Banana Republic stuff.
All right, so Hillary Clinton...
By the way, they think the third world Banana Republic stuff works because their attitude towards Caribbean people and the obvious relation to banana that automatically comes into Fox, Hannity viewers' minds, methinks.
Clinton deletes the 33,000 emails. She comes up with the dirty Russian dossier.
Well, just because she came up with it doesn't mean it was wrong. I mean, if she found $100, would you go, oh, her and her $100? I don't want it. She's going to give it to you. I don't want it. Huh?
That dossier is disseminated to the press, the media.
Yeah, she didn't disseminate it to the press, dummy.
Mob of the willing accomplices.
Yeah, they're the willing. What was that about a media mob that are willing accomplices to something? Is that a Freudian slip there, Sean? Are you worried about what's in the safe? Client number 3? Don't get me wrong. In the world of Michael Cohen's fix-it bullshit that he did for a bunch of people, I know you were client number 3, but to me, you'll always be client number 2.
Disseminate false information.
Inseminate.
In the lead up to the 2016 election. Nothing happens to her. Nothing happens to the media. They don't even apologize or correct the record at any particular point.
Huh. Imagine how Hunter Biden feels.
Then, of course, that information, unverified, is used to spy on Carter Page and backdoor.
I'm sorry. You want the Hunter Biden laptop, which doesn't exist, except as a hard drive named laptop, to be used as evidence in court after it's been passed around 1,000 times. Files have admittedly been copied to it since it left the blind repair shop guy, much less the 3 years before that. It's a forensic nightmare, according to anybody who's looked at it. You want that used as evidence to prosecute Hunter Biden, but we're supposed to feel bad about Trump and the compromise against him from Russia? Jesus.
Into the Trump campaign, transition team, and presidency. Nobody gets held accountable for that. Or your brother Don Jr., God forbid, you lied on a gun application, I doubt you'd be on this program tonight. You'd be serving time in jail. Or
no, you wouldn't. It's a misdemeanor.
You have process crimes. Peter Navarro was being charged with a misdemeanor.
Yeah, but he was trying to avoid the charge by fleeing town. They gave him an opportunity to come over and go, yeah, I'll be at court, and he refused to do it, and then he went to get on a fucking plane. He was like, and he lives close enough to the FBI where like, hey, where the fuck is he going? Hey, where you going? Going to the airport. Well, fuck you.
That usually means you call.
Hannity is using frame grabs from your video with Epstein bleed through. I know, it's crazy.
The lawyer and say, have your client report at this time, at this place, or we will secure a warrant for that person's arrest. Same with...
Yeah, they did. And he told him to go pound sand. He said, I'm whatever Bannon said. And they're like, all right, well, we're going to fucking come get him too. And then he ended up showing up and leaving Navarro hung out to dry.
Process crime with Manafort, or same with Roger Stone.
Yeah.
I mean,
these are innocent men with Nixon tattoos and ties to Yanukovych, a man who ordered snipers to kill his own people. I mean, these are good, fine people, fine people.
These are not violent criminals that
no, they have other people do their violence.
Deserve pre-dawn raids with guns in their face, and then of course,
yeah, Al Capone didn't pull the trigger himself, no matter what the Untouchables movie makes you think. It was a bat. I mean, he's a baseball fan.
And cameras. And America tonight is asking, do we have equal justice and application of our laws in this?
And then we're asking rhetorically, of course, and going, yeah. I think we fucking do. That's interesting.
This country, because after the way they treated your father with the Russian,
we don't. It was a squirrel
hoax. After again, they better have a good reason.
They better have something
for this. And here's another thing.
And here's another thing that you forgot to say that were in the fucking notes, Eric.
Were the lawyers allowed to follow the FBI through Mar-a-Lago?
No.
Today, as they were looking everywhere?
No.
Did anyone watch them?
No. That's how it is for everybody, fuckhead.
The answer is lawyers weren't allowed. They weren't allowed to be anywhere within sight.
Because they could be party to hiding evidence. That's how it is for everyone.
It's horrible.
It's horrible when we have the law applied to us like it would be applied to anyone.
That's got to be a violation right there.
It isn't, dummy.
They weren't allowed to be anywhere.
They're not supposed to be I mean, that's what they told us. Legally.
In sight. And going back,
they weren't allowed to be anywhere in sight. All right. You can't follow us around, but if I peek around the corner and you're still there, they weren't allowed to be there anywhere in sight. Get the fuck out of here.
Hillary, there's a whole lot of other things. How about the Benghazi scandal?
How about the Benghazi scandal?
How about...
You mean all 11 hours she sat for it? Well, here's a good idea. Answer her moment for moment. Filing for filing. Interview for interview, dumb fuck. How about that? How about Trump agrees to match the exact same amount of testimony time that Hillary did in Benghazi? To the fucking second.
The Clinton Foundation, I mean...
The Clinton Foundation.
How many, shady...
How about your fucking charity, buddy?
Oligarchs from Russia were contributing to that. How about Uranium One? You want to talk about, scandals that were never...
never turned out to be scandals?
Investigated, never vetted?
Never. They were never even looked at except by us, and then when they didn't turn into anything, it's not, if my father had been president for 4 years, he could have looked into Uranium One and, oh, fuck. If he'd have had a chance to look at the evidence,
it's the rules it's for thee and not for me, right?
It's the rules for thee and not for me.
That's the old,
it is the old,
John, this has been happening since day one. They cannot stand.
By the way, I love that it's been day one. Like time started when this asshole his dad decided to run for president.
That a guy named Donald Trump, who was a real estate developer, who built tremendous wealth and...
No, your grandfather built the wealth. Your dad sapped it.
And fame was able...
Yeah, well, fame, sure.
Able to go into a political system in the U.S.
He was able to go into any room and grab a woman by the pussy, and even if it was someone I was dating, she had to shut the fuck up and just let him do it because he's a star.
And take out a person like Hillary Clinton and beat them at their own game, and then go into Washington, D.C. and do a phenomenal job.
Phenomenal job. If the job was ignoring a pandemic and shutting down the cops program at a time when it would literally create some of the biggest unrest and death in the country.
Not play by the rules and end up...
Not play by the rules in a rules-based system.
Becoming one of the best presidents this country has ever had.
If Hoover's your standard.
And then they put in one of their own, and the guy turns out to be an absolute flop. He's
just a flop. Like that deficit used to be big and glorious, and now it's half what it was. We used to have great unemployment. Now he's lowered it. It's less. It's, you know, like we used to have amazingly high unemployment, and now our unemployment is pitiful. It's pitiful. It's some of the lowest this country has ever seen.
Terrible, terrible job. And the
terrible, terrible, terrible job. He can't even bring himself to throw paper towels.
Country's going to hell under his leadership.
I thought we were dragged through hell already. Are we going back to hell because you're... Oh.
And then now all of a sudden they realize that his son's in trouble and that he's in trouble. And
you think his son's in trouble? His son was in trouble like 8 years ago. We stopped giving a fuck. Like, he was an addict. We don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares.
Their political party's in trouble, and that Donald Trump...
Well, actually, according to the polling, no. As a matter of fact, there might be something to the idea that Trump intentionally provoked this raid just to help himself out.
Is poised if he wanted it. If he decided to hop back on that stage and wanted it.
If he wanted it, which he doesn't, because he needs the money.
They know he's poised to win.
He's poised to win 41% of the Republican field right now.
And guess what? That threatens them, that threatens who they are, and they will do anything.
Well, it threatens all Americans because we want a peaceful transfer of power and an orderly government, because we would rather get on with our lives than white-knuckle the function of our government every goddamn day watching the news.
They can, to take him out, to take me out, to take Don out, to take...
None of us want to take you out. I'm not even sure Laura wants to eat with you anymore.
Ivanka out, to take our family out. They do it every single day. They do it at a state level. They do it at a federal level. The FBI does it. They subpoena us.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm starting to think we might have done something to deserve all this.
They make our lives hell.
Even I'm believing that I'm a criminal mastermind, and we both know that can't be true.
Every single day, because they are threatened by Donald J. Trump. And honestly, I hope, and I'm saying this for the first time, I hope he goes out and beats these guys again. Because honestly, this...
Yeah. Not going to happen. But I hope he runs. He's not going to, but...
country can't survive this nonsense.
No, it can't.
It can't. It
can't. It cannot. It just can't. America's not great enough on its own. Without Donald Trump, America sucks. That's the true meaning of America First and MAGA, is that the land and the king are one, and without the Lord our Trump, America never had a shot in the first place. We've always been awful. We've always been weak. We've always been on a I was going to say high speed maglev train towards doom, but we're definitely not. We don't have those.
This is not who we are. This is who Venezuela is, Sean. This is...
Well, we're actually producing a lot more oil than Venezuela right now. Just saying. It's more like a production element. But
Banana Republic antics. Having a...
Antics.
Home of the 45th president of the United States
is kind of embarrassing that he lives in a hotel. That is the most third world country part of it, is that he lives in the upstairs of a club like Rob Lowe in Bad Influence.
Raided by FBI agents.
Yeah, they walked in.
Safes broken open.
Why didn't you give them the fucking combination?
This is not who we are as a democracy. Imagine if that happened to Barack Obama.
Well, if Barack Obama had done any of the shit your dad did, and there had been, if he'd have refused the transition and all that kind of stuff, I'd be fucking for it. I absolutely would. At no question.
The world would be in an uproar.
Well, yeah, because they would be amazed that Barack Obama would violate the public trust in such a huge way.
Well, Eric Trump...
the dumb one.
I don't know. I think...
help me out here.
Fleisch is right. If you watch what they've done over the years, they don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore, because they lied and they tried to take your father out for 3 years, and they used a dirty Hillary dossier to do it. They spied on him illegally.
Yeah, again, saying dirty Hillary dossier is not the same thing. They're not saying the debunked dossier anymore, or even the dodgy dossier. They're calling it dirty, but that doesn't deny its contents. Interesting. That's happened multiple times in this clip, and I'm not going to let it go.
Legally, nobody was held accountable. She wasn't held accountable. No raid of Hunter's house. They've had...
Why would there be a raid of Hunter's house? He's complied with every subpoena.
The laptop longer than anybody. Director Ray, oh, I don't know anything about.
What laptop? Yeah, he doesn't know anything about it. They don't have it. The guy from the shop turned it over to two people. He doesn't even know who the fuck they are. He gave it to two guys saying they were FBI. They weren't. And they said, give us the hard drive and all the contents and all that kind of stuff that you have, anything you have related to it. And he kept a copy and gave it to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, who then added more documents to it and rearranged the files in it according to how they wanted to present it as evidence. And you think any of that shit's ever going to see the light of day in a courtroom? You dumb son of a bitch.
About the laptop. And
what laptop? There is no laptop.
We certainly have a politicized Department of Justice.
No, you don't.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, there is.
Eric Trump, thank you.
If it was politicized, this shit would have happened months ago.
Thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Eric. And good luck being the caretaker at any property your father isn't at. And don't take it personally that anytime he says he's coming to Mar-a-Lago, he says, go watch Bedminster. It's... Don't take it personally, Eric, that he sends you to watch the property he's never in.
Appreciate it. Hey, Sean Hannity.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Or as people like to call me, client number 2. I would like to remind you guys that, oh shit. All right, you got to know that one of the people. There's so much of this stuff, guys. And by the way, thank you for joining me. You're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide on this. It's almost like a countdown of of maggot freakout tonight. It's pretty stunning. And many of these folks, I've sort of been, it's been hard to find. Clips of these people because there's so much of them. They're doing the full hour shows. I'll break through some of the things. We'll do some needle drops around some of these shows that are longer. But one of the people I wanted to see, and it was it kind of doubles on, is I think this is on Tucker Carlson. He has Steve Bannon on as a guest, and I don't know if he plays the clip. We'll see. He plays a clip of him outside of the courthouse or something as well, maybe, or when he came out and said something. I'm curious to see this one. Bannon on Trump raid. This is about pure power politics. Well, I agree. The amount of power that Biden has right now is stunning. If I was Trump, I'd be shaking in my shit right now.
Bannon has experienced the weaponization of the justice.
Oh, and he's got a fill-in too. That's weird. Joined Tucker Carlson tonight. Oh, he didn't join Tucker Carlson tonight. He joined Tucker Carlson and he's on the show.
The system firsthand. He's the former White House chief strategist.
Okay, so Tucker doesn't want to be on camera with Steve Bannon, and he doesn't want to have to answer any of this shit because he's not, I guess he's not ready to throw himself under the bus for Trump right now.
He has been targeted relentlessly by the January 6th committee.
He was president and the instigator of it. So when should they relent? Before he's confronted by the charges against him?
Joins us now by
they would probably relent a little. Like they wouldn't relent entirely, but they could relent slightly if this fucker would just show up and testify. And I guarantee they'd let him do it with a lawyer on camera, prime time, all day fucking long, 11 hours, 2 pee breaks. That's it. He can do what was it in the Est gatherings where they wouldn't let you go to the bathroom. And Burt Reynolds did that movie where he had to tie a flask to his leg and then run a tube down his leg so he could pee. And in the middle of it starts dripping and everybody. Never mind.
By phone to react.
Too old a reference.
To news of the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago. Steve, happy to have you on the program.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to happy to have you on the program remotely, obviously, because we don't need to fumigate the set right now.
Have you by phone here tonight?
By phone, even better. We don't even have to clean the. We lost so many cameras over the years.
What's your immediate reaction?
Well, I gave this speech, the keynote address at the Cattlemen's Ball at CPAC on.
Yes, at the Cattlemen's Ball at CPAC.
Friday night. I said,
"Yeah, congratulations.
We're at war. We're at a political and ideological war."
No, we're not at war. We're not at war. This is not war. This is law and order. This is not war.
And they've obviously weaponized the Justice Department, and this had to be approved by Ron Klain. This had to go up to
This had to be approved by Ron Klain.
The White House to be approved.
No, it didn't.
Absolutely.
It did not. Absolutely.
Anybody saying that?
As a matter of fact, that sorry. Is the green screen messing with me? I'm sorry. That's not me. That's the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sorry.
Is a liar. This had to go up the chain of command through Merrick Garland to Ron Klain at least.
Why? As a matter of fact, the possibility of certain judges signing off on it would be lowered slightly in this extreme circumstance if it had gone all the way up.
And Randy
and kiss my ass.
Yes, but look, here's the thing.
Here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen.
This is about pure power politics.
This is about presidential virility. This is about Dark Brandon teabagging the former, and I do mean former, president of the United States, who's just trying to pass the waning years of his life living in the attic of an old golf club.
They're absolutely scared to death about Trump. It can't be Mark Elias, the guy who laid out the entire effort to steal the 2020 election, remember the Transition Integrity Project. He's tweeting right now all the U.S. codes about documents and how to, make sure you can't run for federal office again. They're absolutely petrified.
Well, the interesting thing is if he doesn't have any of that shit, it won't matter. I mean, I know that's a little detail, but if Trump hasn't destroyed or absconded with classified material, he doesn't still maintain classified material that he was supposed to have turned over, and he hasn't, or if they don't find elements of destroyed documents that he had kept and then gotten rid of on the property or any other in his possession anywhere else, or more likely that he had photocopied, if he had any copies of documents that he was supposed to return. If they don't find any of that stuff, then who gives a shit? He can run. Nothing's going to stop him. Why would he even worry? What's to worry about? He doesn't have any of that stuff. I mean, honestly.
Trump's going to announce in the next couple of weeks.
Nope.
Win the Republican nomination. Win the White House. Now,
yeah, and by the way, if he announces in the next couple of weeks, he fucks the entire fall.
Now, here's what's incumbent upon everybody.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. It's incumbent on everybody. So obviously you and I, go ahead, Steve.
The House leaders right now need to step up and recommit Jim Jordan. Full investigation. I think cutting off appropriations to the FBI to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. I mean, sure, they're trying to catch international criminals, and they're trying to catch multiple serial killers right now. But hey, if we have to lose a few hitchhikers and school children and maybe another Oklahoma City building, who gives a shit? If they're bothering Trump, they're serving a legal warrant on him. Okay? If that's not a reason to let all the Ted Bundys have a free 3-week pass, I don't know what is.
Okay, this is going to continue on. The FBI right now is...
Well, yeah, of course it is. He's guilty.
The Gestapo.
The FBI is the Gestapo. Yes, they wanted to fund the police. And ladies and gentlemen, what would be the proper response to the Gestapo, the actual Gestapo, walking the streets in the United States? What do you think your response should be if you saw actual Nazi police grabbing Americans off the street? What do you think? What level of force do you think that would that would necessitate? What do you think? Right.
The FBI is the Gestapo. Whether it's out.
It's gazpacho. You're right. It's the gazpacho police. They're just they're the perfect sauce.
Colorado
to roasted Trump.
Putting a gold star in Mother like King.
That's what they're saying, Michael. That's what he's getting at.
Peter's in chains. Peter Navarro in chains. It's absolutely obscene. This is an obscenity.
Well, I mean, I don't know what Peter Navarro is into. I haven't seen the pictures, but I do know that if he had shown up and said, "I'll be there," that never would have happened.
And we're going to have to fight fire with fire. The way to do it
yes. So, yes, Steve Bannon and the people at Fox News are going to have to checks notes. Legally get a warrant to look in Joe Biden's safe by presenting an enormous amount of evidence equal to the task in front of them. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Win elections, win them overwhelmingly, and then use the appropriations process.
If you can win them overwhelmingly, then obviously the elections aren't rigged. Right? Nothing's really changed. If you win, then is it... Wait a minute. The Democrats cheat. Maybe they want certain Republicans to win because they'll destroy the Republican Party from within, and it's part of the Democratic long game to let people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz stay in office? Holy shit, you might be onto something, Steve. So go vote as a Republican, and they will make sure, in the primaries especially, that the biggest lunatics will make it into the Republican Party and eat them.
Down the FBI and shut down the Justice Department and get to...
Yes, shut down the FBI and the Justice Department and get them off my back.
The bottom of...
Yeah, this is really about Trump.
To approve this. This is so outrageous.
It's out. Ah, there it is. And we have an outrageous. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you many, many times the word outrageous. It's almost like there should be a drinking game around lying politicians and their ilk, that if someone says outrageous, it's true. Whatever the accusation is, whatever they are accused of is true. If you say outrageous, because technically speaking, outrageous is one of those words that can be genuinely true whether the attacks on you are positive or negative. It's outrageous that I am being accused of playing with a fart gun online. I mean, I am, but it's outrageous that you would say something like that in public. Outrageous is a bullshit word. There it is.
It needs to be investigated.
I want to ask you this question.
Can you kick my ass?
Steve,
FBI agents grab documents and boxes without going through them properly. Source. Without going through them properly. Motherfucker, they were government property already. That's why they were put in the basement. Going through them properly. Believe me, your shit will be returned to you. What do you mean going through them? They don't spend all day going, incriminating, not incriminating. This is just a receipt. Receipts are never incriminating, are they? Nah, just leave that. Nude picture of Ivanka. Is there a pile for the nude pictures of Ivanka, or?
You know, I'm familiar with your point of view. I'm familiar with
your point of view that the election was stolen, which we can't say because you just cost us maybe $1 billion, asshole.
Opinions you share on War Room. I'm familiar with how deep you fear the corruption has run within the United States of America. I'm curious. I said this earlier in the program. Believing elections can change the place in which we sit today in the United States of America is a very optimistic point of view, because this corruption, if it is partisan corruption,
if it is, it isn't.
Isn't relegated to the FBI. We saw 87,000 new IRS agents have been hired. You can look at almost any federal institution, including the intelligence community, who dismissed Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation.
Well, again, even if they wanted it to be useful, it can't be, because Rudy Giuliani broke the chain of evidence in such a horrible way that it's useless.
And you can say to yourself, this isn't...
And there was no laptop to start with.
One apparatus. This is not one department. This is not one election.
So either the entire U.S. government is corrupt and out to get Donald Trump and is against the very Constitution that everyone in it swears an oath to, or Donald Trump is a crimey fuck, surrounded by other crimey fucks, and Steve Bannon's a crimey fuck who crimed the fuck out of maggots.
Our problem is deeper.
Yes, your problem is deeper. You want to ask him a question? Ask him about the build the wall scam he ran that Trump pardoned him on.
Well, you're 100% correct. This is not about corruption. That's not corruption. This is about the administrative state. This is about an undemocratic apparatus.
Well, no, it was democratic. We kicked him out of office. He lost horribly.
Bigger than bureaucracy. This is the administrative state, and they want to run things their own way. And they want to pick and choose who actually runs and who actually wins. This is why it's...
Well, then what difference do the elections make, dummy? What has changed? If you think the Democrats somehow magically controlled the fucking election when they were out of power, you think they got less control now? The fuck are you talking about? Let me get this right. Biden, as a challenger and a long shot in the primary initially, except people who knew, like myself, managed to steal the election from the sitting president, who was the greatest ever, but never saw it fucking coming. Now that he's in office, you think you have a fucking shot? Or maybe it's that you know it wasn't rigged to start with, and you can't sell that line of bullshit and get people to vote on your side again.
Incumbent upon, look, we have 2/3 of the nations in back of us. Hispanics, African Americans, Asian Americans. It's now time to take control of the House of Representatives with an overwhelming victory.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
And then act like we mean it. But Jim,
then act like it.
Jordans and people have to step up, and Kevin McCarthy have to step up.
Yeah, McCarthy's not going to be the speaker. He knows it. Why the fuck? I mean, he's caught between a rock and a dumb place.
Say, we're going to have full investigations. We're going to choke them down in corporations. Listen.
I got it, Steve.
I got it, Steve. Look, I'm out of time, and you've already cost us $1 billion, so I got to hang up on you right now. And I could smell you through the phone, and my eyes are watering. So, last thoughts.
Democratic. Okay, go ahead.
I hate to cut you off, Steve. We have
nobody hates to cut off Steve Bannon.
We have more information coming in as we speak, so I got to get to that. Steve, it's great.
We got more information from somebody who actually knows, instead of just somebody who's trying to incite violence all over the fucking country and get a bunch of FBI agents snuffed in their cars by crazed maggots.
To hear from you tonight.
Subscribe
to our thing. I hate having to say shit. Is this Kayleigh McEnany?
No word from the FBI or the Justice Department.
Oh boy, Kayleigh McEnany. This just pours fuel on the fire. I could just like daisy chain all these.
Yeah.
things.
Since yesterday's early morning raid at Mar-a-Lago.
Harris, normally her hair looks fairly cool. Does it? I recognize this as cowboy hat hair. Does anybody ever put on a cowboy hat for a long time, and then that's what my hair looks like when I put on a cowboy hat for a long time. That's why I rarely wear hats.
However, Fox News has learned it was part of an investigation into the handling of classified presidential records, which began earlier this year after 15 boxes of documents had already been transferred from
the White House to Mar-a-Lago.
From his Florida estate.
What? No. How did they get to his fucking Florida estate? 15 fucking boxes of classified information. And there was still 3 pages worth of shit still there.
Yesterday, the FBI executed...
If I'm hearing the inventory story right. There's a lot of moving parts in this.
Warrant. Looking for more materials it claims the former president took with him after he left the White House in 2020.
I gotta say, that's just kind of a nice sight. I mean, I know everybody else is freaking out. By the way, the police lights out front that's not the FBI, as far as I know. I think that they left earlier. This is at the night. The reason there are police there is because there were people. There was a parade of maggots going back and forth, and they had to protect the place in case any of these assholes thought somehow, because of what Trump had written, that the FBI was still there and that they were going to charge the fucking place. So you needed police down there to protect Mar-a-Lago from the maggots.
The raid drawing outrage from Trump supporters who quickly gathered.
Who seem sane, seem like they're having a normal one.
Outside Mar-a-Lago. And the former president was in New York at the time and issued this statement. These are dark times.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
For our nation, as my beautiful home, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, is currently under siege, raided, and occupied.
Which is bullshit. They didn't occupy the fucking thing. We need a Occupy Mar-a-Lago shirt, though. It's not a bad idea.
By a large group.
Back in June, an official from the Justice Department was meeting with officials at Mar-a-Lago and the Trump team to
What happened? Hold on. Oh, they jumped forward to this chapter.
David.
Well, Harris, we know that 2 months ago...
I didn't want to do the whole statement again. Who gives a shit?
Back in June, an official from the Justice Department
was looking for evidence on anybody who might be related to Jeffrey Epstein in Palm Beach. Maybe it was the Palm Beach FBI that was looking into them. I don't know. And again, Fox, I don't know who thought this up. This is a terrible idea, putting this picture up behind him. I know you always want a good picture of Trump, but this is This is too far.
Meeting with officials at Mar-a-Lago and the Trump team to specifically ask for potentially any more sensitive documents that may have been at Mar-a-Lago. We're told President Trump actually popped by that meeting.
He just popped by. Just so I understand there's some the existence like our entire knock list and where our submarines tend to go in the South China Sea. And where our satellites are positioned over Russia. I understand there's some paperwork around there. Some of it might still be, the originals might be in the photocopier. Has anybody looked there? You might want to take the toner drum.
It's not clear what happened between that point and yesterday.
I'm going to guess some element of legal middle finger or more missing files.
When this search warrant was executed and FBI agents were inside Mar-a-Lago. Listen.
Look at that. You think they're, look at the open, I got to turn off, I have to turn off the chroma key in this one. Look at the open carry going on here. This should make them proud. Why isn't that exciting? Look at that, 2A, baby. That's an FBI agent. Well, yeah. Anyways.
Listen, there's a lot we don't know about yesterday.
There is, but that won't stop us from bullshitting everyone.
Let's go through what we do know. We know that this is related to potential classified information about Donald Trump and his staff allegedly took to Florida when he left office. We're told this is not directly related to the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol.
Wait a moment. Who's she? Central casting right here. Is this... Is that his... That's his Secret Service detail? Or are they with Secret Service? Because the Secret Service is... I mean, they used to be a... sorry. Somebody was saying in the chat room, TYT spent the last 15 minutes beating up Biden and the dark Biden thing, and then the last couple of seconds mentioning one little thing they thought he did well. Well, you know, this is a hard time for TYT. I mean... He's teabagging them almost as bad as he's teabagging Trump. I would argue worse. Because you expect Trump to shit on him nonstop. They at least have the illusion of wanting some of the stuff that Biden's getting done to actually happen.
Per multiple sources, a federal magistrate signed off on the search warrant for FBI agents to go to Mar-a-Lago.
You know, as you would have in a banana republic.
And take multiple boxes of items. Now, back in February, Harris, the archivist of the United States, now retired...
I'm just going to enjoy the fact that they keep using blue behind him like a bunch of dumbasses.
Archivist David Ferriero wrote to the House Committee on Oversight about these boxes and was in contact with Trump's team. The U.S. government eventually was able to take 15 boxes with potentially classified information. Fox News...
15 boxes of classified shit. He's saying with. Of.
Is told by a source that...
Not just the stuff that he's supposed to give back. This isn't just the press clippings bullshit. 15 boxes of shit he wasn't supposed to leave with.
Inside
because if it falls into enemy hands or anybody gets a look at it, like the assholes who actually... I mean, the kind of stuff he just would talk about openly...
Mar-a-Lago yesterday, FBI agents looked in every office, safe, grabbed documents and boxes without going through them on the property. We're told photographs were taken. The source said they took boxes and documents to go through later once they...
Yeah, to go through them later.
Left the property.
Because they were all listed as shit that had come from the White House. Hey, there's a box. It says, from White House to Mar-a-Lago. And it hasn't been opened yet. And it's in the room with all the other shit that we found that was classified that he was supposed to give back. And it's on our fucking list. Because it has a number on the side of it.
The source said, quote, they were not being judicious about what they took. And
yeah, there were some classified things. They were somehow they just refused to leave behind anything he could sell.
Quote. Attorney General Merrick Garland was aware of this raid prior to it happening. So is FBI Director Christopher Wray, which is standard.
By the way, I think it's rude that Merrick Garland wears a Jeffrey Epstein Trump mask. I think that's just... I think that was that was kind of a dick move. On the day he sets the raid off, like that he would do that. It's just, you don't do that. That's not nice.
Protocol. Garland really, Harris, is in a pressure cooker every day. Democrats saying he's not doing enough to investigate the former president.
Yeah, he's in this He's dragging his feet.
Republicans saying he's not doing enough to investigate Hunter Biden. The current
and those two things are the same. You know what I mean?
President's son. Garland says that he operates without fear or favor. Right now, DOJ and FBI both silent. I've reached out several times today. Does not
to get them to comment on an ongoing investigation. Somehow they're refusing.
Look like we're going to get any statement from them on this, and they always say they're silent during active investigations.
Yeah.
However, I said the circumstances in this case a little different. Still does not seem like we will hear anything at this point, but we'll follow it. Harris.
David Spont, great reporting today.
Great, super good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's great. And we're going to ignore everything you said about the classified documents and the fact that it's not related to January 6th, and then just bullshit our audience for the next little bit. But thanks for doing it early enough in the clip so that we can gish gallop our way through and make people ignore
Martha,
it.
what is it that you think that the American people see when they look at this reporting today?
They're enraged. They're brokenhearted. And then at what point are we going to kill and eat Bill? I mean, he's sitting here. He looks delicious in his blue ensemble. It's sort of a monochromatic thing.
Well, it depends on where they look. And it depends on
Yes, if they look behind them, for example, some people will see different things than other people who look forward into the future.
Who they're listening to. You know, I'm kind of reminded in the early stages of the phone call that happened in the Oval Office that led to the impeachment. And
are you?
And if you watched certain networks, it was an already slam dunk that the call was so atrocious and so treasonous, and words like that were being used.
Yeah, he got impeached. He only didn't get kicked out literally because Republicans, who he is constantly calling rhinos and in some cases endangering their lives with his supporters, have all had his back.
Before the American people had a chance to actually.
By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Give a thumbs up. Subscriptions are great. Thank you for super chats. By the way, I haven't called out any of them because I've been so busy doing this. 1780 in the chat. Man, welcome everybody who's coming to the show. This is a big crowd we got tonight. Spread the word, by the way. Let everybody know we're here. That's just in one chat alone. I've got 2,398 current messages, people leaving messages in the single Restream chat right now.
Actually listen to the transcript. And the president on the other side saying, you know, it was an absolutely perfect phone call, right?
Yes. Like no one talks.
So there's an attempt in these kind of moments.
By the way, I have to turn off the picture in the background because Trump's tie is making it look like she has a see-through dress with cleavage. That's just really weird.
To color the entire thing, to sort of curry favor with both sides.
What the fuck are you talking about? Everybody knows about, like, on the liberal side anyways, has known about the boxes of classified shit he took with him and how, how his national security hygiene fucking sucks. And it's always been a story. We're aware of this. And during this whole story leading up to this point, none of us were, I mean, there was so much other shit about him that's equally as bad that we're like, well, they'll handle it and they'll handle it professionally. None of us were expecting this level of shit. So we're laughing about it, but none of us are fucking surprised or having to, like, oh my God, this means that about any of this shit, because it's fairly self-evident. We know what he's been doing. We know what this means if he's been fucking with this stuff. And if he hasn't been keeping classified documents and making copies of them or trying to destroy records, then it won't make any fucking difference. It won't change whether he can run or not. And I personally know for a fact he's not going to run. He can't afford to run. He's not going to run. I'm not worried about it. Most people aren't worried about it. A lot of this has to do with the maggots finally recognizing that he's been fleecing them this whole fucking time. The spin that we're seeing is happening on Fox and all these other places where they can't wait to throw themselves in front of the fucking bus for him.
To get people ramped up on both.
You literally called it on the day of the inauguration. Their bags were packed with stolen documents. Totally spooky.
And I would just caution everybody to wait.
Yeah, just wait. Stop defending. Don't defend him so quickly, because quite frankly, he looks guilty as fuck.
Until we get more information.
Yeah, don't. Harris. Ixnay. They're gonna.
About what is in this affidavit, which we may or may not ever see.
Well, Trump could release it anytime he wants.
See if that happens.
Yeah, we'll see.
Also, when you get the return on this investigation, where you get the report about exactly what it is they culled from this investigation and what they were looking for. I mean,
yeah, you don't want to defend him too heavily because we've been bit in the ass before by this fucker.
You even have people like Andrew Cuomo coming forward and saying that we absolutely need to have the DOJ must immediately explain the reason for this raid. And why? Because of exactly what David.
Yeah, if you're honestly, Fox, if you're quoting Andrew Cuomo, it's not going well.
Spont said at the end of his report, this is an extraordinary situation.
It's extraordinary. And obviously, sanity reigns supreme.
So you need. Last night when I watched this, I was a little bit unnerved.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. You're like, oh fuck. Does he have like an old phone with any texts in it? Because I'm not saying I sent nudes. They weren't me. I mean, it's not. I never sent him a head. I never sent him a picture with you could see my face.
Like worrying about what this could lead to.
Oh, we need 20 more thumbs. We're almost there. Give a thumbs up if you're enjoying the programming. Thank you very much. Give a thumbs down if you're not. Trolls, you're welcome. I know you're having a rough time. Come on, let's do it.
In this country, what kind of unrest? We talk a lot about how the country is so fraught and the.
Yes, and so what we want everybody to do is push everyone, the unhinged on the Republican side closer to killing more law enforcement officers and attacking soldiers and federal buildings and state houses. Yes, shut the fuck up. This is the most shameful part of this in reality. All joking aside, this is the most shameful part of this. So these assholes are like, fuck, this is like the Gestapo. And then you're like, all right, do you realize what the response is to Gestapo on the streets of America? Not good. It's a call for violence, dummy.
Possibility for unrest, which none of us want to see.
Well, none.
But this has to be handled extraordinarily carefully.
Yeah, by you fuckers. If somebody pops off and kills somebody, it's not because the left was laughing. It's because the right was saying, this is Stalin's America. We don't live, this is communism. We don't live in America anymore. They're fucking going after any of that shit. That's what will cause it.
They better have something incredibly solid that they knew was there and that they went in.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they just wanted a peek. You know what I mean? I mean, they're so, you know how Merrick Garland, he's so impulsive. He was just like, wonder what's in Trump's safe. Send some fibbies down there to fucking bust the fucker open. I'm just curious. I'm bored. We don't have anything going on over here at the FBI.
Because you are playing with fire in this situation.
No, we're not. We shouldn't. I mean, if this was Nixon, we wouldn't be playing with fire. People would go, oh, this is atrocious. I don't support it, but I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. There'd be all this kind of statesman-like talk about it. The only reason we're playing with technically fire is because you motherfuckers might open fire on somebody.
In this country, and we all want to see this end peacefully and responsibly.
Oh, do you? I'm not so sure, because I haven't seen this. I haven't watched this. We just discovered this clip, but I just want to see the response from the next person go, I agree. However,
Kaylee, out of everybody on this couch, he was.
You saw what was in those boxes. Should I be afraid?
Your boss, you know him best. This was his primary residence.
Raid outrage.
This feels personal.
It does?
Very personal.
Why?
For someone who the FBI was, you could argue, looking at for 6 years. I mean, we know about the dossier. We know the way it was peddled. We know that there was an insurance policy.
We know about lip filler.
See if you read Peter Strzok's.
We know about that when people get stuff put in on the sides here, it creates that pouching effect. We know. All right.
So all of the things President Trump.
She might have had dental surgery. Benefit of the doubt.
Trump was saying this just pours fuel on that fire. I will.
You know, he's been persecuted. We don't want people to do anything rash, but They have been after him for 6 years, and this does pour fuel on that fire. Wink, wink.
I think you can't look at this in isolation. I think you have to.
No, you can't. You have to look at it in the entire context of this motherfucker losing office, refusing to participate in the peaceful transfer of power, and then leaving with classified documents.
Look at this in light of other Trump-related prosecutions. What I mean by that is, in this case, it's the Presidential Records Act. Jonathan Turley pointed out to Bill earlier, it's very rarely used in a criminal context.
Because most presidents don't do this kind of shit. None except Nixon.
It's being used here.
Because he's a crimey motherfucker.
You look at Paul Manafort, who was the campaign manager for Donald Trump.
And an aide to Yanukovych when snipers were used to murder people in the streets of Ukraine during Maidan as a fucking sock puppet for Russia. I don't know why anyone would tie Russia to Donald Trump. It's not like they shared fucking staff.
This was a FARA violation they pursued.
A FARA violation? Near? FARA.
Pursued. FARA has been used 7 times in 50 years. But it's brought out against Paul Manafort. This despite there being rampant FARA violations, 62% of people admitting that they report late. And then
yeah, reporting late is very different than actually having an ongoing financial relationship with places. Like just leaving it off the form because you haven't worked there in 10 years and you have to go back 5 to 10 years or something. And it was like 4.5 years ago or 3 years ago. And you're like, oh, fuck, yeah, right, I work for them. Yeah, that didn't go anywhere. But most people report like that. Fucking Manafort was still giving polling data to the Russians through Konstantin Kilimnik during the campaign.
The Logan Act used against Michael Flynn. This is a 1799 statute that has never in the history of this country been used to successfully prosecute anyone, but it's used as a pretext to go in and look at Michael Flynn.
Yeah, but I mean, he was on the paycheck from Turkey and was slipping information to the Russians and having conversations he was not qualified to have in the transition at the same time. And he lied about it. Again, that's like saying, you know, we have an alarm system on this bank that covers, we've got guards at the doors, we have alarms and cameras on the doors, and we have buzzers under the countertop. But we had to, this guy came in through the sewer. Now, we have never, in the entire time this fucking bank has existed, had to use the sewer sensors, and I'll be goddamn if they didn't go off because of this asshole.
Why are never before used statutes or rarely used statutes in those contexts being used in this manner? It raises questions, especially as the FBI doesn't go after Larry Nassar the way that they should have initially, especially as 1/3 of Portland rioter cases are dropped. You know, especially when you look at.
That's because 1/3 of the cases were brought against people they couldn't get for the actual violence because everybody's wearing hoods and masks and all that kind of shit. They had limited evidence. 2/3 of them not. 2/3 of the Portland rioters that the FBI got a hold of are being prosecuted. That's a pretty fucking good ratio.
The abortion facilities that you'd seem like you had to drag the DOJ to look into some of these inquiries. Why weren't there raids in these contexts, but there's a raid here? It's a question.
Well, and when you talk about not just raids, but also the hunger for the truth.
First of all, there wasn't a raid. They served a warrant and they searched the place. They didn't knock the fucking door down. Get over yourself.
The assassination attempt on a sitting U.S. Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh.
Yes.
You know, there were a lot of questions for why certain things get done and others don't. And of course, we didn't even.
Yeah, like Botox, for example. There's certain reasons why a lot of people would take for granted that. Can you imagine having the Botox contract for this fucking show? Oh my God. That's why I have to use the word outrageous, because you can't fucking tell from my face.
Put Hunter Biden on that list, but there is a current investigation. So, you know, Bill.
You know, Bill, you've been sitting here wasting everyone's time in the middle. This is an inversion of the Fox and Friends, where they normally take the women in the short skirt and make them sit in the middle. It's nice. It's their version of The View.
As we look at this, though, and kind of, this was a man they tried to impeach and successfully did once. Like, what more can we learn about Donald Trump at this point? At this point, we almost...
Well, for the record, both of those impeachments took place before he fucking absconded with classified documents, dummy. He admitted to it.
Can see his thoughts.
Yeah, it's just keep on coming, I was going to say.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Look, I don't know what's going on. I think David's playing.
Okay, well, that sums up Bill's entire job at Fox. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. None of us know anything, so let's just talk about it as if we do.
Did a good job of laying out the facts based on where we think they are at the moment.
Yeah, the facts that aren't facts, things we think are facts, but might not be facts, but we'll wait and see, like she said, except if I may, point of order, I'd like to lay out the possibility that violence may be the only answer.
I do agree with Andrew Cuomo, Martha, when he sent that tweet about whatever it is, it must be consequential. It can't just apply to presidential records. And I thought about that.
Well, sure it can, because it doesn't. It's also classified documents that went through there, copies of them. Believe me, it's not, he didn't fuck off with the only copy of our nuclear subroutes. And they're like, fuck, man, where are those subs? I don't know. We had it drawn on a piece of paper around here somewhere. Where is it? It's one of many. You can't take, I'll tell you what, especially when you don't read them, you can't fuck off with your PDB. I bet you a big portion of this is Trump had his fucking presidential daily brief stuffed in a bunch of documents, just like laid out, and all the documentation around them in a bunch of these boxes, because like, oh, I just took a couple of my PDBs with me. You're like, motherfucker, you'll get some of our spies killed. Are you nuts? You won't even you'll get some of our allies murdered.
And then Andrew McCarthy, writing for National Review, filed a piece 2 hours ago.
And if there's, and just so you know, I keep a very well-balanced news diet, so we can be fair and balanced here. And that's why I read the Heritage Foundation and American Prospect, Breitbart, before I come on the air, just to get a wide view.
And he said this all has to do with January 6th.
Yeah, that's because he's a fucking moron.
That's his working theory at the moment.
Yeah, based on what? The smell of his own farts?
Now, why would that be?
Yeah, why would that be?
Bill Barr did an interview with our former colleague, Catherine Herridge, on Friday on CBS News. And if you go back and watch it.
So it's probably related to that. Barr probably pulled the trigger on this. He probably called up Garland and went, go now, go. I'm about to say it on the air.
A lot of her questions were directed around January 6th.
Yeah.
I'm just quoting Barr, sort of paraphrasing what he said.
Yeah. Ray and Barr are both people hired by Trump.
There are subpoenas that have been handed out for a grand jury investigation into what I do not know.
All right, but don't let that stop you from speculating, because if you don't speculate, how are we ever going to get to the point where one of his lunatic followers shoots someone? I mean, honestly, how can we ever? Yeah, just keep doing it. Let this snowball.
But Pat Cipollone, the former attorney.
It's pronounced Patsy Baloney.
For the president at the time during January 6th, is one of those who was subpoenaed. And what Barr was talking about was that ultimately he...
Not a good time. Let me explain to you why that's a horrible chyron to have up. If you'll recall earlier in this clip, Harris Faulkner brings up the fact that 15 boxes of classified material were taken when Trump left the White House and brought to Mar-a-Lago that must be returned. Just the classified stuff must be returned to the National Archives. And obviously some of it doesn't go to the archives. It goes back to whatever skiff or is going to be destroyed or whatever, because you're not allowed to have that stuff out in the world. And there's he waited months to return it. And what did they find when they went there? Another 15 boxes, as if they spent months copying all the shit they eventually returned and kept a copy of all of it. It's exactly 15 boxes. Why was the first shipment the 15 boxes he took he wasn't supposed to take. And then there's an exact same, it's not 10 boxes or 3 or fucking 20 because he had other shit and he lied about it. Like it's the exact same amount.
And Trump would have executive privilege. And he wasn't quite sure how the courts would come down on that. Maybe that's an issue that will go to the U.S. Supreme Court ultimately. But Herridge asked him if the president committed a crime. And he said it's hard to say. You'd really have to know his, quote, state of mind. And then he went on to deflect. And what he did not.
He's talking about Georgia, dumb fuck.
Not sound necessarily convinced that.
What? No, he's not. He didn't seem convinced that you could do it based on. That's the Georgia thing. All I need are 11,780 fucking votes or whatever. You know, because it's 2 more than we need or whatever. Because the idea is that he thought he had 100,000 votes floating out there for himself, and so therefore he didn't need to find all of them right now. That kind of bullshit. Like, it's just stupid. That has nothing to do with this.
The crime had been committed on January 6th. Why am I bringing this full circle?
It's not full circle. It's a fucking cul-de-sac diversion into nonsense, dummy.
If Andy McCarthy's right.
And he's never wrong.
And Merrick Garland went into Mar-a-Lago to try and find evidence that's.
For the record, Merrick Garland has never been to, in my knowledge, has not, and certainly not in the last 48 hours, been to Mar-a-Lago. Just for the record, not that it matters.
Suggested that he was guilty of a crime around January 6th. This is what the committee would be looking at. And what Barr said.
No. They don't even have to. If the fucking January 6th committee wants stuff on Trump, they don't need to make a predicate around January 6th and go, we think there's a prevalence that he was involved in January 6th. Again, he's already broken another fucking law and admitted to it. He left with classified documents and he delayed in returning them. He didn't say, oh shit, sorry. Somebody on staff, a couple of my security people from Secret Service, gather that stuff up. We'll put it all back and you guys can sift through it. Send me what I'm allowed to keep. That's what a human being who actually gives a shit about the country would have done. He didn't. They waited fucking, 10 months? 12 months? He held on to it. They fought every inch of the way to keep everything. And then it turns out, weirdly enough, they returned 15 boxes worth of shit, and they've still got the exact same number of boxes.
In this interview, he said during the early days of this hearing, he was convinced that they were going after underlings. But toward the end, he was convinced otherwise, that it was Cipollone, maybe someone like Mark Meadows, and President Trump he thought was certainly in the crosshairs. According to him, in the interview filed.
What the fuck does that have to do with this, dummy?
Last Friday, the 5th of August.
We will follow the facts.
Yes, Trump has other legal problems because he's a crimey son of a bitch. They're not... Dude, you might as well just say this is about the fucking semen on E. Jean Carroll's dress, you cretin.
They happen, but those are interesting.
That's an interesting point, it is. And if I could move my face at all... Damn you, Clara at Beauty Solutions.
Details. Carly.
Yeah, I think Bill's really onto something because it just seems like there is a huge...
There's a huge problem with brow ridges in this place. I don't think you understand.
Part of this story that's missing, and that is justification.
I'm sorry. They have an ongoing investigation. And a previous story we're aware of, where they were in negotiations with the current administration and the archives about stuff that you're not supposed to keep because it's fucking part of the Presidential Records Act, but then other stuff that you're not even supposed to leave with because it's classified for other fucking reasons. That stuff has nothing to do with the archives in that regard. The archives are just the ones that keep track of shit that was in the file cabinets, and when it goes missing, they're like, wait a second. The R file is missing, along with the C file.
President Trump and his family members came out yesterday, this morning, and said
a bunch of shit.
Said that they've been working very closely with the National Archives on.
Yeah, and what's not? I mean, when have they ever led us astray?
Which documents to overturn? So if that's the case, then why?
Again, who gives a shit? You can, again, on Earth 1, in any normal circumstance, send the shit back. Go actually have Secret Service and anybody from the archives who wants to come down here, go through the stuff, take it back, and then we'll tell you what we were keeping stuff for or whatever, and then you can give it back to us. No hurry. What's the fucking problem? What's the point of negotiation? Negotiate with them after the fact. I don't get the point where we're like, no. Why do you get it back? Like, give it back. Who gives a shit?
Why would a federal judge approve a search warrant to be executed by over a dozen FBI agents
over 30
early in the morning that it's still dark outside, giving the Secret Service very little notice? Why? What sort of...
Why? When has the any of Trump's Secret Service detail ever done anything to it? It's not like they want to give them time to get rid of text messages about it, or
information would they be looking for?
I don't know. Gee, it might be classified material that you can't fucking talk about. Why won't they say anything about it? Because if we told you what it was, people's lives would be in danger, dumb fuck. That's why it's not supposed to leave.
Unless it's politically...
That's why you don't take it to a fucking golf resort in Florida and put it in an unlocked basement room, and then when months after they've been telling you, well, lock the shit up at least until we can come get it, and they put a padlock on the door, because, no spy anywhere can make their way through a fucking padlock.
Motivated. We don't know yet. A lot of Republicans seem to think so. And I just want to say, Harris, the fact that...
Yeah, Sharon, I think in our chat room says it was somebody who told the FBI that they've got a bunch of this shit there. Somebody's spilling the beans. He brings a lot of these Republicans to Mar-a-Lago, and all you got to do is try to sort of soft kiss his ass to be allowed there. And somebody there heard through the whisper campaign, and were like, hey, you want to go see the classified shit? Look at this. And somebody let him look at the room like, what the fuck are you doing? This is like, if this falls in the wrong hands, people are going to die. They're like, dude, what's the fuck? Look, Trump's going to, it's fine. No, it's not fucking fine. Somebody called it in.
Half the country thinks that the DOJ is a de facto wing of the Democratic Party.
Yes, the children and I don't know, morons. I don't know who you're talking about. Half the country does not believe that the DOJ is a weaponized instrument of the Democratic Party.
It's a really big problem. It's not good.
It's a big problem, and it's not like I'm insinuating that it is all the time, and that I am part and party to making that perception stick.
When you think about the examples that can't be ignored, Russia.
4 words. Thank you, Baron Trump.
Investigation, Hunter Biden laptop, school board meetings that have become hostile, Supreme Court protests that went by, really allowing those protesters to still be there, even though it breaks the law.
Yes, remember those protesters that broke the law by protesting and being protesters?
So what will the fallout be? I think if Republicans get the opportunity, they're going to clean house, and they're going to launch their own, possibly politically motivated investigations.
All right. Well, there you go, dummy. You fucked up. If they're politically motivated investigations, then they're not fact-finding, they're not truthful. It's just, you just basically said the quiet part loud. It would be revenge.
One last thing. A lot of Democrats are really celebrating this right now. If I
feel seen.
For Hunter Biden, I'd be very worried about the 2024
Would you?
Well, we don't know that he isn't.
Election, even more so than...
He should be a lot more worried than he's actually worried right now, honest to God.
Than he was 2 days ago.
Yes, he should be more worried now that they have raided Trump's thing, because there's no way he doesn't have classified crack from 9 years ago.
So, Bill, just to quickly revisit something that I saw on your show, and we are 91 days away from the midterm elections, and what you said was so interesting, tying this to January 6th, because that wasn't the date that many people are focused on. It's November 8th. But the local magistrate who issued that warrant in Palm Beach used to be a federal U.S. attorney. Mm-hmm. He left that office to go work for none other than Jeffrey Epstein. I just wondered if...
He worked for...
Yeah, by the way, this is where it gets very tricky. Hold on one second, if I may. There we go.
People who worked for Epstein.
Part of the team.
Pilots, I think maybe a flight attendant perhaps, and a secretary and others.
Yeah, people who basically turned state's evidence against Epstein.
What's your quick thoughts on the date November 8th in all of this?
Yes, what does that mean to all of us?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I don't know what is November 8th? Is that your birthday? I didn't get you anything. What week is it?
I wish
What am I supposed to say? Someone say into my ear what I'm supposed to say. Oh, this is all about fucking the Republicans in the midterms.
I could say, but I think the AG has to show the American people something and do it quickly. One thing I would add.
No, I don't think quickly. The quicker they do it, there's an argument that they might be worried that the stuff isn't damning enough. Take your time, DOJ. Take your time. Just hang on to it. I'm in no rush. Most of us know what the case stuff is. And there may be some people that are new to this shit, but it ain't us. And don't rush it. Just say, it's an ongoing investigation. We'll let you know. We'll keep you posted. We're going to have a, I don't know, maybe we'll do it, I don't know, November 2nd. Is that good for everybody? Maybe the last week. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if we talked about it sometime in October. Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of an emotional thing, you know? So I don't really feel it right now. So.
And David Spunch has confirmed.
Oh my gosh, Eric. Thank you. Breath of fresh air during the current monsoon. Bless you, Eric. Thank you so much for that. And thank you guys for the super chats. I know I've been kind of blazing along with these things. Thank you, Joe and John Doe. How you're making me remember why America is great, because we stand for human right to speak our minds without being killed for our words. Exactly. It should be so simple. Francie, thank you so much. And Carl, thanks for being a member. Spooky, thanks for the bits. Logical Robot, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Eggs 5 no more, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Let's see. Mandy, thank you. Oh, she just liked the word turgid. Okay, I'm trying to. But thank you, Eric. I'll do my best, man.
This. In January, they handed over 15 boxes.
And now they had another 15 boxes.
That was in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. Why were they in Mar-a-Lago? Why was there 15 boxes of classified material handed over, and he still got exactly 15 boxes? It's almost as if they copied all of it and kept it.
So in Trump's defense at this point, when he put out his statement yesterday about the cooperation that he had with the Department of Justice, if that was the case, you would think they would still be working on handing over.
They'd still be talking.
More
Why? Why? Which part? Give it back. You'll get it. You'll get your fucking framed pictures of you and Kim Jong-un.
More talking and possibly handing over more boxes from Mar-a-Lago to the government.
Or maybe he handed over a bunch and they were like, we don't have anything else. And they're like, we know you do. You're like, no, you don't. Yeah, we do. Because A, there's things missing still. And B, we have somebody close to you that was running the fucking copier. Give us the fucking copies you made, because you're not supposed to make copies of classified material and keep it in your fucking basement.
Investigation.
You're asking the same thing I did this morning. Why?
Yes. What could it be?
Why now?
Right.
Why now? Why today? Why not wait until he had a chance to sell more of it to our foreign adversaries? Why make me think things about him that I only think about Hillary Clinton?
Try this now. All right.
Hey, everyone.
Hi. Hello. You're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. It's a special event where we're looking at the FBI raid fallout. You know, one of the biggest liars in Trump land, and believe me, there's so much of this stuff that I'm not going to be able to get to the bottom of any of it. CSL just loaded it loaded me up with shit because there's so much of it. This is cute. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find this. I gotta wait for the commercial.
They lied.
Wow.
They spied.
No.
They are the most powerful people in America and the focus of the Durham investigation. The evidence is clear.
Dozens are rallying.
All right. So let's check in. We've seen some of the elites. We've seen Eric Trump. We've seen Greg, what's his name from the news? What's her doing? Who isn't important but thinks he is. And what we haven't seen is the average American, the one America that exists.
Outside a Trump Tower in New York City to show
Oh my God.
their support for the 45th president.
Wonderful. She's, by the way, she's reporting live from inside a Norman Rockwell painting at a ski slope.
In the wake of the DOJ raid on his Mar-a-Lago estate. Several
or the serving of a warrant. They didn't raid the place. They walked around. Nobody was kicking doors. There's not a single. I think you can only call it a raid if a door, at least one door was kicked. That has to be the standard.
shared their thoughts on the operation with One American News. Take a look.
Let's hear it. Take a look.
We're here just to motivate Trump to run again for a third time, so he
because he had so much fun the first time, and it's been so great. The whole thing is so awesome.
can win for a third time.
He could totally win for a third time because he totally won last time, and I'm totally sane.
We're here to support President Trump, and we want to hear that he's running in 20.
We want him to run again, and we don't want to hear that he's just taking our money for the Save America Foundation and paying his fucking bills, and then decides not to run at all. And then I have to explain to my family how I got suckered 9 times by him instead of just the 8.
2024. We want him to announce.
He's got to come back now. We need
now. You got to announce. I'm down here with the wife. We're trying to I got a thing at like 7:45, and he's got to
now more than ever to save.
We need him now, today, before they pass another bill that creates more factories in the United States, and I look like an even bigger asshole.
Save America. What does it say? Trump 2024. Save America. You got to save America from the.
Which is the name of his super PAC, where he's siphoning money away from people, but still.
Democrats. That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line.
The raid, of course, is what we say BS.
Yeah, if you know what I'm saying.
They're not going to find anything, just like they haven't found anything on the Russian collusion. They didn't find anything on January 6th. So allegedly they
haven't found anything.
Think they have these documents hiding somewhere, but
they do. They walked out with 15 boxes of shit, dummy.
What they really know is Trump has information. He has information about the Bushes, the Johnsons, the Kennedys.
The Johnsons and the Kennedys?
You know, they thought this was this.
He knows something about Kennedy's Johnson? What? Who doesn't?
This presidential boy club. Well, Trump's not one of them.
Well, not anymore. I mean, obviously.
Trump is one of us.
Is he? Why don't you go in and say hi? I think he's there. He's one of you. Just go up to the doorman, the guy in the tuxedo, and tell him Trump's one of us, so that means I'm a Trump. I'm Shemp Trump. Let me in. I got the hat. I don't need a pass.
So he definitely has information, but unfortunately they're not going to find anything in Mar-a-Lago.
No, because he doesn't keep it there. He keeps it in Bedminster in the UFO vault.
So what they did is they suppressed him. They're trying to suppress from...
I see. They're suppressing him by getting information he doesn't have. Okay.
Announcing his candidacy.
I see. So he was going to announce. And now he can't. He really wants to. But they're trying to stop him from announcing, even though, please don't be in my mouth.
Because they went after Trump, the citizen, yesterday, and not Trump, the candidate.
Right. Yeah. Which are different. It's like different now. He's like a paper doll.
So hopefully he becomes a candidate today or...
Yeah, tomorrow, anytime. I mean, I don't know what his Wednesday... If he could use his time machine that he got from going into Area 51 and do it like a week ago, that would be best. And then if he could just go ahead and announce, then we could all go to Mount Rushmore and wait for John Jay to show up. I think is the schedule, right, hon? Fuck you too.
Tomorrow, so this can just stop.
Yeah, it can just stop, because if he announces he's running, then all of his crimes go away. They can't touch him.
Listen, stop the hate, spread the love.
Stop the hate, spread the love. That's right.
America first.
All right, America first. Yes, no one's above the law. Nobody gets to commit crimes against the state and get away with it, because Trump is one of us, and that's why he has to abide by subpoenas and legal searches like the rest of us. Yay, America.
Well, after last night, I think with the raid on his house, I think it's now more than ever to show the support for Trump.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, my hat is kind of an off maroon. Really? They raided his house, even though this is his house. He's like got a lot. Like he's like a lot of us. He's got a lot of houses. All of them are really luxurious and gold leafed and yeah. I mean, it's just he's seen a rough time. You know, he's like me. We both look like Ichabod Crane. And we're both alpha males with jutting neck veins. And I think, you know.
And my recommendation would probably be to announce his candidacy.
Yeah, so that I can win a bet with my buddy who thinks I'm full of shit.
So this way they can't target him as the top political candidate to our horrible president, sleepy Joe Biden, who didn't get 81 million votes or whatever.
Or whatever. He didn't win. He never won. He's not president right now. They're only doing this because Trump's the real president.
Amount they're claiming.
Is an American hero.
He totally is. I call him Captain Bone Spurs. He's an American hero. He dedicated himself to a life of hedonistic luxury in the name of America.
It's the best thing that's ever happened to the American political system.
Fuck George Washington, Lincoln, Kennedy, even Ronald Reagan. It's the best thing that ever happened to me personally. And that story about his wife fucking the security guy from Tiffany's downstairs who happens to be like 9 feet tall is bullshit.
We miss him.
I miss him so much. I miss your smell. I miss your musk.
There's 80 million of us.
42.
It's all gone to you know what in the last 18 months. I miss $1.79 gas.
$1.79 gas. Oh, you missed the 70s too?
I miss world peace.
I miss world peace, don't you?
I miss energy independence.
We're still energy independent.
Respect around the world.
But that's new. That's a new thing. I missed it while Trump was in office from Obama too, but
we have none of that now.
None of it's terrible. Nobody respects me. I stand out here in my original colony flag that's on the fucking screen.
We live in an alternative universe.
Yes, you do. That I'm with you on. You definitely live in an alternative universe. I don't know what planet you think you're on, but it's amazing.
For the last 18 months, we need Trump now more than ever.
Well, we never needed him, so, 0 times 0 is 0. I'm with you.
Gonna run for a third time. He needs to come down the escalator today.
Today. Stop making me wait. I got shit to do. I got a new job because I do stuff in the infrastructure bill. I got like 5 new contracts at my business. I can't afford to stand out here. I'm losing money every time I stand here supporting him. But he's got to come today because I got, seriously, I'm passing up lots of money because America's just coming roaring back. And he's got to come back now because if he doesn't come back now, then everybody's going to notice that Biden's president while all this good shit is happening.
And announce that he's running for 24. He's going to win for a third time.
For all our viewers.
Sorry we're no longer on networks anymore, but we just didn't have the ratings to sustain it. But if you want to help us out, don't forget to subscribe. Hi, you're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. Let's, the first thing I pulled today, there's a bunch of things. The first one I grabbed, if I can find it, where the hell did it go? There it is. Nope, is that it? Oh, I accidentally closed it. That's so funny. This is, this is long form though. Do we dare? I don't even know. This is RSBN with Christina Bob. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago. Broken down by Christina Bob on her own show on RSBN, where she's also got a show as a show person. And there she is. So she's coming on as Trump's lawyer and a host. Isn't she an OAN host or was? So anyways, like and subscribe. Let's see what she has to say. I might have to jut out of this one too because it's long. I reserve the right to not give a fuck after a bit. Move ahead, move ahead, move ahead. Jump ahead.
Marjorie Taylor Greene weigh in on her thoughts, and then
what if she doesn't have any? That happens a lot.
we'll have gubernatorial candidate from Arizona, Carrie Lake,
to come on to show me how to put my IFB in so it doesn't look like I've got a catheter shoved in my ear hole. It goes up over your ear, dude. You don't just let it.
weigh in it on.
God, this is hard. I'm so used to just doing rallies and just saying the same shit over and over again.
As well,
I'm
but
not used to him losing this bad.
But I want to first bring in Christina Bob, Trump attorney, Save America, joins us. And Christina, you were there on the ground while FBI
Did they make her lie on the ground? This is terrible.
agents raided Mar-a-Lago yesterday morning. You want to
By raid, walk in.
walk us through what you saw and what it really means, and maybe what they were actually looking for.
Yeah, tell us what you can tell us, and don't dodge anything. And because you were there, you can actually show the warrant. You've got a copy of it. You're his legal representation. Christina Bob can absolutely. Oh wait, sorry, they're allowed. Let me see. Hold on, I'll bring it down.
As well, Christina.
Well, it came as a shock to everybody. Nobody really expected this to happen because President Trump himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he had qualified legal personnel, they would probably know. You know, his legal representation, if they were worth any shit at all, they would have been aware it was going to happen if they didn't comply to certain things because they would have had an idea of these kind of things. But anyways, you were saying.
Himself, as well as his legal team, have been very cooperative with everything the FBI and the Department of Justice have.
Except the 15 boxes of classified shit, but everything else.
Wanted to do. They've allowed the FBI and DOJ onto the premises before.
Oh, how sweet of them.
You know, let
to party.
Them see whatever it was that they wanted to see. So,
yeah, you could see all the stuff. You just can't take any of it, and don't look in those
so
boxes.
the raid was really unnecessary and a bit overkill, considering we had never withheld anything from them in the past.
Well, then what did they leave with?
But anyway, they decided
Anyways, so it's some FBI guys thing, and they was fine.
Raid, and you know, Mar-a-Lago is closed right now. President Trump is up in New Jersey and New York for the summer, so there's not really a lot of staff on site.
No, there's not a lot of people. Jesus Christ, this is louder than the other videos. Beg your pardon.
And everything's kind of shut down for the summer season, so there was nobody really there. I got a call.
Shut down for the summer season? In Florida?
Call that said, hey, the FBI showed up at
I guess the skiing sucks this time of year. Or...
Mar-a-Lago, can you get down there? Because I live in the area. So I
You're local. He's like, who do I have that's eminently qualified? No one. Who do I have that's reasonably qualified? Nah. Who do I have that's close? Christina Bob.
I responded and then
send her in.
Ended up being the representative from the legal team on behalf of President Trump. There were other attorneys there as well. I don't know if they have mentioned themselves publicly, so I won't say their names. But
I don't even know them personally. Do you know their names? I don't know their names. Did they say anything? Have they said anything about me? Did they mention me?
There was at least one other one there.
At least.
And I mean,
I recognized at least one other lawyer from his team, I think.
You know, it's what you see in a movie where the FBI rolls up with a bunch of SUVs and vans and all their gear, and they just raided the place.
They just raided the place.
They didn't toss it like you.
They didn't. Okay, there we go. They didn't toss it. They didn't really raid it.
See, you know, in like a drug movie or something. They were.
Yeah, drug movie. I watched. Have you watched? It's on Netflix. Drug movie. It's so good. I mean, it's a little generic for me. It's no Sicario, but it'll do. Drug movie 2. This time it's about drugs.
We're respectful, and
they didn't toss the place.
As far as
so you're saying they left the salad bar alone?
I could tell, put everything back where they found it, except for what they took.
Right, legally.
But
they put everything back where they found it. They were nice. They were professional. They weren't criminal. They didn't kick any fucking doors. They didn't raid the goddamn place. They served a search warrant in a respectful way.
Yeah. I mean, they went through everything. There was a lot of them.
Let's talk about some of the misinformation that we.
Yeah, like that they occupied the place. Some asshole told me that they occupied Mar-a-Lago. Did you hear that? Some fuckwad said occupied. Like, what kind of an asshole?
Might be reading on social media and maybe coming out from various news sites. President Trump didn't physically take anything from the White House. Let's explain that.
What, because he didn't carry shit?
Well, President Trump himself did
no shit. Yeah, we know he had movers. The fuck?
not. I don't think anybody would think first.
No, he just said, take that classified shit. The Saudis wanted that really bad. They're going to pay cha-ching. That box over there, I wrote Trump Tower Moscow on it. Make sure that gets on there. I'm not touching it. No fingerprints. Of course he didn't take it.
For a second that President Trump, is a do-it-yourself kind of mover where he
Dude, he's not a do-it-yourself kind of anything.
He moved himself. Certainly he had staff and others that packed up all of his belongings and
Yeah, the help. We get it.
put everything in the moving van and shipped it off to...
Yeah, it's their fucking fault, okay? I never even saw those assholes before, okay? They came to me, they were highly recommended, but they turned out to be, I think, Democrats. Most of them just got me coffee and took a few fucking couple of... One of them looked like Hillary in a hat.
Mar-a-Lago. So President Trump himself didn't actually pack anything to leave the White House. So there's...
Well, then why didn't some of the shit that got packed up that was classified end up at anybody else's fucking house? How come none of the staff... I mean, maybe they want to talk to Mark Meadows about this. Maybe they already have. Were there other classified boxes that ended up at other people? Why did all the missing classified shit end up at Mar-a-Lago?
A number of issues that anybody bringing any type of charge saying that, trying to claim that he removed classified information or whatever.
Or whatever.
They're going to have a hard time proving that he actually even knew anything was in the box.
They negotiated the return of it for months. They've been in negotiation. He hasn't talked to his lawyers at all about what was taken and what wasn't taken. He came by when they got the other shit, when they, like popped in. Remember, they say he popped in. When he popped in, did anybody go, we accidentally took a bunch of classified shit, boss. We got to give it back. And he didn't go, oh, fuck. How did that happen? I wasn't around when we were leaving. I was too busy denying America a peaceful transfer of power for the first time in a couple hundred years. So I missed it. I was drinking so heavily. I slept through the whole fucking thing. They gave me a sedative and I slept through the packing because I can't deal with it. It's too stressful to move. But yeah, just give it back to him. No, he popped in and went, they what? No, we're keeping that shit over there. Don't tell him about the stuff in the basement.
Boxes or anywhere else. I don't think there was anything of substance that was removed as far as the documents go. I think this is...
Oh yeah? You don't?
A case where DOJ and the FBI under the Biden administration is just trying to criminalize and really prosecute their predecessor, which is...
Well, if they didn't take anything of substance, why would that be? Why wouldn't it just be that it's the FBI's job to return stuff and the date was up and they were like, we're going to give you 6 more months to get this shit back to us. And the 6-month date passed and they went, okay, go fucking pick it up. Because that's more than likely what happened. Beyond the other classified shit. The National Archives and the Presidential Records Act is a serious thing. And if you got 6 months to leaf through this shit. And if you don't leaf through it in those 6 months and you fuck around, we're going to just send people down to pick up all the fucking boxes and we'll sort through it and we'll send you shit back. And they went, okay, whatever. And then they came back in 6 months, which is almost the exact timing of it, and picked it all up.
It's something we see in dictatorships and third world
banana republics
countries. It tends to indicate that a nation is in decline.
No, this indicates that our country is not allowing itself to decline.
When
no, banana republics, again, fuckos like Trump in other countries end up just taking whatever the fuck they want and leaving and living on some island somewhere.
A new leader prosecutes their predecessor. So it's not a good look for us.
Yeah, it's not a good look for him.
As a nation right now, but...
No, it looks fine. People all over the world are like, why the fuck did they just let him get away with shit?
I don't think the Biden administration or the crazy Democrats that are in control right now care about what we look like. They only care about power.
Yeah, just expanding NATO power, for example, with 2 new countries and increasing our economic power by the dollar being bulletproof.
and they're willing to do anything to get it.
Anything. I mean, obviously, getting a warrant first.
It's very clear based on the statute, on the evidence that we know exists or doesn't exist, the documents that exist and doesn't exist.
These non-existent or existent existences.
There are no crimes committed. There are no crimes here.
No crimes at all. And as his lawyer, I am authorized to say that because I'm not under oath or in a court.
No president has ever been prosecuted for something that they've removed from the White House on their way out of office.
Yeah, none of them have tried to take classified materials that could be sold to foreign interests in a further expansion of their financial power or their personal power.
This is completely unprecedented.
This is Christina Bob. She is Trump's lawyer and an OAN host.
Hillary Clinton got an email saying you need to return the $200,000 worth of whatever furniture and goods that you took from the White House. There's no
and they did.
Prosecuting.
And they did. And they did.
I think this is clearly a
Did she fight for 18 months and say, fuck you, come get it?
Situation where they're looking for a way that they can easily prosecute President Trump.
Yeah, and they just, the easiest way is just go get the evidence of crime he has on his property. I mean, these assholes, it's like they don't want to work for a living.
They want to do it under a national security type guise because they can.
Please tell me there's a Don Jr. video. Please tell me.
Hide things from the public, and they can say, oh, we can't tell you, we can't give you the details because it's privileged or it's confidential information, subject to national security concerns, so we can't tell you, but we're just going to prosecute the most famous.
Whoa, hold on a second. August 9th, Donald J. Trump on his Rumble channel. A nation in decline. A golf course in decline. It's raining where I am. It's always raining. That thunder is totally not fully.
We are a nation in decline.
We are so declining.
We are a failing nation.
We're a failing nation. We failed to elect the greatest person ever. We are formerly run by a jackass. Let's make it really heavy duty. Put this together quickly. And put fake rain over this and make it look like I made my Secret Service stand out in the rain without any coats on. And make it look like I'm not afraid to step out into the rain.
We are a nation that has the highest inflation in over 40 years.
This is a car window.
Where the stock market just finished the worst first half of a year in more than 5 decades.
And then it came back around and rebounded, which totally fucks with my whole thing.
We're a nation.
We're a nation where gas prices have gone down 8 weeks in a row.
That has the highest energy cost in its history.
But that are still lower than the rest of the world that are experiencing amazing shocks.
And we
also, don't fool yourself. I did not take a sunny picture and turn it black and white. The world is in black and white now, okay?
We're no longer energy independent.
We are, but forget about that. We are energy independent, but not as energy independent.
Or energy dominant, which we were just 2 short years ago.
A long time ago, when the car was leaving in the rain, when Biden left the cake out in the rain, I want just to sit and eat it.
We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and Saudi Arabia for oil.
But none of us speak Spanish or Portuguese, and all of these. And the darkness has fallen over the once pristine and beautiful pumps, which which, you know, windmills are disgusting to look at, but these somehow, they improve your view.
We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan.
Even though we didn't.
Leaving behind dead soldiers.
And a dancing guy in a sort of lavender top who jumps up and looks like he's like a toddler who just run a racing contest.
American citizens and
we left them behind.
$85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world.
Except we didn't.
We are a nation.
I call this movie Gish Gallop.
That allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people.
And probably hundreds of thousands, probably millions.
It will only get worse.
Probably only going to get worse. It will never get better. And look at this. I just broke wind and this building fell apart.
We're a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We
normally would. There's a little bit. I mean, I tried, but I failed. Biden's really good at it. I mean, I don't know how the fuck he does it, but I don't know. Some people say it's because I'm as crimey as I am, but I don't think so.
Never seen anything like this. We're a nation that no longer has a
president that twitches on weird sentences that make him uncomfortable.
Free and fair press.
We don't. All we have is, can someone turn off the thunder while I'm speeching, please? Thank you.
Fake news is about all you get.
It's all you get. Uh-oh, here comes the motivational speech.
We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed.
It's not allowed. This microphone isn't even on. These cameras are not in color. There's no color in the world anymore. We're in a black and white world. What I like to say, white and black. I have personal reasons.
Where crime is rampant like never before. Where
people have, no one has ever been stabbed. Get the stabby video of the stabby guy. Just stabbing a guy, just stabs. Stabs. Yep. Get stabby guy. Yeah. I know lots of people get stabbed. I know in China they have stabbing attacks and that kind of stuff, but people don't know that over here. My people don't know that. Just put the stabby guy in.
The economy has been collapsing.
Yes, nobody wants to go to the drive-in anymore. Drive-ins used to do really well. It was a great place to get a handy.
Where more people died of COVID in 2021.
The first full year with it.
Than in 2020.
Who cares that they were mostly my supporters?
We're a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon.
Because I got out of the Iran deal, which was actually working. P.S. Pay no attention to what I'm saying. Look, Save America, text that thing to there, send me money. I need it really badly. We can't even afford color in these pictures. Until the end, when I tell you that I'm coming back.
And China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars.
Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that they trillioned.
It's taken from the United States.
To make toys, and so we could sell them for $1 trillion plus 20%.
To build a military to rival our own.
And they still haven't. And now they're broke, so they won't be able to afford to. But they gave it the old college try. We should, congratulations, China. Give it a, no, we're not gonna.
We are a nation.
We're a nation with a president who's had enough of Ducey's shit in a press conference and is in this shot listening to Ducey ask another dumb fucking question.
That over the past 2 years
has cut the deficit in half, gotten out of Afghanistan, vaccinated 70% of its people, cut COVID deaths down to a trickle, cut unemployment in half, passed an infrastructure bill, motherfucker! And
is no longer respected or listened to, all
except by China or Russia, the way they were like, we're listening. They used to be able to listen, mainly because they put listening devices in the Oval Office when I invited them.
Around the world. And we are a nation that is hostile
to SUVs
to
and corn,
liberty and freedom and faith,
and dirt and corn and flashing lights.
We're a nation whose economy,
we're a nation where I used to go to the White House, and now I live in a white tent. It's so sad.
Economy is floundering. Whose stores?
Okay, I got Adderall in that pocket and Sleepy Bye pills in this pocket. Okay, don't mix those up again. It'll be a boring speech.
Not stop.
Yeah, this looks like a Dark Brandon ad. I have to take this down and just add a Dark Brandon. Hoo ha ha.
Whose deliveries are not coming and who.
It's so sad. Like, Amazon totally fucked up my order. I was like, second tent from the street, and then it doesn't show up. And I'm like, well, Grubhub figured it the fuck out. Get it together. Fish delight, fish delight, fish. Oh, no fish delights.
His educational system is ranked at the bottom of every list.
As long as the list says schools you don't want to go to.
We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke.
Largely because I was the setup and I'm still trying to be the punchline.
But soon we will have...
But soon we will be back in color. And by color, I mean a weird orange / fiberglass kind of a hue.
Greatness again.
And you can tell by the passion in my voice that I'm not just reading this so they can film it at one of the things that we did.
It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country.
Yes, whether I'm president or not, really. I'm not important, you are. As a matter of fact, that's why, fuck it.
There is no mountain we cannot climb.
Although, ramps are a problem.
There is no summit we cannot reach.
Again, ramps, bit of an issue.
There is no challenge we cannot meet.
As long as it's not a ramp.
There is no victory we cannot have.
Except for the last election and probably the next one and the one after that. And of course, Infrastructure Week. Motherfucker!
We will not bend.
Because if we try, we'll fall forward. Honestly, we can't even see our dick.
We will not break.
Break that for me, will you? We will not break. No breaks.
We will not yield, ever.
Especially if we're going into traffic and there's oncoming traffic and we're supposed to. Ever yield. It's why I don't have a driver's license, actually. I see the sign that says yield. I don't even know what it fucking means.
We will never give in. We will never give up.
We'll never give in. We'll never give up. If anybody wants to jerk off right on my chin, I'll help them do it.
And we will never, ever back down.
Except when handed a subpoena.
We will never let you down as long as we are confident and united. The tyrants we are fighting do not stand even a little chance.
Even a little chance. I will never. If I have to jerk those tyrants off right all over my dimpled chin, I'll do it.
Because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God and God alone. And it is time to start talking about greatness for our country again.
Yes, great jobs numbers, great vaccination numbers, great infrastructure projects, rural broadband and a smart grid. Excuse me. Fuck you. That's Kimberly's line. Excuse you. No. That's it? That's the whole fucking thing. No. Can someone please play this video for... Where are they? Is it this thing? No. Where are they? For these assholes. Play this video for them. We're like, wait till the end, bro. You're going to be so excited. Wait till the end. Wait till the end, man. I know it's a little sad in the beginning. Wait for it and just watch them start. Oh, fuck, man. Here it comes. Oh, it's so gonna. Oh, it's gonna. Wait, it's not? Yeah, no, he just released that video for just to fuck with you. He literally just put that video out just to fuck with you. Yeah, the live in Walker's trial, live thing. There's him on, when's the last time? 22. This is all he's put out. He put the Waukesha thing out on August 3rd. And then that's been it since then. And we're some of the first to see it. Look at that. 6,230 rumbles. The other ones 9, 10, 2470. Not big numbers. They should be doing better, but they aren't. No, I'm not subscribing. But I am curious, if I may. Let's see, is Don, whoops. What the fuck are people searching for on there? Whoops, Din Jr.? What am I doing? Don Jr. We go to his channel. Nope, no video from that asshole. We haven't seen anything from him since August 1st. Huh. You don't think this has to do with him having to... No, he's not, doesn't have time or something? Hold on. Where are these assholes? Okay, this is where we were. Boy, was that fucking pitiful.
So most popular president, and probably most famous president in American history.
No, infamous maybe. I mean, I'm going to eat something because I've been sitting here for a long time. I've had this bar staring at me in the face. Pardon me for eating on camera. It's a shitty streamer thing to do, but is he cooperating? No.
So it's, cloak and dagger. They're trying to...
Cloak and dagger. They didn't sneak in, motherfucker.
Shield what they're doing and prevent the American public from really understanding it.
No, you are. You're a lawyer present. They had to provide you with the search warrant. You're the one hiding it.
And it's disgusting.
It is. Now, I spent some time on Twitter in some of these live chat rooms where people were talking.
Yeah. At any time during that, did the screen behind your guest shut down?
People right now
and become a screensaver?
Are fearing that...
with the words bouncing around? Did you guys just see that? Watch.
Is. Now...
Where the fuck? They took Mar-a-Lago.
I spent some time on Twitter.
I'm going to make Mar-a-Lago disappear.
Rooms where people were talking. A lot of people right now...
Whoa. Eat that, Chris Angel.
are fearing that maybe evidence will be planted against...
Yeah, that's what'll happen.
President Trump. And I don't know if you can...
You know what I'm worried about? Samsung getting free advertising.
You can or you cannot address. Has that been talked about at all?
I'm sorry. I just realized my background went out. Do you want me to stop it?
No, that's...
No, leave it.
You can stop it. That's fine. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You still look good.
Stop it.
Good with a black background. But
I even tried before we started. I was like, I don't know how to work the screen.
I don't know how to make the Samsung motherfucker.
Screensaver might go off. So
well,
sorry.
That's okay. But
jiggle the mouse.
Have you guys? Are you worried?
Is there a chance? And I'm spitballing here. Is there a small chance that he might have some phones or electronic devices from a company? I don't know. A Korean one comes to mind. I don't know why. That might have incriminating stuff on it that they might have taken.
That something will be planted on the president that was not something they took from Mar-a-Lago?
Well, we went through everything, and there wasn't anything of substance in there. So if they try to claim that there was something really damning, that will be very concerning to me. I genuinely don't believe that there's anything like that there. However, I think it's more likely than not that they will come up with a bogus charge with little to no evidence. Like if they find something that was classified secret that has no significant meaning, whether it is meaningful or not.
Oh, you mean like the stuff they were using against Hillary Clinton that turned out to be nothing?
They could prosecute anyway. I think that's much more likely. Planting evidence, they're not above it for sure. But
Samsung.
I don't think they
I
even
don't know why I can't think of anything but Samsung. I don't know what.
need to go that far.
Samsung.
I think it's Washington, D.C. I think they found a magistrate that's friendly to their cause, and they decided to
Yeah, did they find a justice o' the peace as well?
you know, move forward. I think that we will see problems with them, but I don't think they're going to get as far as they would like to get.
Okay, let's talk about the public reaction that we're seeing. We saw a large group of people gathered outside Mar-a-Lago yesterday afternoon and well into the
there were almost 24
late evening.
The same assholes who float boats by his place all the time when they know he's there, like fucking believers.
President obviously receiving a lot of support on social media as well, not from just your American First type, MAGA supporters, but
other people who might be incriminated in his actions as well.
Moderate Republicans that might not have necessarily been in President Trump's camp before, has reached out to the president on social media to say, hey, this is not what we do here in this country. This is a banana republic.
Pay no attention to the man behind that curtain.
Do you want to share your thoughts on what you're hearing on social media and perhaps what you might have felt from the Trump camp?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. People are looking at this going, holy cow,
holy cow.
They're going to prosecute, or they want to try to prosecute
a criminal,
Donald Trump, for the sole purpose of making sure he can't run again because he.
Well, if he can't, if they're not successful in their prosecution because they don't have evidence, why would he have any worries about running again?
He's so popular. This is something
he's so popular.
We see in dictatorships. It's not something we see in freedom-loving America. I mean,
well, actually, it is. Because we're all equal under the law.
Never in the history of the country have we seen Joe Biden, a president, go after and prosecute
cold-blooded
their predecessor.
Just a beast. Biden's just a monster. He's like a Machiavellian saint. He's fucking like John Constantine. I don't know how he does it.
And that is largely one of the reasons that Donald Trump didn't as aggressively pursue Hillary Clinton,
because he was afraid they would look at him.
It's not the type of country we live in. We live in a freedom-loving.
Yeah, that's why. He was like, I would do it, but this is for America. I know I ran on it, and I know there's nothing there, and if I swing and miss, everybody's going to call me out for being a liar, so I'll just leave it.
Country where it's the people who choose the leaders. And Joe Biden is trying to eliminate his competition for 2024 by...
Wait a minute. They raided DeSantis' house too?
By prosecuting Donald Trump. I mean, it's disgusting, it's illegal, and it needs to...
It's not illegal.
...be addressed.
It's being addressed. You're addressing it right now. Oh my God, free speech has been torn away.
Well, Christina, let me ask you, do you think the Biden administration knew that this was...
Of course I think they did, Bubba.
...going to happen?
We've heard most of her shit. Unless she's going to share something, I want to jump ahead to the MTG stuff.
They're denying any knowledge of this, but how would they allow...
Of course they did. Oh my God.
The FBI to do such a raid that would paint the Biden administration... I mean, we thought the biggest failure so far has been the abandonment in Afghanistan, but...
The abandonment in Afghanistan. What did we abandon? Oh, right, the forever war. We abandoned the forever war.
Now you can almost say the persecution of a former president is now going to define the Biden presidency. So in your
totally
opinion, did they know about this?
Of course they knew about this. Merrick Garland, you honestly believe that anybody in the FBI, which is part of the Department of Justice, let's be clear, the FBI and the Department of Justice are not separate. They all fall under the Attorney General. You think...
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the FBI could investigate people in the Department of Justice because they have independence in that regard. The Department of Justice can't call them off in that regard if they're in the wrong.
Anybody in the FBI is going to raid the home, the personal residence of Donald Trump without letting the Attorney General know?
It's interesting she makes the distinction between personal residence and home, kind of backs away from it, while the word Samsung slams into her head.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way. And God, let's pretend for a second that that's what happened. Let's pretend that this is a bunch of rogue people here in Florida.
Why would it be rogue? They would just be following the DOJ's lead on an ongoing case. He just hit trigger dates, asshole.
That decided to do this without telling the Attorney General. People would have been fired by now. We would have seen people fired.
Why?
We would have seen statements coming out condemning it.
Why? No.
But instead, if I recall correctly, CNN was reporting that they were cheering in the West Wing. So the fact...
Well, I mean, because they didn't know about it. They were as surprised as the rest of us. They thought it was fucking hilarious.
They're now coming out and disavowing this. And
if they're cheering, they were... That's what the rest of us did. Why wouldn't they be?
Distancing themselves from this shows how...
And by the way, hearing a bunch of people go, oh my fucking God, you know, that's exactly what I would expect from people who went, look, just do your job. Don't tell me about it, especially if it's political. Do what's right. I don't want to hear about it. I'll find out like everybody else does. Don't spoil the ending for me. I want to watch this.
How this is resonating with the American people.
It's resonating pretty well, actually. I don't know if it's the tone of it or the sine wave, the frequency of it, but my nipples are hard.
Because if this if this actually resonated with the American people and people wanted this to happen, they wouldn't be disowning it. They would be owning it and saying, yes, we are, strong on criminal justice and we're going to hold people accountable and we're going to root out corruption.
Well, that's what I've been saying. I mean, I feel okay about that. Yeah.
But the American people don't like it. And
no, they don't like it.
So now they have to distance themselves from it because they screwed up.
Or they just have to go, yeah, we're not engaged with them on that. They have to follow the law.
Let's talk about how the world views.
Yes, how is Taiwan feeling about
what happened?
What does China think?
Some of these other outside the U.S., they're looking at this and saying, wait a minute,
wait a minute. What if we could do this? What if we could hold our leaders who are criminals accountable? Holy shit.
I guess this is one way you can ensure that a very popular president with the people is ever removed from running again. What do you think the world reaction has been that you've...
Yeah. Christina, you've called the world.
Seen or heard so far?
It lowers our standing.
It totally does. To have had him as a president, sure.
I mean, I can't speak specifically to what certain leaders have
because I'm just talking out of my ass right now.
Said, but it absolutely lowers our standing, and there's plenty of research that indicates.
Yes, there's a lot of research. Most of the research I've been involved in.
You've seen
research
or heard so far.
It lowers our standing. I mean, I can't speak specifically to what certain leaders have said, but it absolutely lowers our standing, and there's plenty of research that indicates when a country...
Yeah, you search and then you research. The second time you're searching.
...prosecutes their predecessor, it indicates that country is in decline.
Or they're getting out of an apartheid-like situation, or they're actually righting the ship after a period of decline, or their last leader was just a fucking crook. That happens.
And it lowers their world standing. And unfortunately, that is the state of the United States at the moment. Obviously, they haven't actually indicted.
Yeah, obviously.
Donald Trump.
Not yet.
I think that's probably what they want to do.
Well, don't threaten me with a good time.
I don't think it's a good idea, but they might try it.
You're his lawyer. Why would you think it's a good time? Well, fees.
Get very far, but
well, he's not going to pay you. He's not. Is this a bad time to tell her? He's going to stiff you. He's going to stiff you. No pun intended. He's going to stiff you on your bills. He's not going to pay for your legal fees. He's not going to pay his legal fees.
They'll play their games. We've seen them go after him relentlessly. That I anticipate.
Do you love me? Are you playing your love games with me? All right.
They'll do something, but
more than likely, I feel like they'll probably follow up the raid with something.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, the backstop to this is the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we'll take it all the way to there, and hopefully they will cover my ass.
And I just cannot believe that
I'm old Greg. Well spotted,
Supreme
Templeton.
Court is going to turn a blind eye to the fact that whatever crime they claim was committed, they're not actually going to have the factual evidence to support it.
They got 15 boxes of something.
And the fact that they're setting a really bad precedent of prosecuting predecessors, we just cannot stand for.
It's almost as if it's a really serious thing and they ain't fucking around.
In this country.
So when this comes up a big nothing burger in this whole raid at Mar-a-Lago and this whole pursuit of finding any type of, national security risk.
And then maggots have shot a bunch of people in revenge of Trump while this plays itself out as kind of a normal function of law and order, and that they just literally went down there to take back files he shouldn't have had and he was not taking proper care of. And they don't intend on, incarcerating him. But a bunch of maggots have murdered people because you ginned up violence. Then what?
This comes up a nothing burger. How do we move forward? Because people do not have trust in the DOJ, the FBI.
People?
And this is just another.
Well, half of them don't have trust in the DOJ because they're not moving fast enough on this fuckwad.
Another stain on their resume. And in clear disclosure here, there's a lot of good people in the FBI. There's a lot.
Well, clear disclosure. She doesn't agree. She's closing her eyes. She's not with you on this. There are not a lot of good people in the FBI. According to Greg Kelly, there's 4 of them.
A lot of good people in the DOJ. There are a lot of good people.
Nope, they're all monsters, obviously.
That fight this country and that defend our values and want to see.
They fight this country? Wait a minute. What's your definition of good? Fight this country?
Out the truth. But at the end of the day, this is just another scar on the American people.
No, it's not. It's a healing balm.
People have lost a lot of faith in our justice system.
I think.
Imagine how they feel about Samsung.
That's right. I don't think the American people believe.
You can stop it. Don't think.
Believe the FBI.
All right, just tell us what happened. I don't give a fuck about your opinion about this. And the only value of having her on is what the fuck happened.
Anymore. And
ask her again what she did.
The fact that, the Trump team did to show you that everybody's assuming that the FBI is corrupt in this because it's a ridiculous investigation. So I do.
No, it isn't.
Investigating and prosecuting.
You're a lawyer.
The FBI is sealing all of the probable cause. We don't know. They're not telling us what the probable cause was for the warrant because they want it sealed. So
it's almost as if it's all classified.
It's just they want to cloak everything. They want it to be done behind closed doors.
Or it could be that he was stealing stuff that was so sensitive that it could get people fucking killed.
The American people cannot hold them accountable. And I think.
Sure they do. We had elections. We did that last time.
The FBI at this point is much more dangerous to American freedoms than any type of domestic terrorism.
Whoa. Yeah, Boston bomber? Yeah, no, don't worry about that. The FBI is worse.
Christina Bob joining us here on this.
Wasting everybody's time. Okay. Again, yabba yabba. She's not telling us what happened. This is all conjecture. Bring out, where is she? Let's move on. Selling my coffee and slippers. And, oh, yes, Carrie Lake on. Oh, she's going to be mad. Oh, she's pissed. Oh, she's so angry. She's got an extra layer of Vaseline on the screen.
Her reaction to seeing the news, how it developed
Brutal.
over the course of the
what could happen
day yesterday, and get your reaction to that. Carrie, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Brian. It's just, I really think it was one of the darkest days in our country's history.
The darkest days. These are the dark days.
History, when you think about.
I am thinking about it. Let me think about it again. Okay, I thought about it.
This government created by we the people.
That's right. We little people. They were the founding fathers were this big.
And we have been watching.
And we, the we people.
Watching it turn on we the people.
Oh no, it's we. Well, they the people. I mean, obviously, we don't live at a fucking golf club.
And culminating with this egregious, outrageous raid.
Yes, not culminating with January 6th as an attack on our fucking system of government. No, just a simple serving of a subpoena or a search warrant on a building where this dude isn't even supposed to live.
On our president's home. This has been a witch hunt on President Trump since before day one.
Which hunt is this? I mean, there's a lot of them going around. I don't know which one.
Before he took office, they've been trying to bring this man down. I don't know that there's anyone in American
history. Little did they know all they had to do was wait and he would do it his fucking self.
History more persecuted than Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, fuck that Jesus dude. I mean, really?
He said that in his speech at CPAC.
And I lapped it right up. Honestly, I was like a kitten with a saucer of milk. I mean, Abe Lincoln who?
And I agree with him 100%.
because that's the only degree that I ever agree is 100%.
If we allow this to happen, if we continue to allow this to happen, we will cease to have a country.
Allow judges to sign off on warrants and the FBI to carry them out, and raids, and we use that in air quotes, being peacefully carried out in our country. That's the problem.
And I think that's why it's so important that these states remember
to follow us on our social media accounts. And we're gonna, in 6 minutes, we've got something coming up.
Is the power.
Program alert. Broadcast is ending on these things. You can't watch them. You gotta hang up because we're gonna get kicked off
in the states, and we need to send a very big message to the federal government that we're not going to take this anymore.
No, we're not going to take it. And just as I've been using the Twisted Sister song, even though Dee Snider's told me to go fuck myself.
I said in my statement, we need to fire the federal government and
fire the federal government. I mean, that's basically what Putin would want.
Them that the states are sovereign. And we, the people, are the ones in charge of this government.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, DeSantis had to sign off on this raid.
And Carrie, what I'm seeing on social media is that a lot of people are angry that the DOJ, the FBI, have turned a blind eye at all the previous accusations that were, that former, Hillary.
Yeah, they've been doing the thing, and they had a 2-year-long investigation after the Comey statement, and it turned out to be worth fuck all, and they eventually looked at all the emails, and apparently they did serve pigs in blankets at Chelsea's wedding.
Clinton, former candidate for president, there's the laptop from HAL, the connections that Joe.
I will defer to you. Both of you have been to hell, but there is no Hunter Biden laptop.
Biden administration, Hunter Biden, they had no follow-up on that. But yet they're going to
How are they supposed to follow up on something when Rudy Giuliani fucked the entire thing into a cocked hat?
Mar-a-Lago to look for something, a needle in a haystack, if you will, on anything.
15 boxes of needles. Apparently the hay had already been eaten.
That they can indict him on to prevent him from running, because guess what? Those failed policies in the Biden administration is the reason why his approval numbers are so low.
No, largely it was gas that was doing it. It's a standard thing for a president, but you guys were hoping that that would stick around. It's not going to.
This is a tactic to remove him from the public eye and from the political.
From the public eye? No, I mean, what didn't Charles Manson put out an album in prison?
Movement of him returning to the White House.
I have a slight smile on my face because they've been trying to.
But that's because you will always pretend to have a slight smile on your face.
Bring him down since before he even won. And he's too powerful. He's
and then
too
again after he lost really badly.
Loved by the American people.
He's beloved.
For them to accomplish that. They thought in that stolen election in 2020 that that would be the end of Donald J. Trump. He would just,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty embarrassing. You're president of the United States, and this guy named Sleepy Joe manages to steal the election from you. I mean, you couldn't. I imagine being Trump in that situation. You bought millions of votes, and you've planted them all over the country. You've got, Yeah, Republicans in different states, especially Arizona, Wisconsin, and others, trying to help you get elected by by planting a lot of those votes for you. And you thought you could do it on the cheap. They told you all you needed was 2 million more votes. So you ponied up the dough. You paid for 2 million more votes, and it wasn't enough. Yeah, it's true. I'm just saying that's it's gotta suck. And then Sleepy Joe kicks your ass. That's gotta hurt.
Walk away and go back to his private life, and he still has a following. And what they did,
yes, I wouldn't call it a following. I'd call it a cult. But
was create an even bigger following.
Well, then why the crowd's been shrinking?
For President Trump, because American people recognize that he loves America.
No, I don't see that at all. I would need citation needed.
And his following is growing. And I think with what happened at Mar-a-Lago with these FBI agents, I don't know how they live with themselves.
They probably can't. I mean, it's devastating. They probably I'm sure none of them went home, had a hot meal, went, what a weird day, and then went back to doing their next serving a search warrant on a federal level in a dangerous situation.
How they could even, if I were told to do that and I was an FBI agent, I would walk off the job.
That's because you don't give a shit about your oath to the United States. You believe you've taken an oath to Donald Trump.
I would turn over my badge and say, I'm not interested in being
like an 80s cop movie
part of this anymore. And we need more people to stand up and walk away from it.
Well, by the way, all those FBI agents did stand up. They got out of the cars. They stood up out of the cars and they went in and got some shit. And they probably sat down a couple times while they were in there. And then they stood up again.
Job that's telling them to do something that's unconstitutional.
It's not.
Or that's immoral. Or
it's not.
That's unethical.
It's not. Yeah, they're covered on all three of those. They're fine.
When are more Americans going to start standing up to?
Well, I don't know. He's as popular as he's going to get. That's Carrie. I don't know how to explain this to you, but there just aren't any more Americans. There's only 340 million of us, and we can only cheer for the man so much. We're gonna have to make more Trump babies.
To this
and to that I say, after you.
Say no. I will not take part in that.
I will not. I am Sharticus.
You can have my paycheck. You can have my benefits. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. What a dumb fucking idea. You can have my benefits and my paycheck. I refuse to carry out a lawfully executed search warrant, which is my job, because I love this guy more than the laws of our country. What?
And we need more people to
I will not pay a lot for this muffler. This is a spicy meatball.
Do that. But I think it's interesting that President Trump is not going away. I think he's going to.
Oh, he's going away.
Run again.
No, he's not.
He's created
a great video. We watched it. It was fabulous.
Empowered group of people who are ready to step into the mix and help take this country back, including what I call a legacy of leaders who are.
Legacy of leaders. LOL. That wasn't on purpose. That was a mistake. I didn't think of it. I fucked up. We call them people like myself who are LOL candidates. Why are they doing that? That the LOL, the legacy of leaders, of leadership leaders are, we're the LOL candidates. It's not, I don't know what is funny. You folks need to stop doing that. But the LOL candidates that I don't know why they're doing that. Magoo.
Stepping forward and running for office, myself included. I was inspired by President Trump.
We can, yeah. Basically, she was one of the people who watched him and went, I can do that.
So
who can't lie like an asshole and turn a TV career into a bullshit political movement.
Can't get rid of him. They can't get rid of the Make America First movement.
Make America First movement? MAFM? Are all the LOL candidates doing MAFM as well? Pardon me, MAFM.
Because there's too many Americans who love this country and are willing to fight to save this republic.
Yeah, the problem you have is they're not willing to vote. So
Carrie Lake joining us live on the program to talk about the FBI raid there down in Mar-a-Lago. Now, Carrie, I've noticed on social media a lot of Republicans, both people,
Mafufu, Magoo,
people that might not have been in the Trump camp from day one are now defending the president.
Because they're afraid that he has shit on them.
And really accusing this government of having some type of banana republic.
Yeah, it's because they have a limited cultural reference and they pick the ones that are the most grotesque. By the way, I don't need any more of her. I want to... This is like an hour-long program, so fuck this. Let's jump ahead to... Where's... Oh! Madam Skype herself is here.
Of keeping our freedom from the great state of Georgia, Northwest Georgia in particular. Margie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman, joining us on the line as well. Welcome, Margie. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Margie.
Hey, Brian. How are you doing today?
Well, you know, I wish we were meeting under different circumstances. I woke up yesterday morning.
Yeah, like at the gym, like in one of them sex guru camps. Hold on, nobody said that Margie was coming. Come on, man. You can't keep me far away, buddy. There she is. She's so beautiful. She gives me a twinkle in my eye, and look at her in her blue jacket with her short cropped hair, and oh fuck, that ain't Margie. I got them mixed. Oh, there she is. She's right there. I get her. It's so easy to mix her up. It's just the Adam's apple threw me off.
Like you, and saw the news feed and learned that.
Yes, they saw. She's got a direct Mar-a-Lago feed going to her office at all times. It's in front of the treadmill. Keeps her motivated. One of these days, I'm gonna live in a big old Florida plantation, man. Just me and a couple of like golf caddies with big glimmering muscles and the occasional alligator.
Our president was under attack by
He was under attack. I mean, they were in the wrong building, but
the FBI.
Oh my God.
And of course,
I just showed up. I'm sorry. What happened? Explain what happened to me. This sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
I was asking myself, for what?
For what? I mean, every man asks himself that question when he looks down at his Jim Jam, but usually you ask when you're a kid. You look down and you're like, for what? Like when you're a baby or something. It's weird that a grown man would. Never mind.
So I wanted to bring you on to get your reaction. I know that.
Yeah. I'm sure people are going to be surprised at her take on this. She's going to have, I trust, because I know her real well. She's going to have a very measured attitude towards this whole thing. She's gonna tap the brakes. She's not going to have any incendiary language.
You've been pretty hot on Twitter. And
she's hot right now, buddy. Don't even start.
On social media, sharing your thoughts on that. So let's kind of roll back a little bit.
Go back to before this happened. Do a big lead up. Speak slowly.
4 hours ago, when you saw the news, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
Now that's just mean. That's a trick question, Margie. Don't fall for it. The answer is nothing. Mind. What the hell? We don't have minds, okay? We got brains, dum-dum. All right? Minds is something elites have. I got brain cell upstairs, understand?
Well, the first thing I thought about is my phone is blowing up, getting
oh my God. They put a bomb in her phone.
Phone calls from other Republican members of Congress.
Going, holy shit. I think they're on to us. Is that what happened? That's what happened, didn't it?
And then just great constituents here in my district.
Great. Wait a minute. You got a bunch. Hold on. Why is she so fucking quiet? I got to fix this noise. It's quiet.
District is that this isn't new. And
no.
I think everyone needs to remember that. These are the same people
That's right.
that went after President Trump before he ever became president when they tapped Trump Tower.
Well, no, these would be different people. The dudes that actually go do search warrants are different than the wiretapping folks. That's just different staff. And the people running the DOJ and the people running like Christopher Wray wasn't even in there. Trump put him in. If it's the same people, then they just following orders from different. Are you saying that the FBI said, fuck you, DOJ, Christopher Wray, we're going to keep doing what we were doing when Trump's people ran the play? I don't know.
So this has been going on for a very long time, and it started in the Obama White House. And who was in the Obama White House?
Obama. It's a trick question. It's like Grant's tomb.
Well, Joe Biden. But
oh, right. Well, he was in the vice president's quarters.
We have to add in the other people. Hillary Clinton.
Oh, Trump just posted something on Truth Social. Was it as good as his movie? Hold on, let's see. I got something in here. Hold on. Jump in there, see if it's done. There you go. Jump in this shit. Go in here. Fuck, I don't even know. Let's look. I'll look up. See if I can find it on Raw Story. That's it's sanslube.com. Probably let's try to get there. There's a bunch of shit. Panic. There you go. Trump says search warrant infringe on America's rights. And here you go. Here's a new one. Right. Oh, they did that thing. Is there another one? Let's see if I can find it. Here it goes. Here you go. Block, don't do that. Come on. This is the thing. Here it is. From Troth Sensual. Fuck, I'm bringing another dude in. He can read it. Hi everybody. I'm Ficus's stunt reader. A horrible thing took place yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. We are no better than a third world country, a banana republic, which is a great store, but the suits never fit me. I think it was all that slim fit cutting. I think it's a mistake. It is a continuation of Russia, impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, the no collusion Mueller report, and more. To make matters worse, it is all, in my opinion, a coordinated attack with radical left Democrats, state and local DAs and AGs. I know this is just a little tiny piece of the same shit I wrote yesterday, but I don't know why you'd think that. That's it? That's the whole thing? What took place yesterday long before was an unprecedented infringement. Where the fuck is it? Is it the whole thing? In his first statement, okay, nope, that's it. Yeah. Wah, wah.
Her campaign was very involved, and then a certain attorney that everyone seems to forget about, but his name is Mark Elias.
Oh, Mark Elias. Who's he?
From the firm Perkins and Coie, who represented Hillary Clinton when the Christopher Steele dossier was written.
I read that thing, man. That Christopher Steele dossier fucked up my Pornhub search results for like a month.
And that launched the entire Russia hoax. So you.
Well, not all of it, obviously.
See, these enemies that are coming after President Trump, they've always been going after him.
Oh, they sure have. Especially those assholes at Skype that keep messing with him. How dare they? Just wrong.
They have constantly tried.
They have constantly
To get President
consonantly. They use capital letters all the time.
Trump, because they fear him the most.
They're so scared of him creating a dictatorship when that's what we should all hope for, right, Marge?
Brian, he's the person that they know can take down the deep state.
Oh my God, he can? Well, why didn't he do it? He had 4 fucking years.
And finally dismantle
the Epstein-connected politicians who are in her. Holy shit!
All of the corruption.
Olive oil.
And all of the things that are.
By the way, olive oil, I don't care what all y'all say, was fucking hot. I know she had a body like uncooked spaghetti, but come on.
Happening in Washington, D.C.
That's right. Washington's a terrible place. I don't know why anybody would even want a job that would take them there. Why not just work as a local politician and stay in your state and actually do some good on the ground? Why would you even run for an office that would take you to Washington?
Because President Trump really means it when
that's why.
He says he's going to drain the swamp.
We talked.
I think he's just talking about draining a festering boil under his overhang.
To Christina Bob earlier.
Oh, wow.
And I asked her this question.
She's pretty too.
If she thought that the Biden administration knew that the FBI was going to raid.
Yeah. Okay. They just fucking with her now.
Mar-a-Lago.
Who are those two fellas? Where is Marge gone? She was just there a second ago. FBI raids President Trump's Mar-a-Lago. Were they looking for shit on that dude? I mean, he was a neighbor.
And she said, absolutely.
Oh, now I know why she's upset.
They knew. And
of course, she said, of course they knew. Of course, she didn't know that they know, but she said they knew. Like, of course they fucking knew.
Of course, they denied.
They denied that they knew, but she knew they were going to deny that they knew because they had to deny they knew. And that's how she knew that they had known.
Any knowledge.
I'm sorry. Does anybody else smell almonds? Like the roof of my mouth tastes like a Band-Aid.
Of this, they're trying to separate themselves from this. But I ask you.
Yeah, you're in government. You work in Washington.
If you're the Biden administration,
If you're the Biden administration, I'm a fucking monkey.
Want this action to define your legacy? Because before this, your biggest, I guess, failure has been the abandonment in Afghanistan. But
yeah, I mean, why aren't good? Thanks for asking that again, man. Why aren't we still in Afghanistan? Stop acting like we was trying to get out of there for 20 years. I mean, I was with her 20 more years. 20 more years.
But I will now say you're going to be known.
You're going to be known for fuck. Who are those guys?
For investigating, and
it's very frustrating. Your camera keeps going out, and that picture keeps popping up. And I don't know who those guys are, but they seem like really close friends. I think below the picture they're touching each other.
Attacking a president with a search.
He's a tacky president, I will say that.
Warrant, looking for some type of information to incriminate him on a.
Well, they found 15 boxes of it.
Former president.
Oops. Hey, you fellas, move out the way. I'm trying to look at my Marge.
Which I think is shameful.
Oh, goddamn. She's so upset. Why? Who is messing? Look at that pose, though. She's like model purdy. How y'all doing?
And it's very much a Banana Republic.
Just smile. Just smile. When he says Banana Republic, smile real big.
Type situation.
It totally is. I'm only smiling because I like bananas.
Yeah, they don't mind at all because they're failing on all of their policies.
That's right. Their policy of trying to cut the deficit and the unemployment in half. They obviously failed at getting us out of Afghanistan. We're still there to this day, spending $300 million a day. They failed at Infrastructure Week. It's over.
They want to be the people that bring down President Trump. This is the guy that they have.
Well, then why are you worried? If they fail at everything else, then just let them do it. Just go knock yourself out. You're going to fuck this up too.
Created as the bad guy in the public sphere for years now. And
well, I mean, not by the Democrats. He used to donate to Democrats, mostly just women who were like, fuck that dude.
The corporate media is completely.
And his wives. I mean, the first two.
Been investigated and invested in it. They have built him up to be, the worst person that could ever be president of the United States.
Well, yeah, but only on an intellectual level, not the most evil. Obviously. There's a couple of ones pre the end of slavery that kind of sucked that way. You know what I'm saying?
In the eye of the left and in the eyes of, people that aren't paying attention to what's really going on.
Yeah, them's the worst. The people that aren't keyed in like Marge and I are. We keep up on current events and topics and legal situations and the intricacies of whatever she was talking about. I don't know.
But everyone knows the difference, Brian. Everyone sees.
Yeah, everybody can see this.
The difference between
everybody knows
President Trump's first term and Joe Biden's
his only term. I mean, so far, but his only term. I mean, none of us are promised a future, Marge.
19 months now, which has become a complete dumpster fire, and when we become a country that we're embarrassed on the world stage.
Well, look. It's not your fault you can't speak another language and you're never asked to go on congressional foreign trips. We want you here at home. You speak woodchuck. That's good enough for me.
We don't even have a border anymore. Crime is.
Wait, we don't have a border anymore? But I heard Biden just added on to parts of the wall. Where'd he build it? How does he know where it goes? Or are they just what is it in the middle of Kansas? The fuck?
Is out of control. Inflation is out of control.
It is. It was. It still is.
And now
what's in control?
Democrats in the Senate have passed a bill called Reducing Inflation Act.
The Inflation Reduction Act. But I mean, if you want to Yoda it, that's fine. You can Yoda anything you want. You can do anything. You're so purty.
That's not going to reduce
the Inflation Reduction Act. It's going to reduce inflation. It is.
Inflation. It's going to raise taxes.
It's going to what? It's going to raise taxes on who?
On middle class Americans.
Middle class billionaires are going to start getting. Oh my God.
Small business owners.
How small? Like Amazon small?
And they're launching a new IRS army that.
Oh my God. Who's in? You guys get out of the way. Stop bogarting the screen from Marge. She was just telling us how there's going to be like, they're going to be going after billionaires and people who seem to dodge any kind of legal ramifications for their skeeviness. And then you guys got to bogart the fucking screen.
You know, this is the thing that
that's the thing
everyone needs to understand.
That's what they need to understand.
This IRS army is going.
Yeah, they're going. That's the scary thing. The IRS army is going to go to Mar-a-Lago next. Then the shit's really going to hit the fans.
To be armed with weapons.
What? They going to be armed with weapons? I mean, the pen is mightier than the sword, but I think what you mean is like a trig calculator, but which I consider a weapon, by the way. Because if you pull out a calculator in front of me, I'm like, come on, boy, put up your dukes, let's do it.
And not only that, it's larger than the
revenuers. She's talking about revenuers.
Pentagon, the Border Patrol.
The Pentagon and the Border Patrol.
And many other agencies.
Yes, the CAA, the Creative Artists Agency, Trump's old modeling agency.
All combined. So the IRS.
A temp agency that I once tried to sign up for, but they didn't find anything that I was qualified not to do.
This will be the largest government agency, and that's terrifying every single American. But
well, it is. Money is the thing we do biggest.
This is who the Democrats are. We've seen this happen in many third world countries.
Really? You've seen third world countries have giant internal revenue services to deal with lost billions? What country is that?
Where dictators rise.
I'll tell you what, my dictator's rising. Don't be afraid.
And they rise through actions.
Well, yeah, sometimes, it's a little slow on the uptake.
Just like we saw at Mar-a-Lago yesterday.
Dictators rising. A dictator rose at Mar-a-Lago. I think that was just a tater tot, actually. It was just it was sinking in some ketchup, and it just found its way to this top.
And the White House knows. They knew exactly what
they had to know. They got to know. Trump didn't know a bunch of shit, but that was because he just doesn't like to read.
They were doing.
God bless his failing eyes.
They sent them down there. But I want to point everyone to Mark Elias. He tweeted something last night.
Fabulous.
He tweeted a code of our law, and the code is 2071. And the whole
2071, that's the year Trump is going to be installed as a dictator.
Purpose that they're trying to do with this FBI raid is to try to prove that President Trump took articles, took information.
I mean, he admitted to doing it, but that ain't proof. He says a lot of stuff that turns out not to be true, okay?
From the White House that he wasn't.
Just because he said he took some shit and he's got some shit and they know he's got some shit, just because he said it doesn't mean he did. He said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. That ain't true. So why, if he says, oh yeah, I got them boxes, maybe he doesn't.
Supposed to take, which is an absolute lie. And the result of that, according to the
wait a minute, there's an absolute lie in law, and it's got its own clause.
Law is that it can prevent
it can prevent people who were introduced to underage girls by Jeffrey Epstein repeatedly from running for office again.
It can prevent President Trump from ever holding office again.
Yeah, by the way, the voters can also do that. I just want you to know.
That's their ultimate goal, is to
also his bills
to stop President Trump from ever being in office again. But we know
why would that work if he don't have the shit? Why wouldn't it just make it more certain that he'd be able to run? Because he'd go, look how persecuted I am. They didn't find shit. If that's what their goal was.
No, that we support him. I support him. Many Republican members are now unified and will be taking
a dozen
back the House. And
yeah, you're totally going to take back the House.
Once we do,
you're going to go back to your house, maybe.
We're going to be going after
Jeffrey Epstein's estate and dividing the money up amongst his victims.
We're going to be.
I don't know why that just popped into my head.
Going after and taking down this corrupt communist-style government.
Communist-style government. Oh, because they all wear them Mao jackets and them weird beanies.
And we've got to do something to.
I don't know, them flop hats, whatever the fuck they call.
To totally gut the Department of Justice and the FBI, because it's time. We can't tolerate this anymore.
No, we cannot tolerate people elites gathering together to run protection schemes for each other and allow for there to be another different level of law in Florida for one person and somebody else. I mean, I even heard they let some motherfucker have a key to his own jail cell and just come and go as he wants. I mean, anybody who even hung out with that motherfucker should be disqualified.
Marjorie Taylor Greene joining us here live.
Yeah, well, live via satellite from S-Class. Where the fuck?
From our right side studios here in Dallas, Texas. Now, you said earlier when you came on, your phone's been blowing up.
Yeah, maybe you should put maybe that's what the problem is. You got your phone on, put it on Do Not Disturb while you're doing an interview, and it won't keep kicking your fucking camera off.
Let's talk about the reaction that you're getting from Republicans, but that might not have normally been in the Trump camp, but now they...
Yeah, who's calling you, Marge, that doesn't normally return your phone call?
See what's going on. You don't have to name names, but I know...
But do any of them, any of the people you know that would avoid talking about Trump or liking him largely because of his association with some ne'er-do-wells?
I know that you've gotten it. I know that Carrie Lake has gotten some comments as well. But what are you seeing on social media, perhaps from someone's post that you would thought, okay, that's kind of interesting now that they're supporting the president in all of this?
Tell them.
Well, what I've seen all over social media, I've seen mixed reactions.
Yeah, totally. I've seen people laughing at me, making jokes.
I've seen people that are so upset they think that we're on the verge of a civil war,
and I don't know why they would think he would be worth starting destroying the United States over.
And for those people, I just keep trying to remind them that, look, this is the way we work it out. We work it out at the ballot box.
We do not plant pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC. We do not do that. Okay? That kind of stuff, it's always a dud. I mean, it doesn't work. I mean, it's a mistake to even try because you might get caught. And what if you don't have the mechanical engineering skills, thank God, to actually construct one that works, and then you I'm just saying, buy another pair of shoes.
And that means everyone has to storm the polls in November.
No, you do realize you can't storm the polls. You got to go to the one you're supposed to and vote on your ballot.
We have to elect good America First Republicans.
Well, we can't. They ain't none. There's America First Republicans. It's just that good part's going to be a hard part.
Like Arizona did in the primary with Carrie Lake and Blake Masters and other great Republicans.
Yeah, so good.
And
notice why are you not bringing up Herschel Walker?
We have to take back control, and then we have to dismantle the corruption.
Yeah, we need to overwhelm these fake elections, these rigged elections, take over the place, and then rig them.
That's in there. But I'm also seeing people that used to just constantly say bad things about President Trump.
Who would that be?
Now they're saying that President Trump is our only choice for our nominee going into 2024, and I fully believe that. Because
who said that? Alan Dershowitz?
He's the man the left fears.
He's a man. He might be. I don't know. It's hard because his gut covers all the telltale parts.
The most because he is committed. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, Mar-a-Lago does look like a loony bin from an old black and white movie.
Absolutely committed to.
It should be. I mean, he might be committed. I don't know.
To finishing the job that he started.
Really? Why didn't he do it while he was there? Because I gotta say, once he lost the election, he kind of took his foot off the gas. He was like, "Fuck this joint."
He started all the way back in 2016. He'll finish this job.
Really? Because I mean, obviously, I gotta say, like, fucking infrastructure week's over. He doesn't have to do shit, and we're out of Afghanistan. Come on.
In his second term.
There you go. It's almost. I said this earlier.
Yeah, you've been repeating yourself. It's getting fucking boring.
With Carrie Lake, this could.
Oh yeah, because he's just got to say it to all the ladies.
This is like the biggest.
This is his pickup line. You watch yourself.
This promotion that Trump could ever had hoped for.
The timing at which her camera goes out is fucking stunning.
As far as, getting the...
It's so fun. It's so fun.
Base, the hornet nest stirred up and the ant piles stirred up.
Yeah, because that's what Democrats and the rest of Americans who didn't vote for Trump are. They're ants, they're bugs, they're hornets. They're either going to sting us or they deserve to be killed under boot.
For his supporters to come out and rally behind him. We saw what happened last night.
Yeah. By the way, don't rally behind him. I would get upwind. Trust me.
Late into the night hours where supporters lined up outside of Mar-a-Lago with Trump flags and just American flags in support of the president.
Some Confederate flags.
I think he's seen the reaction on social media, Marjorie. He knows the American people aren't buying this pile of garbage that they're trying to put
yeah, this whole thing about him knowing and hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein down there
in front of us. And I think that better days.
That's right. That's right.
Days are definitely ahead.
They are. Well, Brian, thank you so much for having me on today.
I got to get out of here because my camera's dying.
Okay, I've got to run because people keep calling in.
Yeah.
So much, and we'll talk again soon.
Marjorie Taylor Greene joining us from the great state of Georgia. Is she?
She's at a log cabin in the woods. And then who do you finish up with, man? You out of here? That's it? It's just my fucking coffee, and that's all you got? He looks happy. I just want to say, the good thing about this, he does not look like a Tim Conway character from like the one dramatic role Tim Conway played. It was kind of like about this crying on the inside clown thing. He didn't look at all like that. I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about. By the way, you're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. I'm going super late tonight, as you do. But I got to end on something. So let's go with what should be, in theory, someone who, I guess, feels like this is kind of a good thing, that our legal system is operating as it should. Good old Jimmy Dore. Mar-a-Lago raided. That's all it says. It's a dancing picture of Trump, who seems positive, and then a bunch of FBI agents. Most of them shaved heads, so clearly sketchy. He's bigger than they are. It's up near Trump's near the Jimmy Dore logo, so we'll see how this plays out.
Let this sweet mineral melt in your mouth to rebuild your gums and teeth while you sleep, and say goodbye to the dentist.
Okay.
I'm here with Jackson Hinkle, the most censored man on YouTube in America.
Trump would beg to differ.
America's comedian Kurt Metzger breaking.
America's comedian Kurt Metzger. Is a TM. It's a trademark because it doesn't have to be true.
News, ladies and gentlemen. Former President Donald Trump says the FBI is searching his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. The circumstances of the search were not immediately clear.
So obviously it's the FBI that's wrong and not Trump, because he's a persecuted man.
Former President Donald Trump said in a lengthy statement Monday that the FBI
Did you hear that? Somebody is not liking this.
Was conducting a search of his Mar-a-Lago estate and asserted that the agents had broken open a safe. The circumstances of the search were not immediately clear, though the Justice Department has been actively investigating the discovery of classified information in boxes of records that were...
Yeah, he's basically... is Jimmy going to turn him into the new Edward Snowden?
...were taken to Trump's Florida residence after he left the White House. The action marks a dramatic escalation.
It's interesting. We're already on page 3 of this stuff that he's reading. He's just reading it out as news, and instead of he's not stopping every third sentence. There's no words in red.
Law enforcement scrutiny of Trump, and comes as he has been laying the groundwork to make another bid for president. After working, so this is all about not letting Trump run for president again.
Is it? Because it couldn't be that he has been engaged in holding classified documents, and this has been an ongoing fucking thing for months.
Because they know if he does, he'll probably beat Joe Biden.
Yeah, and he's got Jimmy's vote already.
And they can't have this guy. And again, it's not that Trump...
No, Jimmy needs him in there.
Trump is going to do anything different than Joe Biden is.
Oh, no? No? You don't think Trump would put more people on the Supreme Court? Wouldn't put more people on the Supreme Court that would get rid of gay rights, for example, or help Rick Scott and everybody sunset Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, S-chip, fucking every federal welfare program, food stamps, all of it fucking gone. Gone.
Is doing, but
nonsense, garbage, childish bullshit.
They can't have a guy like Trump doing it because he makes everything look bad.
Oh, that's what it is. It's just a style thing. Yeah, if they can't let Trump try to lower our carbon footprint by 40% over the next 8 years because he would make it look bad. Trump would make us look bad leaving Afghanistan. Trump makes vaccinating the whole fucking country look bad.
Then everybody all of a sudden gets upset that we're putting kids in cages. Everybody gets upset that we're starting 2 nuclear wars.
We're not starting 2 nuclear wars. We aren't starting. Yes, by the way, by the time we're, quote, starting 2 nuclear wars, people have bigger fish to fry. I mean, the fish will fry themselves. The rivers and seas boiling, 40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes, the dead rising from the grave, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Everybody gets upset that we're committing a genocide in Yemen.
We're not committing a genocide in Yemen. And by the way, Jimmy thinks that it is completely justified that hold on. Jimmy thinks that it is completely justified that the Russians invade Ukraine because they have Nazis. And it's because a few people have Nazi tattoos, or some people in the Azov Battalion in 2014 were Nazis. And this is what he's saying. And yet, these are the Houthis in Yemen. That's a Nazi salute. That's not from 2014. That's from last April, or a year ago April, this video. They're still doing it. This is who Jimmy thinks we should not help attack or whatever. We should not give any ammunition or whatever to the Saudis or sell them anything that allows them to attack these folks. That attacking these folks. Oh, is Jimmy's too loud? Okay, I'll bring it down. That's Jimmy thinks that Ukrainians, 9 Ukrainians who do this in 2014 are reason enough for Russia to have every reason to send rape squads in to mutilate the genitals of children and soldiers and POWs. Totally fine. But these guys are hands off, because these guys literally in this chant here are saying, curse the Jews, death to America. So for the record, I need to bring this down. But we're creating a genocide in Yemen.
Everybody gets upset at police brutality. Everybody gets upset. But if you got a demented Joe, nobody cared. Joe Biden.
Oh, sorry. So if Biden at what point did Biden come in and say, if you arrest somebody, don't be too gentle, just fuck their rights, shove them in the car? Biden and Obama were part of setting up the cops program that was supposed to help broom out bad cops. Where the fuck is the comparison in this? It's garbage.
Or you get Barack Obama come out and sweet talk you, people look the other way. And
yeah, it's all the same. It doesn't matter. So if it doesn't matter, why the fuck come to Trump's defense? If it doesn't matter, if they're the same, why even talk about Trump anymore? Why is he relevant?
That's what this is all about.
It's totally what this is all about. It has nothing to do with the fact that Jimmy voted for Trump.
That's what January 6th is about?
No. January 6th is about January 6th. There was a fucking attack on the Capitol.
That's what this is all about.
It's all about it. I mean, granted, if Trump hasn't committed any crimes and they don't prove anything, it'll be a swing and a miss and won't help.
Can't have a guy like him as the face of the establishment.
That's all. He's just the face of the establishment. He's not an outsider. He's just, that's the thing. Because if he's up there, then he's unpopular, and therefore I don't even know what this fucking argument is. This is garbage. This is so fucking weird. Yeah, TYT says there's no difference too. I mean, they're insane. This is insanity. This is crazy. And again, what part of the establishment Democrats are going to put Supreme Court justices in that are going to wipe out every due process ruling, including anti-miscegenation laws being reinstated or sodomy laws being put back in. I know Jimmy doesn't give a fuck about gay rights at all. He thinks they're a peripheral, unimportant issue. It's a waste of time even fighting for them, because fuck those people. That's Jimmy's position. He's staked it out purely. It's not worth it. Never mind the fact that it was, none of this applies. Like, there is no point where he's going to go, it's basically the same thing. It's basically, Trump's the same as, like, defending Taiwan is the same as sucking up to Kim Jong-un. Defending Ukraine is the same as, sucking up to Vladimir Putin. There's no difference.
That's all this is.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most moronic take so far tonight.
After working and cooperating with the relevant government agencies, the unannounced raid on my home was not necessary or appropriate, Trump said in a statement. Justice Department spokesperson Dana Iverson, or Dina, declined to comment on the search, including about whether Attorney General Merrick Garland had personally authorized the search.
Notice the lack of, like, redlining in this stuff, or his, like, wahoo that he normally does while he's doing an article, because he's not prepared for having to defend Trump, and yet he's got to.
Discovery of classified information at Mar-a-Lago was referred to the Justice Department by the National Archives and Records Administration, which said it had found classified material in 15 boxes at his residence. Federal law bars the removal of classified documents to unauthorized locations.
Yeah, we can all fucking read, dummy.
Though it is possible that Trump could try to argue that, as president, he was the ultimate declassification authority.
Yeah, but you have to state you're declassifying stuff. You don't get to do it after you fucking left. He wasn't president anymore when he left with that shit.
He could just say I declassified it.
But he has to actually write it down, dummy. It's not like fucking base in tag or no do-overs. What kind of an idiot wants to live in a country? Think of all the things that Jimmy decries in the military-industrial complex. And then think about what would be allowed if a president could retroactively, after they've left office, declassify whatever the fuck they want. They could literally declassify stuff to start a war that hadn't started.
Couldn't he do that?
No, he can't, dumb fuck. Again, no. Like, why would you even think he could? You have to write it. You have to officially declassify it. You can't just abscond with it and go, no take backsies, double tapsies like you're fucking in Dumb and Dumber.
No, it is possible.
No, it isn't possible. It is possible. It's possible he would try, and they would go, you can't do that, dummy.
There are multiple statutes governing classified information, including a law punishable by up to 5 years in prison that makes it a crime to remove such records and retain them on an unauthorized location. Kind of like Hillary with her server?
No, not kind of like Hillary with her server.
Because this sounds familiar.
Sounds like Hillary Clinton doing this.
It's almost like they looked at her shit for 2 years and it didn't have any classified stuff on it.
Official
and they turned over everything.
Information on her own private server.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like that. It's not. But, I mean, sound gets muffled when your head's up your ass, Jimmy.
Did he have the files in his bathroom and he had his assistants pouring acid on them?
Well, no, that would have been fine.
And
by the way, that was on their devices, not the files themselves. You don't want the devices to fall into anybody's hands. And especially over the last 2 decades, the State Department and everybody else, since the institution of people using cell phones, which is a thing that's just happened in the last 25 years, and as far as their classified information, people being able to text, or that becoming a normal part of people's lives, that getting rid of the devices or just simply turning them in, or getting rid of things that you had for personal use, like you can use them, that's your personal one, but because you made communications and somebody might have left you a voicemail on there, you gotta fucking decimate the thing when you leave. Everybody does.
statute makes it a crime to mishandle classified records, either intentionally or in a grossly negligent manner, which is what Hillary Clinton did, which is why she should have been prosecuted but wasn't.
Well, apparently not, because the FBI finished their investigation. It took them 2 years. She cooperated, and there you go. So here's what I would hope for. Here's what you should be reacting to. You know what? Hillary Clinton engaged in one of these kind of things, and this was there are a bunch of questions about this. They finally came out with a statement. Took them 2 years to investigate. But she gave them everything they asked for, and Trump should too. And the fact that they had to raid his place because he told them to go pound sand is the problem.
A separate investigation related to efforts by Trump and his allies to undo the results of the 2020 presidential election and the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol has also been intensifying in why. This is all about not letting Trump run again.
Again, no, it isn't. And by the way, like I said, if he doesn't have any of that shit, then it will benefit him, and he wouldn't have. There wouldn't be evidence of him breaking the law, which is the only thing that would stop him.
Again. They don't care if it's DeSantis. He's beholden to the same people.
Yeah. DeSantis, Trump, Biden, Hillary, AOC, Bernie Sanders, they're all the same fucking person. None of them have any ideas. Everything is controlled by the Illuminati and the deep state.
It's Trump that is the problem. DeSantis is beholden to the same establishment, and he doesn't say grab him by the pussy.
Right. And
he's probably the guy scheduled to come in and keep it going after everybody gets sick of woke. And
That's
they go,
right.
Here, we prepared a great, he's not woke and he's not going to groom your kids.
Is that your job, Kurt? Jesus Christ, man. Dial it back.
And then he'll do all the stuff, all the same.
Yeah, he's basically, wait a minute. Are you telling Jimmy that we shouldn't trust DeSantis?
Corporate Florida crap that they all do.
You know, I see people like Biden administration supporters on Twitter already saying like, well, you know, this had to get signed off by a judge. This is a big, if you haven't figured out how politically motivated our judicial system is already between Julian Assange, between the Hunter Biden laptop scandal.
There is no Hunter Biden laptop. And what about Julian Assange in this?
Scandal between Russiagate, January 6th, all of this stuff.
Russiagate. Anybody who calls it Russiagate is on Team Trump, for the record.
You are completely missing the point in living under a rock, because this is exactly what the judicial system does. It's all about kickbacks, payouts. I scratch your back, you scratch.
Yeah. So this judge signs off on a warrant to go to Mar-a-Lago because of something they're going to promise him later. Like what? Bodyguards to protect him from the maggots that are going to want to kill him? What judge is going to say, oh yeah, fuck, yeah, here, go ahead, raid Mar-a-Lago. I'll be the guy on the paperwork. That never will turn out bad. There's not a bunch of fucking lunatics running around.
Mine, and you're right, Jimmy. This is about them making sure that Trump can't run again in 2024.
I just don't want them to be disappointed again. I know they've gotten their hopes up so many times, and I just really hope that the thing that a judge said it is a thing, and the top secret information is really.
So again, this seems like a try from Kurt. Kurt, you seem like you're trying. You're bouncing an idea around in your dome. You want it to mean something. It doesn't. You know this, and you're trying to hot potato it back to Jimmy so he can look at the ceiling and fake laugh.
This is what's known. These are political prosecutions.
That's what it is. I mean, here's Jimmy just basically reading from Trump's statement. This is a political prosecution. You know how I know? It says that's what it is in the statement.
January 6th is also a show trial.
It's a show trial. It's a dog and pony show. What, Chip? Oh, no. Hold on. Chip knows I'm getting near the end. I will end with Chip. Hang in there, buddy.
This is all, again, this is not about finding justice or...
No, there is no justice to be had. Trump having absconded with classified information that he could be selling to foreign interests to feather his own nest because he's broke as fuck. That's not what's important.
And
again, the important thing is making sure he doesn't run again so that he doesn't win and do exactly what Biden is doing. Like, what's the argument here? If he's just going to toe the establishment line, and if Biden and Trump are no different, then why do they give a fuck who actually wins?
Liberty, or this is all about
fucking my whole argument against Democrats.
Politics. This is all.
Really? Yes, he was a politician and he lost his job as a politician, and on his way out he tried to steal some shit and he got busted for it. Yeah, he's a corrupt politician. Trump is a corrupt politician, right? And he's getting busted for it. It's taking a long time because he got a lot of lunatics, supporters and followers who might kill fucking people. So they're slow walking it.
All about the establishment, Republican and Democrat, coming together to get rid of Trump,
Why would they want to get rid of him if he's just going to do the same fucking thing? I don't get that part. Explain yourself. Explain that argument. Why would they care? If the establishment gets their thing done no matter who is in charge, then they should just be able to put in whoever the fuck they want.
outsider. That's what this is.
Again, why?
Am I wrong as a legal expert? Judge Judy is more legally binding than the January 6th hearings on any level, correct?
No, because Judge Judy cannot make a referral to the Justice Department that they have to take seriously. I mean, this is cute. I mean, a Judge Judy joke, sure. You know. It's great. It's, I mean, you can't. She's the new Wapner. You know, People's Court used to just print jokes for your average road comic. And, yeah, like the People's Court, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, you can't lose. Judge Judy, it's got alliteration. What more could you want?
Yeah.
Correct.
No, not correct.
Hey, we're doing live.
Oh God, that's it. So basically he just had to come on and protect and just run interference for fucking Trump. That's what it was for. That's it. There's so much more. There is so much of these assholes. There's so many of these pricks. On and on. All right, cat break, and then I'm doing one more, and then I gotta go. Cause hold on. Hold on.
What's he doing? What are you doing? What is this boy doing? What are you doing? What's he doing? What are you meowing about? What's going on? Why are you having such a hard time? You're just outside the door, and you're just doing your thing. What are you doing?
Why are you meowing? Are you hungry? Do you want a snack? What is happening? What are you doing? Do you just need scratches? It's scratch time? Is that what's happening? What is happening? What's this boy doing? What are they doing? What's a kitty to do?
What's a kitty to do? What's a kitty to do? What is he doing?
This is what happens in the house.
What's he doing? He's such a big, beautiful boy. He's such a big kitty.
And he was a little kitten who was dying of a broken butt, and now he's a big fat belly. There he is. I've got a little bit of stubble, so the hair is just sticking to me like Velcro. Bongino is an embarrassment to everyone and everything. I agree, especially himself. Yeah, I know. Hi, buddy. Yeah. You hear that? That's some good stuff. Is that good? Is that enough? You're shedding all over my desk. It's ridiculous. All over the desk. Like my entire keyboard is going to be covered in hair. It's a nightmare. And yet you're a handsome man. And you're a wonder kitty. And you're a good boy. Sometimes you just got to be childishly in love with your cat. You just have to. He's a big boy. He's a huge cat. Look at his tail. He's a big boy. You are a big boy. You're so big. Hold on. Let me grab this. Let me stop this. There we go. What is he doing? I know you want a snack. I know that's what this is about, because you don't love me just to love me. You are... What's he doing? You're swatting me? Hi. What's going on? All right. He so wants a snack. The one thing we've been seeking this whole time, the answer that I've been looking for and that you've been looking for and that we've all been looking for, don't play with my wire, young chipper. Chip, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't chew it. Quit it. Get off there. He's playing with the wire, and it's going to yank it out of my ear, and it's going to be mildly painful and slightly hilarious. Do you sing to Chip, and does he have a favorite song? No, I don't sing to my cats because they think I'm in pain. My notes are too high, and it bothers them. The one question we've been asking is, what is it exactly that Trump has? Where you going, buddy? What are you doing? What are you doing? You want a snack? You just done? Yeah? Are you doing? Are you done? Are you done, kitty? What's going on? What's he doing? He's like, enough, kittens. I want a snack. Is summer coming? Is that why you're... He's like, he keeps looking like, maybe she'll give me a snack. Maybe if he doesn't give me a snack, she'll give me a snack. Okay, hold on. He'll give me about 30 seconds, and then he's gonna start like walking around under my wires, and like, I'm gonna pull something out. I'm gonna unplug something, and I'm gonna electrocute everyone in the house if you don't get me a snack immediately. He's sitting there, butt to me, looking towards the door. All right, here we go. Dark Chip, totally. All right, here we go. The one question that everybody's been asking, and I'm curious about, what is it that Trump has that prompted the FBI raid at Mar-a-Lago? And apparently, Christina Bob, his attorney, doesn't know. Sean Hannity, who's on his phone tree, doesn't know. So who knows? The mess. The mess knows. All right. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Dinesh D'Souza literally has a video titled, "Here's what Trump has that prompted the FBI raid at Mar-a-Lago." And it's 6 minutes long, and we should be able to get through it fairly quickly because I'm just going to answer all of our questions. And then we're off for the evening to go watch the meltdown continue for the next 5 days.
At the recent CPAC conference in Dallas, which
all the way back to then,
concluded this weekend, there was a straw poll. And the results of the straw poll report
were totally legit and not at all like some sort of weird Saddam Hussein, Vladimir Putin poll where if you want to get in, you have to say this.
Pretty widely in the media. Trump 69%. This is for 2024. DeSantis 23%. And pretty tellingly, Cruz 2%, Pompeo, Nikki Haley, Rand Paul, Kristi Noem, all 1%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Matt Schlapp and the wife promised Trump that he would win it handily, and so they weighted it in his direction to push down on DeSantis so he doesn't get too big on himself. Okay.
And by the way,
sorry, the audio was hot. Shit, sorry.
Wait, notice
they're all different. They're all different.
Who's not there? Mike Pence, 0%.
Well, yeah, dumb fuck. They all wanted to hang him.
Wow.
Wow. It's like, I mean, it's like a hoop. What's an O remind me of? It's like there's like a rope with an O on the end of it. That's like the 0 he got.
Now, I want to try to explain the Trump phenomenon
please
here because there are some people who...
We only have 6 minutes, so just start with money, trophy wives, bullshit, kind of revival preacher storyline, flim-flam artist, game show host. That's all you guys need because your ethics don't matter.
And I've been seeing this on social media.
Yes, and on social media, he means Troth Central.
That DeSantis is much more kind of error-free than Trump.
Yeah. That's the way we look at him.
DeSantis
is more error-free. Yeah. He has not. He does not have 26 credible sexual assault claims against him, one including a 13-year-old girl. That's true. We can say that about DeSantis.
Doesn't make Trump's mistakes. He is very effective, as Trump is, in hitting back at the media. They both have that.
Well, Neither one of them have gotten reelected so far.
That kind of fortitude, but DeSantis is less ad hominem. DeSantis is in some ways, certainly in terms of his personal life, he seems unbelievably clean cut. He's got the sort of perfect resume.
The perfect resume, which never in any of these situations points to a situation where it's all a facade and behind the scenes something awful is going on.
So
we never find that out about Republicans and their families.
Why is it? Why
on the Appalachian Trail?
Why is it then,
or when Kimberly Guilfoyle is involved,
that Trump is consistently not just ahead but way ahead? I mean, Trump.
Because maggots have daddy issues, and they all want to live the life of a skeevy, hedonistic, second-generation rich dickhead from New York. I'm spitballing.
Trump is over 2/3 of the vote, and DeSantis's numbers only improve if you take Trump out of the equation. So,
which Trump will do.
So what's going on here?
What is going on here? I'm going to go with they padded the numbers because he insisted. He said 99%.
Well,
I'm almost done. I know I've gone. Huh? I know. It's been a long. There's two. I know. That's why I opened the door, because I was like, she's going to come get me. We have to go someplace. So I've got 4 minutes of this video left, which is 10 minutes. So soon. All right.
I want to try to explain this in an unusual way. The writer Scott Fitzgerald, this is the author, of course, of The Great Gatsby.
Yes, let's just go back to like English class in middle school.
And a number of other important books.
Yes. How to Get Ahead in Marketing, Branding 109, and The Original Art of the Deal.
Scott Fitzgerald once said something.
Scotty, we call him.
Something very poignant, and I think very illuminating. He said, I've got the two second best things to have, but I don't have the two best things to have.
Great. And I don't have classified information, and I don't have Vladimir Putin's private cell phone number.
And he went on to explain that the second best things to have in his
is orange skin and a big red tie that covers your pee-pee.
His view were good looks and intelligence. And Scott Fitzgerald goes, I got those two. But he goes, but the two best things to have are
rich and ugly.
Animal magnetism.
That's what it is. It's Trump's animal magnetism that does it. It's just everybody walks by and people go, ow.
Animal magnetism and money. And I don't have those.
I don't think he meant the table manners of an animal.
And Fitzgerald here, I think, was referring specifically to Hemingway, because Fitzgerald noticed that Hemingway had this animal magnetism. Hemingway could go to Spain, not even know the language, and there he is, and
drinking and fucking and punching and driving cars and not cheating at golf and being successful.
Drinking with his buddies, and they're all watching the bullfight, and Hemingway's a great guy. If something...
And, he had friends, something that Trump doesn't have.
Contagious or infectious about Hemingway wherever he went. And Fitzgerald kind of envied that. What has Hemingway got?
Yeah, he's got interpersonal social skills that make people like him, and they stick with him. They're loyal to him, and he doesn't use them and abuse them. They feel trusting towards him, and... I don't know where this has nothing to do with Trump.
That I don't have. And I want to apply this kind of principle a little bit to politics, because I think if we think about somebody like Nixon.
Okay. Animal magnetism we're going with, I guess?
Now, Nixon did not have good looks. I think it's fair to say.
Well, don't punch down, Dinesh.
He did have a lot of intelligence. Animal magnetism, 0. And
he managed to get reelected.
A lot of money. So part of the sort of astonishment of Nixon was that he was able to get so far, in a sense, while having so little. JFK, good looks, yes. Intelligence, a fair amount. Animal magnetism, yes, a fair amount. Money, a lot. So you can see JFK's path in that sense was very smooth. Look
until he was murdered.
At Reagan. Good looks, yes. Intelligence, yes. Animal magnetism, yes. And money,
This is just weird. Also, we are more than halfway through this shit. What prompted the raid? Was it just the FBI guys wanted to smell his musk?
Fair amount. Not obviously not as much as say Trump, but obviously.
Yeah, certainly not. He didn't grunt when he ate with his thumbs.
A successful Hollywood career.
By the way, animal magnetism does not mean that you eat a plate of beans by going. That's not what that means. He knows that, right?
Bill Clinton, good looks, yes. Although Debbie's like, Dinesh, are you serious? I don't see what's good looking about Bill Clinton, but obviously many people did think so.
Because he got laid all over the place.
Intelligence, yes. Animal magnetism, yes. Money, not really. The Clintons made their money basically through crookery later, and that doesn't really count because if you...
Yeah, you need generational wealth to overwhelm your animal magnetism.
Get your money through theft and stealing.
Again, where the fuck are we going with this? We're 4 minutes in.
It's hardly a measure of what you've accomplished.
What are they trying to do? Does Trump bottle his mojo?
Hillary Clinton looks, well, no. In fairness, when Hillary was in the White House, they must have brought in beauticians and hairdressers and maybe some...
Fuck you.
Who knows what, but they were able to make her look pretty good. So her looks improved in the time she was in the White House, but then they degenerated afterwards to what they were before. Intelligence, yes. Animal magnetism, no. And money, no. Let's turn to Gavin Newsom, mentioned as a presidential contender. Looks, yes.
Christ. So they raided Mar-a-Lago because Trump has more animal magnetism than Hillary. What?
Intelligence, not.
What is this? Get on with it.
Really? Animal magnetism? No. Key point.
I did not see this guy as videos go that are named, here's what Trump has that prompted the FBI to raid on Mar-a-Lago. I was not expecting a checklist like you would see in an issue of McCall's or OK Magazine for like teen heartthrobs.
And I think a big liability and money, yes. Kamala Harris, this is really kind of...
So what you're trying to tell us, Dinesh, is that you will never be president.
Of a joke. Looks, no. Intelligence, no. Animal magnetism, no. Money, no. You may ask, what's she doing in politics? Good question. But coming back now to Trump and DeSantis. With DeSantis, look...
What about Biden? The dude who stomped a mud hole in Trump and marched it dry.
Looks, yes. Intelligence, yes. Money, no. Animal magnetism, no. So using the Fitzgeraldian calculus.
The Fitzgeraldian calculus.
This is what is holding DeSantis back. He doesn't have that kind of factor that automatically makes him a star, that turns heads in a room, but not...
Jesus Christ.
Now look at Trump. Good looks. Well, even though Trump is now well into his 70s, I would say yes.
No. What?
Intelligence, yes.
No. Based on what? He's conniving. It's not the same thing.
Animal magnetism, yes.
Easy. Try not to chub on your stream. The Dinesh D'Souza podcast is a family-friendly program.
In spades.
In spades.
And in fact, the good looks very often for someone at Trump's age are the animal magnetism.
Yeah, it's hard to separate them. You're right. It's hard to mix them up. I mean, you don't know what's turning you on, but it's happening, and you can't deny it. You just feel it.
And then finally, money a lot. So you...
No, he's a broke son of a bitch. He's broke. He's fucked up. If it wasn't for the money he was fleecing from the maggots, he'd be doomed right now. What are you talking about?
You can kind of see here why Trump dominates. And I think Debbie made the point as we were chatting about.
What are you talking about? He dominates at CPAC because he's king of the pricks. It's not because he has any specific traits. That if somebody came along who was younger and more of an asshole than he was, who could afford to buy the influence at CPAC, they'd just broom him right the fuck out of the way.
about this, the additional point that with Trump, not only does he have the money,
he doesn't have the money,
but he has the kind of working class style.
You mean he's a fucking baboon? And that's what you think, that working class people are shitty, grungy, sexist assholes. This is more like classist than anything else. Trump, he talks shit. He's a sexual predator. He's gross. He eats garbage. That's what makes him like the plebes. I'm not like them because these assholes live in a big fancy house, of course.
So that he's not withdrawn from the community. Ordinary people can look at Trump and go, man, you know what? He's the kind of billionaire I would aspire to be.
What? The kind of... Yeah, we all want to be billionaires so we can eat fast food and change wives like diapers. What?
He relates to people on a kind of even basis.
No, they just project onto him.
And so I think this is the secret of Trump's success.
That's why they fucking raided the place? Oh my God.
And by the way,
imagine that as the take.
In.
Lord almighty. All right, I got to sign off because my girl and I have to go someplace. I forgot. So take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. I'll see you guys in the morning. I have no doubt we'll be covering some of this news in the morning. Also, we'll be covering some of the Ukraine stuff. I don't know that, I think Philip's still on the road and kind of getting settled, but so it might just be the two of us tomorrow, you and I. But there'll be a lot to cover. Yeah, I need a shower now. I honestly, what the fuck was that? All right. Anyways, thanks for sticking with me. I know I went long, but I appreciate those of you that dropped by. We'll see you later. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. And you're wonderful. And fuck, this was a great day. Okay, bye.